them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to he'll reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these new bodies through we replenish. Reload our artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it online on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league, 1,000,000 degrees, yeah, this is where gamers go pro.
And we are back to the UEL. I am excited. Game 2, Week 1, Season 9, $1 million on the line. My name is Strix, and I'm joined with the illustrious Lockdown.
What's up, everybody? Lockdown in the house, ready for another exciting Season 9 matchup. We got the LAxGods versus
the Florida Shogun.
Oh, man, I'm excited about this. You got some rookies here today. We got some rookies. We got Hosage and Sin for the rookies for the XGods. And then we got
Ash is mini.
Technically a rookie, Chris G.
Technically, he has not played a game in the building yet, but not a rookie to competing. For people that don't know, Chris G and actually GGO Kenna are both professionals, one in the fighting game sphere.
Tier 1 and Tier 2.
And Kenna in the shooting sphere. So the Shogun shifted from the Phantoms to the Shogun over the offseason and are now coming out with professionals to see how they fare in the UEL. We already have had a conversation. The UEL has a history of professionals stepping in saying, oh, I can do what you do. And you know better than I think a lot of people that that's not always the case.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting to see. They got their rookie Ash in their plan today as well. And having your Tier 1 and 2 both essentially new players is a risky play, but we're excited to see. It looks like we're going to be getting over here to the wheel spin here pretty soon and get the RPS to see who's going to win that. You see this XGods team, they have 4 championship players, Havoc, and then they got 2 rookies. But from what my understanding is, hearing about those rookies, man, they seem like they're going to be a force. I know we both scouted Sin 2 seasons ago.
And I think that this core, especially grabbing someone like AJ, who not only was a player but coach, GM, you have Nexus as well. They drafted Nexus, quickly became a Tier 2 player here. But, I mean, there was talks during the offseason of him taking a Tier 1 offer at a lot of teams.
I think he didn't want I think he wanted the money, but I think he more wanted to go with somebody and not accept that Tier 1 pressure. But I think we're going to switch over to RPS now. Let's see what we got. Let's see who's going to take it. We got AJ versus R-Dub.
All right, who you got right now? First game.
R-Dub.
R-Dub? All right, cool. I'm going to go AJ. He's been there. Clutch time. All right, let's see what we got.
Rock, scissors, shoot.
And we got it.
AJ wins it right off the bat.
It's going to start off the tone in the XGods' favor. FC? Was FC the first one?
No, that was just left over. They were spinning the wheel.
I was like, oh, we getting into.
And this is the first spin, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
What
first
we seeing?
spin.
What genre are we seeing?
We get Need for Speed right off the bat.
Oh, we get to
Need for Speed. I don't think they're gonna. I wonder if I don't think they're gonna skip this.
I think they're going to play it, but I want to see if the XGods are playing it, what the tone is. Because I think if you take cops, you're saying we can catch you. You cannot run. You cannot be good enough to beat us, and they want to set that tone of this domination from the start.
What I'm excited about with the XGods right now is Havoc was an anchor player for us last season when I was with the XGods as a coach, which I am no longer. When I was with them, he was a good anchor player. Now, with X-Ray on the team, X-Ray covers some of those anchor spots that he doesn't have to. So I think he goes in for a game like Need for Speed. And that way, because they know X-Ray can kind of take a lot of those anchor spots that he would normally take. So I think the XGods are going to probably send – I think they're going to send, since it's 4, I think they're going to send Havoc, maybe AJ. I was going to say Nexus, but maybe AJ goes in for a racer. I think he's probably might be more familiar.
I think that you can kind of be a little bit flexible. I'm assuming they've now worked with those rookies. Once again, this is a team of players that come from championship caliber level. So you have AJ and Nexus. Nexus, one who was a rookie 2 seasons ago, knows what it's to be an MVP candidate, can help onboard people really quickly and get them up to speed. So I think this is where we might start to see some of those rookies jump into the fray and really show off why they were selected by this team.
Absolutely. I think if it was me running the team, I would probably right now, first game, just say, let's send in both rookies. But I would say from Shoguns, you're probably going to see DZ, Dolo, Mr. B, and I think Kaz.
I think I would love to see that because one thing that I'm immediately noticed, you mentioned Havoc for the XGods, but the core pieces of the Shogun roster does have that synergy of being rookies or sophomores from last season, right? Mr. B was there, Just Dolo was there, Kalakazik was there, DZ was there. They've played together. They can have some synergy going into something like Need for Speed, which is paramount. You have to know what your teammates attempt to do.
And I don't think they want to put Chris G or Kenna, also known as GGO, but he's going by Kenna Kenna from now on. I don't think they want to put Kenna and Chris G in that tough spot first game right off the bat. I think they want to focus more on taking their core four that I have there. That's what I would do if I was the Shoguns, personally. And I think they can handle it. I think Kaz has a lot of potential. He, given some personal situations, wasn't as available last season to play a lot of the matches, but I think he has a lot of potential. So I'm excited to see him in full force this season and see what he can bring to the team.
I definitely agree. And on that topic of the 1 and 2, because I think this is going to be the tail of this match, how do champions in the UEL, these are our premier in-gamers, players like AJ, players like Nexus, stack up against outside professionals, the GGOs, the NY Chris Gs. And I was going to agree with you because I think the threat of those professionals sometimes is so good. Right? Because in this moment, if a shooter rolls next, you don't have GGO ready to go, isn't able to play, and I think that opens you up.
So it looks like I was slightly off. I think they did decide to anchor Havoc because he's also good at this game, but maybe they think Havoc has more coverage right now, or maybe it's more of maybe X-Ray, Nexus, and Electric and Sin have a little bit more chemistry because they were together previously. And well, not Sin, but I'm sure they played together many times. So maybe they're going for more of a synergy together,
guess, and I would probably
which would make sense.
I would agree with you on that front. I think that it's a synergy thing, but what you said more than anything was I think that there's a level of flexibility between all of the XGod players, right? We think about like, Havoc traditionally had been like this racer strategy kind of, he played everything, but he had some of those more niche categories locked down. Yeah. But when you get top tier players like this, you mentioned it, like that freedom he has to just play the game and just use them where, okay, cool, maybe X-Ray in them, like you said, synergy. We can worry about that because if a racer comes up, we have Havoc in the back.
I think it's a good call to put in Electric, too, because here's the thing. Electric is a great shooter, one of the best shooters in the league. However, he has another issue when it comes to he doesn't have as much coverage on the wheel as some of the other players. So games like Need for Speed, where you don't really have to be an expert in, those are good games to throw him in. Because if you're worried about him stepping in for a game that he's not going to be good at, you throw him in those games like Breakfast, Need for Speed. Like those games to where your teammates could carry that a little bit, and then you can make sure he's available for the shooters in the games that you want, and then kind of keep him out of the games you don't want him
in. The story of UEL, and for people at home that have never seen UEL, we do use a lineup system very similar to baseball lineups. You can't just go in for every single game.
Okay, so it looks like we got the Shoguns or Racers, and the most wanted is Mr. B. That's actually a good call, I think, because I believe he's pretty familiar with the game. He's probably one of their better Need for Speed players because he's put a lot of practice time in. So that's probably not a bad call, lucky turnout. Let's see what we get next. Are we getting Rainbow? Are we getting Rainbow? Let's go. Let's go. We got Rainbow next, but let's stay focused on Need for Speed. Oh, I'm excited. All right, we get it nice and early. I'm excited.
Already looking. I want to see more boosting. They got to get as much space early on because the cops have that higher top speed. The cops are always the one with that slight advantage. You have to make it as a racer. And so I'm now looking and just saying, hey, what are we doing? We're just kind of waiting for them to catch up. What is your play? What is your opportunity? They have to have something prepared. I think that this is a game that is very winnable for almost every team in the league. So people have strategies. They have ideas.
So it looks like he has one person on his team behind him covering him, and then behind you got a cop and then some other players kind of jumbled up. But he does have the lead right now, and he has one person to back him up. Oh, we got a cop closing in on him fast. Coming to his left side, hits him into the wall. Nice move right there.
But he needs some help quickly.
Oh, he gets spun out by another racer. Got an EMP locking in.
And here we go. He's getting hit by this EMP. He has to turn around, but the cops are already on top of him. Lockdown, I think this might be the end.
Yeah, I think it's over. He's got them pulling in.
Oh,
That's
my
a nice
goodness.
quick stop right there. The bust is done.
Where
Bust
was
is
his
done.
team? I just realized that was 4 officers surrounding
That's
one player. Where was
crazy.
his team in that moment?
Nowhere. Look, I think one person is out already. Oh, that was wild, dude. That was such a strong showing for the LAxGods. I think they went with the chemistry, like we said, because you saw how quickly they took that. And now you're going into a Rainbow where I'm telling you right now, they're going AJ, Havoc, Hosage, and then it's going to be Electric and Sin.
Ooh,
Because here's the crazy thing about this.
okay.
Their worst Rainbow players are Havoc and Nexus.
But I think
worst.
you can cover. Yeah, you didn't say bad. You said worst.
Yeah, that's
in the
like,
scenario.
yeah.
And looking across the aisle, I think if I am the Shogun, you have to put in Chris G. You have to put in DZ. You have to
Obviously,
put in
GGO's
Karakazi.
going in.
I think you send in going back to synergy. Ash and GGO Kenna are both roommates. They're friends. They've known each other. They play many of these shooters together. I think that you get that synergy in, ready to play. Now, my big question here, because in the UEL, a lot of us have been streaming because of the new situation with the league. And
I've been watching.
I've been tuning into Chris G's stream, and he's picking up these shooters, but he is still learning the genre again. I think he himself talked about to get to the level you are and a fighter as he is, he had to kind of put some of these other games on the burner, but we have to find out, is your tier 1 safe? If you now have to go in and like, hey, your first game's a shooter.
Well, the good thing is if you're a talented player, you can at least assimilate pretty well into a game that you're maybe not as proficient in. I do think if you play fighters and shooters, that does give you a pretty big coverage on the wheel.
Yes.
As a player, some of the other things you'll have to learn, but you'll have some different games, like some oddball games like Midnight Ghost Time. But if you're good at a shooter, you still basically can get the basics out. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
So there's a lot of games to where you don't have to be as proficient in. So if you have 2 categories like that, like those 2 categories that you cover, that still makes you a pretty strong player on a UEL wheel.
So that's what I want to see. I really am looking at this performance, and we're going to see. Before there was a few matchups, but we finally are going to see side on side the number 1s for both of these teams. This new tier system ends up mattering a lot. I think we have to start looking at players not just on what they are providing, but where they're providing it from. We look at the tier 6s, the tier 5s, the tier 4s. Are they overperforming? But beyond that, are the tier 1s preforming to begin with? And that's why I'm looking at both Chris G as well as AJ Little Blue. These are the franchise players.
Yes.
Now I'm going to ask you, because I love who you got in this game and why. I'm going to add the why.
LAxGods. I've seen them play on streams and stuff. I haven't got to see Sin, but apparently he's really good. And if he's good on New Moon standards, that means he's good. You know what I'm saying? And when we scouted his stuff that he put in the draft and stuff like that, he had a lot of games on there that were his draft board was one of the most impressive draft boards.
Hey, I'm saying right now, somebody got to get lockdown. Called it.
Yeah,
called it.
Hey, I mean, you know, I was coaching the team, but like it's a different team. But it was a different team. But like, no, I called it because I know exactly how they're thinking. I'm telling you right now, AJ, Havoc, and Hosage could probably just set the controller down or set the keyboard down. I think Electric and Sin could possibly win this by themselves.
Electric is a player that has been known to be a shooter. We didn't really get to see him. Remember, he is coming off the bench of a team like New Moon, and where a lot of people questioned where does he stand in this new UEL format, he went out, found himself a tier 4, and is now getting the opportunity kind of to start off in a genre that is his bread and butter.
Yeah.
Something that he's super comfortable with. He's ready to play. He's ready just to prove, like, hey, I'm here. This is what I do.
And that's where the shakeup is so huge because players like Electric, like people forget, like, oh, yeah, he wasn't in the lineups for New Moon. Yeah, he's still better than probably 70% of the league. He was he was the backup on a team that won championships and had so many players, so versatile of a team. His only slight was he didn't cover as many categories. But you take a player like that, when they split up, put him on a team, he's he is their – he's what? Their
Tier 4.
– he's their Tier 4. He's going to play a Tier 4. In the shooters, he's going to play a Tier 1 in shooters. Overall on the wheel, he's going to be a Tier 4,
And I think what's even more is players like that have something to prove. Because everyone's going to be looking at him being like, oh, like, well, you were just a bench player, like you said. Oh, I was just a bench player. I was just a bench. I think Electric's going to come out here, and this is an opportunity for him to start. And that's ignoring the fact that, again, he has AJ, who's played with for years, and as you mentioned, Sin. Plenty of players. On the flip side of that, it does look like I was a little bit on point in GGO now getting
GGO and
his
Ash
category. Both of them getting their bread and butters in the shooters.
I've played a little bit with Ash. I've seen how he plays. GGO, really good Call of Duty shooter. This is different from Call of Duty, but let's be real. If you're a high-level shooter, you can pick up Rainbow pretty fast. Yeah. Now, on the technical side of things, when it comes to the ops and some of the game sense, some of that might be a little bit hard to translate. But when you only need 2 rounds to win in a UEL format, a good shooter can win this with very little knowledge of Rainbow, as long as he is that good and that proficient, especially if he's keyboard and mouse shooter. Obviously.
100.
If you're a controller shooter, a little bit harder. They do have they have like the aim assist and stuff like that with controller. But honestly, I think keyboard and mouse.
Rainbow's one of those games that I don't think it benefits you. So far, you see things like Apex, another shooter here on the wheel, where you see a lot of mixing between controller, mouse, and keyboard. There's a lot of pros and cons. But I think on the PC platform, there's so much benefit in a game like Siege to be playing on mouse and key. But we will have to see. It is day 2. So coming from yesterday, I do have to say, like, people are still feeling out setup timers and how to get in the game and what exactly they want to do. I think that there's that. I can speak literally from last night. There's a level of nerves, a little bit of electricity in the air where you're like, okay, first game, I know how to do this, but just in case.
It's also that early part of the season to where there's going to be a lot of testing the boundaries of the rules on setups. Because there's always those people, like Havoc, who is literally going to look at those rules and he's going to say, like, it doesn't say this in the rules. I'm going to try this. Yeah. You're going to get a lot of that pushing the rules to the edge to see how much you can get away with.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the slightest little thing of, like, all operators could impact and change the entire game of Rainbow.
That is something that is very different this season. And it makes it so much more complex because maybe even some players that just like, oh, well, we're playing year 1 and year 2 ops as we previously did. Maybe their main was something that came out in year 3, year 4. Now we have all of these different operators that present opportunities to play. And I do think that a game like Siege, it comes down to the information. The lack of information benefits shooters. But if you know the information, sometimes a worse shot can set up that easy kill or set up those situations where, like, if you want to make it out of this, you just need to be amazing.
Yes.
All the time.
Yeah, Rainbow is a complex shooter. I think when it comes to so we got a timeout by the Shoguns, probably a setup.
I think that was their second time out already on. We're
tough.
2 games in, and they have no more timeouts for the first half without possibly cutting into their entire game plan going forward. Yes, Siege is a different game. Siege can be a little bit tricky to set up, but it's something that has to be presented. This is still a fairly young squad. When I look at this squad and say, I think DZ is the eldest member, at everyone else is 2 seasons or less played.
True. But, not to cut you off, last season they had a column of mistakes with setups and stuff, even with a veteran DZ last season. So the question for me is that going to carry over into this season? And then how much is that going to happen is going to start affecting guys like Chris G and Kenna.
So this is the hard part. I think that Chris G, funnily enough, will be pretty good. One thing I want to give Chris G credit to, he came to last night's match. And so he got to see a lot more of UEL and the idea of it.
A little bit of scouting, getting that.
Yes.
Getting
but
a
being able to also be like, oh, like what do things go wrong? Oh, yeah, things go wrong. You've been there. The moment you're saying, like, oh, yeah, we'll be fine. Yeah, this game works every single time. My controller's not working. The game's not starting. My name's not working? What is going on? What are we doing?
Yeah. So and another thing too, like I think the real challenge for Chris G today is being new to UEL is making sure he the right time to check your controls. The rules when it comes to checking your controls, doing your setups, doing settings, things like that. Luckily, you don't have gears, so you don't have to worry about him pausing and getting a FF. But if he does play fighters today, what if he chooses the wrong time to do controls? What if he pauses? What if he doesn't call a button check? Like, there's little things like that if their leaders are not on top of him, hey, you got to do this. Hey, you got to do that. If you want to do this, you got to get approval. You got to call it out. Like, that's the things that I think could be affecting a player like Chris G. And if something like that happens and he's trying to play one of his best fighters and makes a mistake like that and lose the game, that's going to mentally shift his attitude and, like, kind of put pressure on him, and then it's gonna change the atmosphere. In my opinion, looking at it as we get ready to and prepare to jump into the game, if I'm the head of the Shogun, if I'm that leadership, I'm not bringing Chris G all the way out from Vegas to let something like that happen. Yeah. We're going to be on top of every little thing, and that's what I am most worried about now. I think that's what's going to be Arbiter's job today. I think his job is going to be to stay on top of all of those little details. They have a lot of their players as a reserve player right now. So I think we're going to get this started here. Time is ticking down. I'm excited, man. I hope it plays. I hope we don't get a forfeit or like an error. I want to see it. This will be Sin's first game as well. We're starting to see all the rookies get a chance to at least touch games. So far, we got to see Ash play his first game in Need for Speed there. Sin didn't go well. Massage, but it happens. A game like Need for Speed, you can be good and your team can still lose in seconds. It can come down to one small decision call, changing the whole game. Need for Speed is such a volatile game, but Siege, a lot of the players in here feel confident in shooters. I remember Kazik, I think you mentioned him before, last season. Infrequent, but when he showed up, especially in shooters, he had an impact. Yeah, Apex, they were a force in Apex last season when he was there and they had their best team. It was him, Arbiter, Dolo as well. Dolo, I believe. But yeah, like this, Arbiter's not playing today, but you got GGO, and he's a good shooter. I want to see, but that story is still on. Remember, something that's really small. You mentioned him, Kenna. He played one game last season. That playoff game, he showed up. Yep. But he's back. And he's here, which means, and that's like in Chris G coming back, that shows that new tier system made him interested. And also, those two guys are. Don't worry about it. So let's see. We got the attack and defense.
All right, somebody get this. Somebody get that hatch. That hatch.
Join.
And then come get your armor plates too.
Yeah, you gotta get. I don't know where to get. They're going down the stairs. They're going down the stairs.
They have the versatile ability. They also get so if you don't want to do characters, and you can have like 2 or 3 grenades. Like, you literally get to, like, stack some gadgets, shoot out the camera, trying to, a little delayed. Okay, let's see. We're watching. I think we're watching DZ here. No, we're watching. You said we're watching DZ here. Right, no, this is on attacker side. So this might be electric. I think we're looking at an electric here, possibly trying to get in and get some information for his team. This droning phase is really important to help you figure out your attack. If you're new to Siege and you want to know what to do, drone, shoot out cameras right there. This is definitely electric. You see how he's moving? You see how he's rotating around? He's doing the tilts properly. He's rotating. He's checking, taking out cameras, checking all the angles. Oh, he's got somebody in spot. I think he might have dropped him. He didn't get the finish, but he dropped him. Not confident to just push down there, maybe wondering. No, that's smart. He made the right call, because if you push too aggressively down there, they're going to be waiting. They're already, since you shot and gave away position, that means they're already sitting there waiting for you to turn. That's one of those situations you don't push. Instead, you do like he did. You switch, you move around, kind of bait them in. We got one kill right now. Hosage took out somebody on Shoguns, and you see Electric is pushing around. This is that map that everybody's going to play this season, because everybody knows it. We got a kill right here. I think that Dolo just got a kill on.
Watch out, Pillar Dylan.
That's
nice, good kill.
Electric took out Ash. Electric with the
Nice. Shit.
What's your button?
Oh, freezer.
I got freezer.
No can.
I got freezer.
You can
Hold the plant. Hold the plant.
I think it's down to who? Maybe Havoc? Oh,
The vigil.
Changes. We're just trying to
see if
make
we
sure
can switch
everything
over
is
to
right.
somebody else. All right, so we got DZ.
Everybody's
Over
checking the
here.
controls. This is that 1st game jitters that I was talking
Everybody
about.
that already died is checking their controls. Looks like we got to think Havoc versus. Oh, we got that Vigil with that shotgun. He's got to be careful. So we got Havoc here on Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi, this is Havoc's style of shooter. Is there's one-tap characters, get some nice shots right there. But he still has full health. Don't push. See, he's pulling back. See, he's waiting. So the defender has the edge in this situation because of the time. Nice work by Havoc on X-Ray's account. Havoc gets to clean up for the last kill of the round.
He has to also jump in. Again, in those setup moments, we had some timeouts, but people have to be getting everything set up. He was running the DMR, funnily enough, because we both talked about this. Funnily enough, before the game, we were talking about
Havoc
the Boss
likes
G.
DMRs. That's his style of shooting gun.
My thing is, the Boss G is such a strong gun right now. We had a whole conversation about how
And
that
I don't think
shotgun is.
either of them was using
No.
it, which is crazy. They had the Boss G
Vigil
characters, and they
Dokkaebi.
didn't use the most broken gun in the game.
But
Neither
I
of them.
think it's the start of the game. Okay, I already like this. You have
You
a
see Electric's rank right there, right? You see that emerald, right?
Yes.
You
But-
see that? That's Electric right there.
and he's playing Valkyrie, an operator that gives you the information and as a shooter the ability to act on that information. He knows exactly what he's looking for, what he's hoping for in a game. So here
Okay, we got a castle here. We're going to get an armor on the window. Smart call. That is a common push place on this map. He should have opened that wall to the right. He didn't, but that's okay. He's going to rotate around. We got some vests right here from Rook. He should throw another armor on this window here because that's another common entry point. But see, he did go back and open up the wall. He just went and got the thing first.
Yep.
Good plays.
Good job. Yep.
Rotating around. They got to watch that window back there. It's a common place. He's got a spot. Gets a drone right there. Takes it out. He's going to armor this front door. Okay.
And I
No,
believe
he
this is
didn't.
AJ.
He's
we're
going for the
watching.
window here. Okay.
Just trying to get all of these really easy points. One of the things about this kid's bedroom is there's a lot of easy access points that can compromise your setup if you're not careful. And so having a castle to just be like, hey, you have to use some utility to get through here, right? You have to blow this up with some type of a soft breach, really put you in a position to be able to just slow the pace down. I think slowing the pace in Siege really can slow down even the most talented shooter because they have to be a little bit more careful about
That's a late armor wall. He's got to be careful with that. One thing I'm noticing, he's doing a lot of fast movement. All that fast movement is definitely going to give you away hearing-wise. So AJ, while he's a good shooter, he does need, if that is him we're watching, he does need to slow it down a little bit because he's going to give himself away.
But here we go, opening up the wall. He's trying to create these angles, trying to make sure that he can cover. We saw last night how quickly a team was able to get in via that window and drop a plant. So I think he really is worried. Nice job using pings to just let his team know what's going on, rotating out of position to try to find something a little bit safer.
Let's see if the Capcom did some good strategic devices for traps, because I haven't really spotted. I spotted one or two. Okay, he's got a couple around there. This is when it comes to Siege. A lot of the placements, it's not necessarily wrong. It all depends on what your strategy is, and if you're trying to funnel them to push them to certain points of entry, or in trying to cover what points you're trying to cover. So strategy can be so many different ways. So we got one kill already.
2 kills already.
By Havoc gets a kill and Electric gets a kill.
And here we go. This makes pushing so much harder. Once you
AJ's got 3 angles from his room that he's in right now. So he's watching 3 angles, but Havoc's still watching the main door angle here. And then you got Sin watching another angle. So you see they're doing pretty well in their defense right now, focusing and studying the angles. You did have a pop right there. Somebody put a hole there to probably pop a device in, like a probably through like the flash that goes through, or possibly one of the cameras or something like that. So definitely somebody shot something through gadget-wise.
But just keep being aware right now. I love that they're like just checking, because right now being up 2 players in this round pretty much means that they have to find a play. Electric
gets a C4 kill off Dolo. After seeing what Dolo did last round, that was a smart play.
Another one down.
Another
They might
one
have
for
a clean
Havoc.
ace, a clean sweep of the entire team. Jumps out.
Oh, they're pushing it. It's just Ash left on the outside window. They take him out. Sin gets the finish. Electric leading the team to victory. And surprisingly, Havoc with a couple kills there in Rainbow Six. Well done. That's another win for the LAxGods.
flawless victory. I think really well coordinated play out of every single person there. Nobody was off kind of in their own world doing something. Everybody knew what their job was in that setup.
They all played their roles.
And they did really well. Even putting some of your more experienced players like, hey, AJ, I need you to watch 2 or 3 angles right now. I need you to be able to hold it down. He's like, cool, I got it. So maybe
Havoc, you just watch this one door, and then what happens? He gets 2 kills in the round. You know, like that's little things like that. You know, everybody play your role, and you see on defense, attack, they were going a little wild. On defense, they were so locked in. They each had their entry points covered. They were covering all the entry points. And another thing about Rainbow 2 that people make the mistake is don't try to be the greedy kill person. Stay on your side. Watch your angle. Focus on what you're supposed to be focusing on. And they did that. Yeah. Nobody tried to be the hero. They all watched their angles, played that defense, and a clean sweep, flawless victory.
And now looking at the Shogun there, I think some of the like less experienced players there, I think my biggest clue was at the end of that round. We got down to, you lost 2 people. It went down to sub a minute before you tried to basically force that play onto the site. Siege is funnily a game, as much as we talk about it being playing slow, there is such a thing as playing Siege too slow. Waiting and waiting and waiting. Like,
especially if you're on attack.
Yeah.
Because the defense has the instant edge time.
Exactly. And I was like, I need somebody to try to do something, but maybe those early kills, then whoever's left, especially if you're not a confident shooter, is like, well, what should I do? And sometimes the answer is just do something at this point. We can't wait any longer. And if you wait for 5 seconds, now you have to sprint in a game that, hey, you know what it's like to run through a room in Siege, and it's like, well, you're going to be getting hit from 3 different angles, and there's not much of a chance. But CTR coming up next.
And you see we got AJ. That's the only one that really is going to matter. If AJ is going in, I don't know if anybody on the Shoguns can compete with them in CTR. This is one of the games that you don't want to try to get lucky. You just want to forfeit and move on.
In something like CTR, you have to know the first question, because of how our point system is set up, you have to know, can I take first place? If there's a chance you can take first place, maybe.
Can we take second and third place? That's the question. And with AJ's getting first every race. Unless Kaz or Dolo is like a great CTR player, but I haven't heard it. So I think AJ's first. X-Ray's going to be 2, 3. He's going to bounce around up and down. He's decent, but he's not going to be as good as AJ. But AJ mainly is going to win it solo.
And I think the thing about X-Ray that I also have to give credit here, he was on New Moon last season. He's had a season with some of the best
some good training
players in the league. This is a good test. If this is the first game and you're the Shogun wanting to see where you are, you can see how you stack against the top players in the league in CTR, but also
this is a pretty good starting 3 games for XGods.
Yes, I think
they definitely it's kind of in their favor right now with how this wheel has gone so far.
And I think lineups are still even. I'm waiting for one of those disconnect games, specifically Dead by Daylight. I want to see the strategy games today.
I don't know. We saw how New Moon was with X-Ray strategies and Dead by Daylight in the finals and in the playoffs. So I think if Dead by Daylight comes up, whether they're killer or survivor, I think the XGods still got the edge, man. Because I think with X-Ray being in there, and then you got Havoc too, like I think they're going to be dangerous in Dead by Daylight.
I think this Dead by Daylight is one of those interesting games because New Moon, again, liked to play the game. A good number of them did. But just the strategy category in general, I think you can take a few of the strategy games. They're not as one-sided as in the past. So I'm hoping that maybe that's an avenue. Because I'm looking for that road, right? We historically know players like DZ to be very good in sports. So if he can come in and, have a strong sports showing, fighters with Chris G. Again, I know I talked to him before the game. We both did. Ash is hoping for that Halo row with him and GGO going in.
I think they're FFing.
Oh, I think.
Based on who they put in and who they left out for coverage, I think they are forfeiting.
I think it's a smart forfeit. I think that there's...
Because if you're actually going to try to win this, I feel like you go Mr. B and DZ. So I don't think they're playing it unless they just kind of like, we'll just feel it out and see what we can see. But I don't think they should play it.
CTR is also one of those games where, and you have to, I know you've experienced this, both in coaching and where people are like, oh, yeah, I can play CTR, until you run into somebody of AJ's caliber.
It's
and
not
you
Mario
realize,
Kart.
like, oh, they're playing like a different game.
Look at my eyes. It's not Mario Kart.
Sure? I saw Toad over. Like Toad was walking across the road. He was wow.
Because guess what? I'm a boss in Mario Kart. In CTR, doo-doo.
You got to drift. CTR requires like 3 hands to play sometimes.
Yeah.
It's insane. This game is really interesting. So
It's mostly just alternating,
yes.
getting comfortable with the alternating. So once I figured that out, I was like, oh, okay. It's not that bad. Well, I haven't played it enough to get good at it, but I realized kind of like, okay, this is all doable. You just have to learn how to – you just got to learn that comfortable kind of –
Oh, the time it's a rhythm to it that you have to get down. Now, on that, CTR is pretty interesting how we play here in the league. We do a cup, so you're going to have 4 races, and there are going to be points given out per race. That's why it really matters if you're able to compete. But that
There's a
wheel
wheel
being
spin.
up tells me something pretty specific.
I think we might have an FF.
Yeah, I don't think that we are possibly.
They
playing
might
this.
maybe they're skipping it. I think there might be a technical issue. I think they're skipping it.
Okay, that's fine. And do we
Is
get
it
another
Fortnite?
shooter?
Fortnite
There's
and
gonna be a
without
shooter?
electric being with no
Overwatch.
Overwatch. Okay,
5v5.
Overwatch. All right, so Overwatch is exciting. Ooh, it's gonna be good.
Okay, here we go. Overwatch, once again, after these first few showings, we have a situation where do we go back to what we try to do in Siege, which is going to be grabbing GGO Kenna as well as Ash and putting them 2 together in to round out this lineup? Or do you want to take another approach? Do you maybe try to pivot back to your tried and true classic like we talked about from last season's Apex in Kara Kazik and Just Dolo?
Yep. So I think what's happening is a little technical issue, but they are playing CTR right now.
Okay.
We'll get a confirmation of what's going on. But in the meantime, so we got Overwatch coming up. This will be good because even though LAxGods may look very shooter heavy, when it comes to Overwatch, you never know how it's going to go. Ash, good at Overwatch. I believe Chris G and Kenna are also good at Overwatch.
Okay.
I believe Dolo and Kaz are good at Overwatch. So this actually could be one of those shooters that the Shoguns could pull out. I think they have Chris G, DZ, Mr. B, and then you go Ash and Kenna. Because you're going to have DZ and G and Mr. B available after rotation.
I think that sounds like a smart
So I think that's who you go with. If I'm them. On the LAxGods side, you go Nexus, Havoc, and Hasaj going in, and then you probably do.
I would say Aspect. I think his tanking in Overwatch is really good.
So yeah, but you want to think about coverage. So I think they go Aspect and Sin. Because I know Electric usually for shooters you want to put them in.
Yeah.
But I think in Overwatch specifically, Sin might be better.
Okay.
That's a guess. That's a guess.
I'm interested to see because again, these rookies are showing what they can do
Yeah.
on today, especially sitting at those tier 6 and 7 spots on the LAxGods specifically. They're really looking to prove themselves and maybe make an argument for higher tiers, higher placements, something.
Maybe they'll go for the shooter belt.
We already saw a first challenge. The Reapers put out the challenge to a lot of teams saying, "Hey,
Yeah.
who wants to stop us?" And so far, I don't think anybody has decided
That
to
Reapers
take
team,
the
man,
bait.
I'm so excited to see Cordy on the Reapers this season. I'm just saying it, dude. I'm so excited to see him play with the Reapers this season. I think he's gonna be a showstopper. I do, man. I do.
I think that Reapers team is a very scary team. Mm-hmm. A very scary team. But again, I think that question has to loom. Right now, again, the Blaze now in the South Conference led by Hollywood. What does that team look like losing a pillar in Hollywood? I think that they can obviously recover. I think that they're still a playoff team. They're still a championship contender. But what extent?
Hollywood is still top 2 player in the league.
Top.
However, the way they're structured and Cordy stepping in, I don't think they're going to have any drop off, man. I think they're going to be the same Reapers, just with a slight difference in lineup. But I think they're going to be the same Reapers.
Okay. So they are.
Because think about it, sports category, Cordy's just as good as Hollywood, if not better.
Okay.
The only thing that might have some drop is strategy. Because racers, Cordy can play CTR.
Okay.
He could play F1.
Can he play CTR as well as Hollywood? I'm gonna ask the question because we were just talking.
Pretty
about
close. I think Hollywood's still better, but pretty close, man. That's what I'm saying. So I don't think you're going to get much drop-off.
So
Fortunately, League of Legends isn't on the wheel.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Because that is a drop-off.
Because you said that, I have to ask the question now.
Yep.
Are the Reapers' favorite to four-peat this season?
I think so. I think with all the shakeups, they're one of the teams that's had the few amount of changes. So them and the bots, because of the few changes, I think that gives them a little bit of an edge in the overall standing of things. Shoguns were a team that they struggled last season. I think they were last place, I believe. But they have some different structure. A lot of that is mostly the same. They got 4 of the same. GGO kind of came in late for the playoff, but he was practicing with the team. So they got some new pieces. They definitely have a chance to move up this season. They definitely have a chance to move up. We just got to figure out how high they can move up and who's going to step up to make it happen.
Okay.
Is it going to be Chris G?
I agree on that. I think somebody is to take a team where they were to playoff championship position. You need at least one. I might argue 2 players to step up and kind of really show that this is the new form, new level of the team. Whereas again, the LAxGods, I look at the LAxGods and I think like that's a playoff team. That's
Looking at,
a
I mean,
playoff
like,
team.
haven't seen them play much yet, other than I think they just won CTR. But when you look at that lineup, it's like, oh man, like I could see where they could struggle in some fighters. I think fighting category can be tough for them. But if you look at the other categories, I think they have enough makeup in the other categories to, be a playoff team.
The funny part when you said that about them struggling in fighters, another team struggled last season in the fighters.
So
The
it looks like
Reapers.
LAxGods won CTR.
Yes,
I
I
kind of
think
expected that. I think AJ and X-Ray were probably first and second. It sounded like it was pretty aggressive.
it's one of those things that again, CTR is a game that you
have it or
really
you
have to.
don't.
You kind of know. You know.
Yeah.
There's a chance, like I've been practicing. I'm like, all right, like
You
All
have
you
a handful of players in the league. You know they're winning, and then the rest of the league is just it's just it's nothing. You literally have Jury, AJ, Hollywood, Cat, Cordy.
I have to put. After last season's playoffs, I have
Wku.
to, and Herb, Wku and Herb,
And then Bosif's not bad. But that's mostly it. Like it's just like a handful of players that are good at CTR, and then I think Boar's decent as well.
Sam
But
is
like
up
you
there.
have it's Sam. So you have like a handful of players that are good, but then everybody else in the league is just base.
I think it's a game that you just have to. The racing category as a whole is a category where you have to put people in. Like you just have to put the time in, right? More than anything else, you need to put the time in to be able to find an opportunity to win in some of these races. Races aren't. People think it's just driving, but there's a lot more subtleties to it that you just have to hit on if you want to be able to be successful in these races.
So far, we got a strong showing from the LAxGods, 3 straight wins, 3-0 right now.
And you were also correct.
But it's still in the first hour.
Yeah. You were also correct, by the way. In CTR, the LAxGods did sweep all of the races, taking first and second place. Pretty dominant win. So they were in a position where ultimately they were just able to take the game on their
I think maybe Shoguns were just saving the forfeits. They probably figured it's early in the game. Don't waste a forfeit on a game that can be kind of quick, and we just if we just let them win, because then if they get first and second,
after
2-3 races, it's done.
Yeah.
So that might have been the strategy. Let's not waste a forfeit. Just play it. See how you guys are. If it's something
And
we can
if you haven't don't have a chance
potentially
to
get
touch
better at. If they can't get better at it, at least they know like, okay, this isn't one of our games, but we found out now.
I can also tell you that there are some players in the league that if you don't have access to a game, if you know it's a quick game, take your practice while you're here. Don't worry about trying to be super optimal. Your coach will be the person to be like, cool, we got to get out. We got to keep moving.
So we got 30 seconds to Overwatch. Overwatch, man, I'm so excited. We'll see the lineups here shortly. I want to see if we're accurate with the lineup choices. This will be entertaining, man. I'm excited to see at this point in this stage. I want to see Shoguns get a win. I want to see it. A shooter win is going to be tough for them. But if they can pull out a win in a shooter, I think momentum-wise, that's going to help them a lot to try to get them to like, hey, we're okay. Let's go, guys. Let's get back in this.
And I think I just heard a call for timeout Shoguns. So they're going to go ahead and lose another timeout. Again, it's the
same issues
carrying
get
over
in the game last season.
You have to be able to get into the game to win the game. On the Overwatch topic, do you think either one of the teams breaks out the newest healer that just came out, I think, a week or two ago? Juno. Do we show something maybe a little bit different?
Sounds like something a guy like Electric would do.
Just like if you play these games, like you have put the time and the energy into
Mr.
learning the
B, I
character.
could see him bringing out the new character.
Okay, interesting. This will also be a really good shot because I'm really tunneling here because we already have a performance where the strength of somebody like Chris G hasn't been able to be displayed because we know him for fighters. He's now gone in for 2 shooters. This and
We could
Rainbow
because of the names, we couldn't tell who he was though. Out of the names, because they didn't have his name in there. I wonder if he might have been the one playing on Tegeta. Maybe.
I would have to
hard to
look
say.
to see
It's hard to
exactly
tell.
where he's sitting.
I'm curious. I'll find out later
Yeah.
when I talk to him. But, yeah, I'm curious about that. I'd like to see how he does in the other games because even if they're losing, I want to see if he's contributing
Yes.
to it, you know? Because, we don't even know if that was Dolo. This is Dolo's account. He looked like he had the most kills on their team, but we don't even know if that was Dolo. That could have been – was Dolo in?
Yes.
He was in.
Yes.
Okay, so it probably was Dolo. But if that's the case, it's like, okay, right there off the bat. If that's the case, I think so far, who's played the best on the Shoguns right now would be Dolo.
Yeah,
Because he got a couple kills. And he killed, like, Electric, and, like, he was getting some kills on some good players. Like, it's only one game, but given how it's gone with Need for Speed, he wasn't really involved in that. And then you had CTR. It's a game you're not going to win against unless you're a proficient player at it. So I would say if that is the case right now in 3 games, Dolo is performing well for Shoguns.
You mentioned it before, CTR. There's a lot of time still on the clock.
Performing acceptable.
Yeah. There's a lot of time still on the clock, so we have to definitely go ahead and see where and how things are going to improve for the entirety of this game. Overwatch, again, taking a good bit of time to get in. I don't know. Do you want to burn another timeout on possibly Overwatch, go down to your last timeout?
Overwatch is tough, too, because the amount of people that have, like, you change the map and then don't realize that it changes the mode settings and you have to redo it. If you don't check it, then you get a forfeit. Because that happened to us. So right now, let's see while we're waiting. We got 30 seconds remaining. So, looking at these teams with the tier lifts on Shoguns, who's living up to their tier so far in 3 games and who's not?
In 3 games?
You got Dolo tier 5. I think he's living up to the tier 5. He's right kind of like this.
So I'm going to...
So far.
I would say, if I'm jumping into it, I want to look at, who they're across from and how they're performing, right? So the first thing that's going to jump out to me is maybe DZ is who I'm looking at is, I'm expecting more out. He's matched up basically with X-Ray Aspect in terms of tier, both sitting at the tier 3 position.
Yeah.
And from a tier 3, I'm kind of expecting you to, whatever the situation you're being thrown into, to consistently and confidently be able to play, especially being a veteran talent. We saw him changing his settings after the first or second round of Siege.
All right, let's see. So we got Electric over here.
Ooh, and he's bouncing
Okay,
around
playing
on
the healer. So
Kiriko.
it looks like we got Electric, Nexus. We weren't able to see the lineups, but we do have Chris G.
We are playing on
as
El
well.
Dorado. So it looks like the it's going to be Escort on, I believe, this is El Dorado, but the teams coming for the LAxGods, it's going to be Havoc, X-Ray Aspect, Nexus, Sin, and Hasaj going up against Chris G, Ash, DZ, Mr. B, and Karakaze.
All right, we got to push. They're doing payload right now. Let's see. They're going to push the payload. So we have the X-Gods pushing the payload first. Oh, wow. Real aggressive push right now.
They wiped the entire team already. They have complete control of this payload. They ignored it to begin with, knowing that they could just take the fight and win. And here we go once again. They're just now pushing and enjoying themselves. We see Electric more than comfortable. The entire team just rushed forward. They didn't even worry really about the game mode. And now they're taking more and more space. Payload is a game mode where it's like, hey, we have one person on here, but if they can never get back to the payload, it does not matter.
If you're skilled enough shooters at the game, they can leave one person back, which I'm guessing is probably Havoc as Hanzo, if he's playing, if he's in for this. And then the rest can just push aggressively against the other team.
And we see they are up in the face of the Shogun. They're not giving any ground. They're not backing down. They're keeping them pushed back further and further. They have to bring
Got a kill on Dolo. Sin gets Dolo. AJ gets somebody as well. My life for Ire, I believe, is
X-Ray. It's X-Ray Aspect.
X-Ray, yeah.
They're
Starcraft.
guaranteed this first point. Yeah. They're guaranteed this very first point. At this point, they have pushed them back beyond the second point. Purely off of fighting. This is nothing to do with playing the game.
Sarah, I believe, is – who is that? Whoever's Sarah just got a double kill.
And now we see the Malga. So it looks like they're running 3 tanks, and I'm guessing 2 healers here, going with a goat strat, just recognizing that they might not have the DPS or the ability to take down these.
Ooh, that is a
overwhelming
full team wipe right there by the LAxGods. They are pushing so aggressive. They got the team kill. They wiped them all, and whoever's sitting back for them is literally just sitting there pushing the payload. They push so aggressively, but the payload is pushing slow because they're all forward. If they were all back on the payload, they'd be able to speed it up a little bit, but they're just like, nah, we want to get some kills. We just want to put the pressure and not give them even the slightest chance of pushing anything.
That is what's crazy to me at this point. They're not.
So I believe Havoc is playing on X-Ray's account again. No, maybe not.
X-Ray is
no,
in.
X-Ray is in.
I think that, they're running. Havoc historically has played Lucio, so he is the other healer in this GOATS comp, as the other 3 players are all playing.
Okay, so AJ's account is Havoc.
Okay.
Havoc's playing under AJ's account, which I believe is Sarah, I think. He usually plays Hanzo, though, so that's interesting. He changed character.
He either plays Hanzo. He also has a pocket Lucio that he runs pretty decently. He kind of bounces between the 2 pretty consistently.
Oh, yeah, he's running Lucio. Okay, he's running Lucio. That makes sense.
And here we go. They're moving up to the second point with no signs of slowing down, of stopping. This is that overwhelming victory. Shades of the New Moon, a team that was known as one of the top Overwatch teams in the league. This does not look close.
No, it doesn't at all. They're rolling them over, steamrolling them right now very aggressively. And Electric here, you are watching Electric, he is just really showing out. And this is what he is here for. This is what he wants to show people is like, hey, I am here. Oh, Electric is not Electric. It is actually Hosage. Oh, wait, no. Who is playing under Electric's account? Electric is HA or Hosage. I'm not sure.
Nexus. It's I believe it might be Nexus, actually. They're just out here completely slaying and killing out here. We're now on to GGO's perspective. Kenna is looking to make a play. He's looking for an opportunity.
Soldier. He seems like a soldier being a Call of Duty player.
But this is my worry. I don't think Soldier has the damage and the ability to break through this line. He's not going to be able to do it. And now they jump in with all of these ults. They're trapped in with all of these tanks. Ult on top of ult on top of ult. You could not get away. You couldn't escape. And now this should be them pushing to conclude this Overwatch matchup.
Strong, aggressive showing by the LAxGods again. It looks like they might be getting win number 4 here.
And we're hearing the comms of the LAxGods. They super organized, super together, super ready to play. And that's it. That should be game. Now, it's not completely over. The Shogun have the ability to defend. But with that or push themselves, excuse me. But my worry is that if you got beat like that from an attack perspective, they attacked you and defended you in your base. You couldn't leave. I can't see this going many other ways.
The way that went right there, whoever's on the Electric account, 25 assists. My Life for Ire, X-Ray, 24 and 16. 28 and 3 assists and 0 deaths for whoever is Sarah.
I need you to understand.
That's wild. I don't know who's Sarah, but that might be Hosage. Okay, Hosage is in there. I think Sarah's Hosage, man. That is crazy for a rookie to show out like that aggressively kills wise. It's impressive.
I think shooter rookies, especially of every other category, are ready, willing, and want to show out. They want their opportunity to be able to go forward and prove that, hey, I am a better shot than you in every single opportunity. You mentioned Hosage, you mentioned Sin, you mentioned these rookies that are standing next to 4-time champions.
Okay, so I figured it out. Electric is Nexus. And Sin is Sin. AJ's account is probably either Hosage or Sarah.
And so here we go. Now, before, we saw how the LAxGods were able to come out and immediately take space, immediately turn this into a game. And it looks like their defense is the same of their offense, overwhelming. They push the Shogun back into their starting base. They're not giving them any space. Reinhardt charges forward, hoping to get something started. Mauga. But he's the idea that I saw someone charge forward there, and it's the defender finally deciding to run back on defense.
They're not even going to let them get out of their spawn, and they're going to do it for 3 minutes and wrap this up, I think. I don't know, because this is what the problem with this map is. When you're pushing, you have to aggressively push out of that spawn, because this is very defender advantage starting point on this map, which is why a lot of people play it.
And I absolutely agree, and I think a lot of that comes down to tank play and why they played so many tanks. In something like a tank in most games, people think of like, I absorb damage, I'm a big wall. In Overwatch, you take space. You give the rest of your team the ability to move forward, or in this case, stay trapped in your base because you can't move forward. I like Dolo jumping up here. He's trying to take these fights, but the rest of his team has died. He doesn't have the heals. He doesn't have the ability to sustain as hard as this LAxGods lineup. It's the ability, the coordination is what I wondered about, because I had this question coming into this new season. New Moon was splitting up. Yeah. They're not together anymore. Were the pieces greater than the whole, right? Was it that New Moon was great because of all the players they had together, or were the players all just a tier above? And I think they're showing now. I can say honestly, right now, in this moment, there's only one tier 1 and tier 2 in this game, and it's AJ Low Blue and Nexus.
Yeah, and I think Electric is being pretty impressive, and so is X-Ray as well, and Havoc. I mean, they're like their whole team is really being a strong start right here in these first 4 games. So this should be probably another win wrapped up for the XGods moving into the next game. Did I catch what was the next game this month? Did we get a wheel spin?
I believe it's StarCraft.
Oh, really?
And I'm
StarCraft,
happy.
You know that's another XGods win.
I'm super happy.
X-Ray and Havoc. There's no way they're losing StarCraft.
I want to see what their
except
approach
for maybe the
is.
bots.
I want to see what their approach is to this game mode. The new game mode we have for it is very different. And once again, we see another wipe. We have maybe 1 or 2 pushes left here for the Shogun. They might find something. They might find their sword, their stance, their ability to be able to get back in this game. But so far, to even do that, they need to get out of the door.
There's currently 3 XGods players that have not died. And they're the 3 players with the most kills.
Here we go. We finally see them. They made it to the point, and they're starting to push. But it looks like the XGods are waiting. They're ready. They're looking for it. That maybe they have ultimates. They're ready to pop, and each and every single one, there's a kill here. I think that's it. You have 30 seconds. Everybody's just going to have to run on the base on spawn, and I don't think you're going to be able to do it because the XGods step forward between you and the point. Time is up. Someone has to make a play. Someone needs to be the hero. They exit the side door.
On the left side.
They're looking to move, but Ken is down, hurt, low. Their tanks are already low. 15 seconds. Can they make a play?
They need to at least contest to extend the time. See, the time, they got to stay contested. Oh, and then nice push right there.
But Malcolm jumps back in. He's on point. They still are living, but as the time runs down, the deaths come in.
Seconds down, and it's over. That's another XGods win. That is a 4-0 start for the XGods.
And here we go, StarCraft 2. So I'm being very real with you. I want to see StarCraft. You know more than most people in this league, I love StarCraft.
Oh, yeah. Me too, dude. I'm an OG StarCraft. I'm an OG StarCraft player.
I just don't think we're going to see StarCraft.
Oh, Havoc's available. I'm telling you right now. Think about this. This is a perfect storm for StarCraft. X-Ray and Havoc on the same team in StarCraft is going to be wild this season.
It will be very interesting.
I think the rest of the team's going to struggle with it, but with them two, if they're in, it's going to be a problem for everybody. Havoc has shown he can win solo.
So do you want me to? I'm gonna clue the league in right now. The new rules for StarCraft mean good StarCraft players can even better 1v4.
And Havoc will 1v4.
Yes, he could 1v4 under the old rules. And as someone that has always talked with Havoc, we always generally absolutely, I think he will have come up with a strategy that he feels confident. It's like, oh, I can do this. Buy me like a little bit of space. That's always been his thing.
He's just going to tell, like, if like Electric or Osage or Sin doesn't know how to play the game, you know what he's going to say? Just send me your materials.
But that's the thing, you don't need that in the new mode. The funny thing is, like, the new mode, so for those that don't know, we are playing a modded version of the map. It gives infinite resources.
Oh, my gosh, you're kidding.
So it removes
Are you serious?
the micro aspect of developing good macro, developing good economy doesn't exist in the game. It comes down to how good you are at understanding StarCraft.
Yeah, so basically all the good players got buffed so hardcore, Billy's never losing.
It's possible in this game mode.
Well, maybe somebody like Havoc could contend with him now.
I think you have to
Jeez, that's gonna be
find
wild.
and kill him quick enough. But again, I think that as someone that also has, spoken with Billy, has at times knows Billy and how well he knows StarCraft, he will absolutely. You be like, oh, I killed you, Billy, and he's like, haha, well, you're dead. My teammates, you can't just focus on me. This game mode doesn't give you that luxury. I would love to see it. I want to be able to just talk a little bit about the game mode, but you'll see it also gives you unlimited supply cap above the 200 normal cap. So armies are wildly bigger than what you would expect in a normal StarCraft game.
I just got to cramp my leg.
I understand, man. That is one of those games.
Oh man, I'm getting old. So yeah. Anyway,
StarCraft 2.
Oh man.
And this should be, setup-wise, this is on the LAxGods, so we know that setup is not going to be a problem for the LAxGods. I'm expecting probably a forfeit here. You're not going to waste.
Yeah, this is one of the games that
you
you do not want to waste the time on this if you're the Shoguns. Use one of your forfeits.
I'm being you.
Now, I will say, right here, look above my head right here. You see this above my head right here? If you're looking, you're noticing how all of the gameplay has been so smooth, so good, very efficient. These SurfThing PCs have been a real staple for UEL since we got them. They've made such a huge difference in the gameplay, and they've helped us so much in our PCs have been consistently great and run so well, including the Gauntlet, which is now PC run instead of console. It's been amazing. The SurfThing PCs have changed the game for us here at UEL.
Superior performance for superior gaming. The SurfThing PCs are amazing. I wish I could find something that could be like, oh, well, this could be improved. It's like, no, it runs smooth. Everything loads up.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing, and thank you to them. Excuse me,
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
being the official PC sponsor.
Yeah, it's very impressive, and I really haven't seen really any issues that we've had. We haven't had really any issues with it.
So we have Chris G and Kenna going in along with Just Dolo and Mr. B. I know Mr. B from his rookie season on forward has put time into StarCraft. He does know StarCraft. Hasn't really gotten a chance to perform, and I think they might be trying to get into the game, get everything set up.
Wouldn't it be wild if this is one of those random games that Chris G is really good at? That would be wild.
So
we did get a timeout from the LAxGods, which makes me think that the Shoguns are playing it. Because why would the LAxGods use a timeout if they're going to FF?
If they were the issue behind the setup, maybe not having enough time.
So we don't have X-Ray, but we have Havoc.
Look, everybody in this room, the question marks are going to be those players we don't know, the Chris G's, the Kennas. How well do they know StarCraft? Because I'm telling you right now, Havoc has proven himself to be a top, I'm going to say, 2 StarCraft player in the league. I think the only person I put above Havoc is Billy.
So here's another
thing
here's another thing I'm noticing right now. Shoguns are not getting a very good will for them to start this game off. But it's still the first hour, so you can't let that get you down. That's why I think they should forfeit this and move on. Also, the biggest problem the Shoguns are having, they're already down to 1 timeout. Same thing carrying over from last year. They're having the same issues that they had before. They need to change that. They need to iron that out. That is day 1 team thing. Game setups, accuracy with setups, not you wasting timeouts, playing the time clock right. That is number 1 what you need to learn as a team. That should be your number 1 first strategic focus.
Are we going into
So we're going into the game. We got some StarCraft, baby.
Okay, let's see. What do we have? Who are we looking
Top is
at?
going to be Havoc.
So
He usually goes by top, I think, unless he changes it.
Here we go. We are looking at a Protoss player. I want to see.
Wheel
what
spin. We
people are
got some
doing.
Tekken up next.
Oh, okay, and the fighters are finally rolling. I know the
Tekken,
Shogun are
okay.
happy about that. So I'm going to immediately tell you that I am. They have some
you
of the
see this
strategy.
right here.
Yes.
Because of the unlimited resources, going crazy with the pylons right off the jump. Smart call. It's going to take some time for each, but luckily the good thing about Protoss, which is why Protoss has such an edge in this mode with the unlimited resources, is you don't have to keep an SCV like you do with the Terran or lose a grub like you do with the, I forget the name, with Swarm. So with Protoss, he literally just activates it and moves on. So in this game mode, Protoss is going to be so overpowered because of that one simple resource tactic and ability in this mode that whoever is smart and pays attention to that, you're going to be able to build almost instantly in a first minute everything you want to have.
Yes. So to your point, for people at home that don't know, the Protoss are these futuristic-looking guys. They make these crystals which act as power lines, basically. Inside that circle, any building they place is a grid. So they warp these in. They teleport them from a different location. And so ultimately, you have this ability to constantly be building, to constantly use this excess resource that you have, and it looks like they're just filling their base to the
So
not
whoever
just
that is we're watching, they already have stuff all the way to the middle of the map.
So this is another thing. You thought about just that. You thought
man, this is
cannon
wild.
rushing was bad before now. Imagine cannon rushing with unlimited resources. This is the moment where I can see both of these players. The people on this team clearly know what they're doing because they have essentially filled an entire half of the map in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah, 300 probably wants to come back and play again for the way this StarCraft's going.
Bro, it's so fun. Look at all of these gates. I need you to understand. The armies are going to.
Look at how many gates.
I'm going to say this. This will be a great way to show off the SurfThing
Oh,
PCs because
man.
when you just see these giant armies clash into each other, it is going to be chaos. More and more is going. So they're building up. These buildings are all getting started so they can make their troops. Each one of these gateways, these circular buildings, are actually the buildings where you spawn your soldiers from. In the case of Protoss, there's dudes with 2 swords. They're known as zealots. Getting some upgrades here as well, trying to be prepared to go ahead and play. Looks like we have some coaching as well on the.
So you see the purple stretching across the
Yes.
middle? Pretty sure that's Havoc. And here's what's wild about this. When you see this, that super fast building, it's going to be so. Like, man, with the macros and stuff like that, Havoc's literally going to be like everything he's going to be able to do, everything in an instant. Create units for 30 buildings instant. It's going to be so.
But we already
it's
see
gonna
an
be
attack
chaos.
coming over.
But like you said, that chaos, look how smooth we're still running with the SurfThing PCs. With that chaos right now. And now you have action already, attacks going in right off the bat. You see right there, you see the difference. Now we're on the Shogun side. They're still in their area. The LAxGods are pushing so aggressively and building so aggressively. This might be one of the fastest StarCraft wins we see.
This player's pretty much out of the game. They're pretty much dead. I was wondering coming out of Chris G, Ash, DZ, Mr. B, what were we going to see? Were we going to see something amazing in StarCraft? But it looks like Havoc's dominance, the LAxGods dominance, having another strategic mind, just like you said with X-Ray aspect, is still there. This game, in a mode where you have unlimited resources, just look at the size of these bases in comparison to the two. The buildings are falling. The armies are walking forward. They can't see anything outside. When we go to the LAxGod side, it's an entire half of the map.
And one of the biggest things that I noticed too, and you got to think about as well, like if you're a coach like X-Ray who's not in the game right now, I'm going to give you all a little bit of basic sauce if you're somebody that's new to StarCraft. And you're like, oh man, how do I build that fast? When you're clicking everything, hold shift. Hold shift, click, and then you can go around and click all of those pylons. Then you go to the next building. Go around, click all of the next buildings. You just hold shift while you're clicking around. What that does when you hold shift, it makes it to where you can do multiple buildings at an instant. So right there, that one thing I told you gives you a chance to stand a chance in StarCraft if you're a new player. You're still going to probably lose, but if you're somebody that doesn't know, like if you're trying to figure out what to do, that's the first base 1 tactic that's going to help get you to be able to start being competitive in this game.
And here we go. The bases are falling.
Kenna has
You can
been
see
wiped
it.
out.
So this is one of the funny things about this game mode that most people don't realize, by the way.
Literally, the LAxGods have covered almost the entire map already.
Yes.
This is insane game mode. I cannot even believe that we did this game mode. This is going to be the craziest StarCraft you will ever see. I'm so excited.
Now,
this
here's
is
the real
insane, dude.
A really funny worry that I realized a lot of people don't realize, getting things outside of the base, if you're not careful, becomes really difficult. Because literally things can't find a way out. You can see all the units walking back and forth because they absolutely cannot walk forward and get out of their base. They're just stuck here.
The stream, I don't think the stream can keep up with the amount of chaos. But you know what is keeping up right now?
The SurfThing
PCs.
They're
like,
going
that is
crazy.
wild. Like that's how you know it's a true test of how good this PC is. Because with this amount of stuff that they're still running smooth, I'm pretty sure it's over. I think LAxGods already win.
Yep.
That is a win number 5 for the LAxGods. Man, that is wild.
I'm just saying. Look, to the powers that be, you can put a 5-minute time limit on building. It's fine. It's fine. Trust
With this
me.
new mode, yeah, you can't have 15-minute time limit on build. That's insane. Woo!
It's the game
That woke me up.
I mean, no, leave it at 10 minutes. Leave it at 10 minutes. It's fine. Go ahead and leave it at 10 minutes.
Yeah, because, I mean, the action is going to be so much faster. It's going to be so much chaos. And even if you're a good StarCraft player with that next level capacity, it's going to be so challenging to be able to stay up with that. It's going to be wild.
So it's one of those funny things that, like, the higher APM players, the players that are able to manage all of that, it really will show who is able to really play StarCraft to a high level because – bunch of buildings were made and put together and put in, and I still sit here and I look and I'm like, no, Havoc knew exactly what he was doing because he had extra buildings that he wasn't necessarily building units in because he didn't need.
He didn't need to. He realized very quickly with the aggressive push. He realized, oh, I don't have to worry about anything, so I'm just gonna go ahead and attack.
Yeah. And it ended up working out amazingly. I think it was a great StarCraft game. It showed why a player like Havoc will always have a place on the team. He is not just a strategic mind, not just a calm mind, but the games he's good at.
Billy in this mode, dude. Here's the thing. I already know. He's a Zerg player. He's not playing Zerg in this mode.
I'm going to make a request. If possible, Billy, can you win with a different strategy every single game? I know you can optimize all of these.
If you're listening, Billy the GOAT, that's a call-out. That's a challenge.
I think that he could easily be like, cool, I want to win with a different unit every single game and could do it free. I think that I don't have to.
I almost feel like we're dangerously close already in week 1 to them saying, okay, we're going to keep this game mode, no Protoss.
I mean, if they did that.
or guess what? If you're not playing Protoss the way UEO's playing StarCraft, you're in trouble. I'm just telling you, that's wild.
I don't think that Protoss is overpowered. This is not because I've played Protoss for 12 years. I don't think that there's any problem with the way that Protoss is handled in this game mode. We should keep it exactly the same.
Well, guess what? We finally got a fighter.
Yes.
So we get to finally see Chris G step in his category, what he plays. I don't know how much of a Tekken player he is, but when you're a fighter that plays so many fighters like he is, obviously he's going to know how to play this. But with the new one-round setup, that's wild. I also see a guy like Mr. B with the one-round setup. This makes Mr. B a pretty good Tekken player. So Mr. B might be able to put in work.
Are they playing? Whoa! They're playing. Whoa!
So we got Eddie. So it looks like we got Dolo and X-Ray. So X-Ray's playing Reyna. Dolo's going to play Eddie. I already know.
I was looking at you because I was like, "There's no way they play this."
Hey, and if you're new to this game, is that Street Fighter next?
No. That's I'm telling you
right now. The Shoguns. Right now, the Shoguns are like, okay, this is how we close the gap. Good moves right here by Eddie. This is what Eddie's gonna do, man. This is where this chance for the Shoguns to start winning some games. You got Eddie pushing in real aggressive here, getting some combos, pushing against the wall, and we're about to have a first win. Is that gonna be a perfect? That's a perfect.
And so this is something that is rewarded in this best of one format. So the way we are doing this is it's a team strike battle. 5 players on each side. You kill the first person, you move on to the second until you kill 5 people.
Oh, no. That was X-Ray playing Eddie.
Yes. So
okay,
after 5 kills, or after 5 kills, we run it back again. So it's a best-of-3 format. You have to be the first team to win 2 sets of going through all 5 players. Eddie is a strong character because ultimately what Eddie will test is, do people even know how to play Tekken? If you don't know how to deal with Tekken, over-aggression in this one-round format will ultimately win you more than anything else. A lot of people.
That's why Eddie is going to be so heavily used in this format, because with one round, anybody can go in there and you can literally spam one button with Eddie and take out 3/4 of their health, like against most every player who's not a really, really good Tekken player.
And here we go. We got a button check going in. Ash looks to be setting up. Or are we swapping stages?
Oh, they did random, I think, and then it just picked a bad one. So they're deciding, no, we're not going to do random.
Well, if y'all don't play on the stage.
Don't be scared.
Y'all don't play on the stage.
Nah, I mean, I get it, though. Stage makes a huge difference, especially with combos being able to have the walls. They decided to go with the wall break. They did secluded training ground, so it has wall breaks, but it does have some walls as well. Azucena is a good character choice if you're proficient with her, but she is a technical character. She's like a technical version of Eddie. She can be a little challenging. But nice side step right there, dude.
I'm going to be honest. We about to see top-tier Tekken 8, buttons galore, both sides looking to press and to play, but X-Ray Aspect said, I will just keep swinging and I'll just kill
the combo going.
Over and over.
You did see a couple of moves there with Ash right off the bat. He had a good sidestep, hit a couple of moves, so it does look like he's been practicing. Ooh. Okay, Ash got some moves here. Oh, go for the grab right there. That's going to bring him down of one hit, and there's a low. X-Ray takes out another one. But you did see some moves from Ash a little bit there. It looks like he has been practicing it.
Yeah, this is the hard part about the mode. The hard part about the mode is a lot of people will see it as a nerf, in my opinion, to fighting game players. I think now fighting game players just knowledge check and just say, I'm not going to let you play the game. You see X-Ray Aspect. He's played fighting games consistently throughout the league. And this is a playstyle that the characters he plays fits into this exact mentality of, if you can't deal with what I'm doing, I'm just going to kill you.
I hope they put Chris G in, because since it's a 5v5 and then a 5v5, he can play Tekken and Street Fighter. Yeah. So I hope they put him in. I'm thinking they did, but luckily because of the 5v5, if you can have your best player, who is one of the best fighters, be able to go in for 2 fighters in a row, that's huge for them to close the gap. So obviously, now we got a Steve right here, a boxer from DZ.
And this is the big thing, though. Chris G wasn't able to go in.
He wasn't?
He had to go in for StarCraft.
Oh, no.
But
they got Mr. B. Maybe Mr. B could pull it out. But, man, no Chris G makes it tough. But they'll have him for Street Fighter, so that is a big thing.
And I think that's actually why the LAxGods played the game. I don't think that they are looking to actually let Chris G play.
Yeah, Street Fighter's not happening. They're
but I don't think they don't. We've seen this before. A professional comes in, and the team's approach is, we're going to ice you out. We're not going to let
Dolo with the stick? Okay.
Yeah,
Dolo sitting down with the stick.
He played last season a decent bit. We'll be able to see. Black
they
Diamond
put
there as
Mr.
well.
B at anchor, I think, which makes sense.
Mr. B's character actually has the ability to go ahead and I believe he plays Alyssa, so he has the ability to find a couple of opportunities to take a win, especially if you don't know what the character does. But now my big question here is, who does Dolo play? We got to find somebody that can stop X-Ray.
If Shoguns lose and get swept by an Eddie, oh man, that's gonna be tough. I mean, that's gonna be tough, man.
I think there's a lot of characters. You play Fang? Let me see something. Let me see.
And he has a stick, which is interesting, because you don't use a stick unless you've been practicing with it. Unless you don't play the game, you're like, hey, let me give it a shot and try it. But at this point I don't think Dolo would do that, because he's already played one season so far.
He is picking his buttons. He's making sure everything is where he needs it to be.
So it sounds like he does practice and play with the stick, which that'd be interesting.
But this is something that I you know what? We're going to say, if anybody at home is watching this and you do not load up Tekken 8's training mode and figure out how to deal with what you're seeing, it will happen to you.
Well, for starters, against Eddie, Heat. Use your Heat. I don't think anybody's used Heat against him. I think
Ash popped it, but it wasn't a whole lot of opportunity to really use it beyond that, because you have to deal with the defense. So Fang is another one of these bully characters. Eddie, a lot of people see, but Fang has the ability to deal a lot of damage and to really bully characters in this game. One of the stronger characters overall.
Farm.
Yes, we might be able. This is also seen as, I think, map in general. But here we go. S-Ray Aspect looking to complete the first sweep. of
He's on
the
player
team.
number
No, one more
4,
player
I
for
believe,
this.
with Dolo,
Yes,
right?
Dolo
Player
is
number
player 4. And again, I need you to understand, this is the first player. This is the first player from the LAxGods.
Yeah, this is their first, which is wild. But it is an Eddie. But I got a feeling the way this is going, I got a feeling multiple XCODs, if they have to go in, are just gonna be like, I'm just going to use Eddie too. Like,
Yeah, I don't think that we're necessarily going to get the opportunity to see another one. I like the start here, looking for the low, but immediately X-Ray gets a grab in, gets himself into heat, and is now just going to, I think, overwhelm using these mixtures of highs and lows. You don't know if he's hitting you in the top of your head, the bottom of your feet. Nice pop of heat.
Blocks
try
the
to take
heat.
turn back, but it's already over here. This is going to be a test, I think, more than anything, of who can take and control the pressure and the pace of the match first, more than anything else. So let's see, what do we have next? Who do we have? Mr. B, I hope to see the Alyssa here, and maybe using some of the spacing, maybe for more knowledgeable Tekken players, it might be good to like let people whiff, let people just throw out an attack and punish from there. You don't want to just be necessarily in the face of somebody that's just going to keep pressing buttons.
so now we got Mr. B going in here. This is their best chance without having Chris G. And I don't think they had Kenna either, unless he was the first one that went in. No, they didn't have Kenna either, but I don't know if he plays fighters. But not having Chris G in for this, Mr. B is their best shot. But the way this works, if Mr. B goes in, wins this, and somehow gets to the other players, they have another shot in another round.
Yeah.
And even if they don't get through this, now they're going to go and start over with X-Ray going in still. And the other players are going to be like, okay, I'm prepared now. I know what he's going to do. But you could have a completely different turn.
But this is something that's a little bit tech that people might not realize. You're allowed to switch your order between game 1 and 2. So they could let you be like,
if
oh, we
Mr.
know
B
X-Ray.
beats him, they can have Mr. B go in first.
But then I would just be like, cool, then we put X-Ray second. We don't put and exactly like the moment you think like, oh,
or maybe
yeah.
the others are like, I want to play.
Yeah. Exactly. And here we go. I'm looking at it, seeing what we have.
That Alyssa, if he plays it right, he can, he stepped back because he knows Alyssa has the range advantage over Eddie.
Are we playing?
Did he do something wrong to where he has to not press? Or are they doing button check? They're doing button check, okay. Yeah, Mr. B was doing button check. That's how you know somebody's been playing a lot of fighters, because he's like, I got to do button check and check to make sure everything's working. Which is fine.
You know,
But he better not
can do
lose
that.
in a
You
couple
can- you can do
seconds.
that in
If
the
he
menu.
loses
All
in
I'm gonna
10
say is
seconds,
you can do
because
that in the menu.
if he loses that fast, it's going to be like,
You can do that in the menu. Is all I'm gonna say.
Well, you always want to make sure your controller's not messing up too, though. So you want to actually sometimes do it to live. So, he's got the saws out. That's how see. He knows. He's like, I'm gonna just put the saws out early, and I'm just gonna put the pressure on him. Yeah, I think X-Ray might be in trouble this time because
I don't think he
Mr.
knows
B
how to
is
deal
not
with it.
gonna. He's no slouch in tech, and he's
Using
not
heat
gonna
to
let
take
you
his turn,
pull that stuff on him.
Immediately burst, dealing some damage back.
Oh,
Mr.
nice
B using the
player
armor.
right there, the low, and
Good job.
X-Ray's out. Mr. B finally takes somebody out. Don't hype up too early. You got 4 more. But I knew Mr. B was going to be the one who is going to be to take him out because Mr. B is no slouch in Tekken. And hopefully this can help his team and be like, hey, guys, listen, okay, we can get this next round. Just let me get through these other guys. This is still early. This is the first set. We can go to the next set. We can change it. We can do better. Like, we can get it. That first round,
arcade.
they
And
can
yeah,
be
he
okay.
does have clips. He plays fighting games. A lot of people don't think that he just like never touches them whatsoever, but he absolutely has put some time into it. He's stuck with Alyssa the entirety of Tekken 8's lifespan and has really grinded his way up the ranks and feels pretty confident in how to play. But we have the tier 1 on the LAxGods sitting down.
AJ, who do you think he's going to use, man?
Eddie.
You think he's gonna be Eddie too? Victor. Okay, that makes sense, dude. You're gonna get a lot of Victors too, because Victor is a character who is he's using Xbox controls, I think. Yeah. Victor is a character who is super
Another character
irritating.
you can technically press one button on
Yeah, exactly,
and can absolutely overwhelm players that don't know how to deal with it.
I know we all heard this from last season, so I know you guys probably missed it up, so I'm just going to say it. Gun is plus.
I need that man to stop lying to people. I need people, bro. No, never mind.
I had to
Gun is
say it.
plus.
I had to
Gun
say
is
it.
plus. Go ahead, press it.
I had to say it. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see AJ versus Mr. B. Let's see if Mr. B. Oh, no, we have button check. It's button check.
I think.
Yep, button check.
Quick select.
That must have been AJ's side, yeah. Can Mr. B take out another one and do the reverse sweep? Can
think
he
so.
reverse sweep? I think it's possible. I think he can.
He has a lot of names to get through, but I think it's definitely possible here. So here we go, jumping into this next round.
Good
And Mr.
start
B
right there.
Already setting up his
Ooh,
pressure.
good blocks by AJ.
He's got to know when to challenge and when not to, being a little bit more patient. AJ just checking every single time a nice throw, challenging and seeing if people know throw breaks is going to be huge. Heat to take his turn back again. Is holding his turn on and just keeping the pressure up. This game is going to be who has
Oh, and the
control.
grab. Smart
All right,
grab
one
by
more
AJ.
guess for him. I think it's a low.
And that first set goes to the LAxGods. See, if you're the LAxGods right now, do you just say, oh, you're already sitting down, you have the controller, we'll just have you start the next set?
I think you absolutely. I think, like in a world where you know. Okay, so it looks like we have actually had an update from last night. Tekken will be a best of one now. So
That's
that download round,
tough
the download game, I should say, is no longer a thing. You just got to sit down and be ready. I'm expecting a lot of players to really be focusing in on offense and seeing how well they'll be able to take out.
But you know what's next, right?
An FF.
A forfeit by the LAxGods.
Yeah,
I mean, they're up 6-0, so they could possibly play it, but they could possibly play it just like, why not? Let's see how
I'm
it
being
goes.
very real with you.
But if they do, I think Chris G just
being
doesn't
very
even
real
give us not even a
I want the
slight
opportunity
chance,
to watch
not
him
nothing.
play in person.
Yeah, that's the
what I
thing.
want.
I want them to play. I want to see, because it's hard to see how those pros are going to translate in UEL. So I want to see him play his games. I want to see because with the way we do it, with the carryovers and the different things in the one round, I want to see if a player like that can sweep.
If they play Street Fighter, I'm going to conservatively say 3 perfects.
3, but not 5.
No,
3.
because somebody will get a jab in. You'll get a jab in, you'll get some damage.
Havoc will get a jab in.
Havoc is the one.
He won't be able
I
to
love
beat
him.
him, I think, but he'll get some hits in.
Yeah, I think because
Although, no, Nexus has gotten pretty good at Street Fighter. I think he plays Ken, I believe.
I agree, but it's just this is one of those things that, again, I think that it's very wild for me to say, but I think even the LAxGods know if Chris G is available, you're talking about playing the Street Fighter of your life. I would love to see it, but as a coach, the coach in me, I would look at you and lockdown, we just forfeited. I don't think we waste the time.
I think their game plan before today was probably don't let him play his game, don't let him get momentum. But when you're up 6-0, I think right now they're probably thinking, they're probably got the confidence that they're like, oh, we're not worried about a single game, so let's just go ahead and play it and see if we can beat him at his own game.
That's how its comeback starts.
That's what I would do. That's what I would do. But you're right. That could be the comeback. Also, like sports, you got AJ and Nexus, but if they're not available in rotation, Shoguns can win some sports. Mr. B, DZ especially. So there's still games on the wheel that Shoguns could take, even what we've seen so far. There's plenty of games they could still pull out and win based on skill levels or rotation. I'm also curious who's doing rotation for LAxGods today. I would think maybe X-Ray.
X-Ray, I think. I think he can have it handled pretty well. I'm looking at the Shoguns lineup. I think they send in those 3. They're pretty happy with that. They're going to probably follow it up with Dolo and Mr. B if they're playing this just to be as safe as possible, put as many fighters in that can actually really try to deal some damage and crush.
So far, taking
I'm
some
looking for
notes,
an
right?
FF.
Let's take some
I'm
notes so
betting on
far.
FF.
Tier notes right now. We'll just go ahead and while we have a minute 30, I'm going to go ahead and jot a little notes for tier notes.
Okay, cool. Let me know.
Who's playing above their tier, who's playing their tier, and who's playing below.
Okay, cool.
So for right now, I'm going to just not do everybody, but right now I'm going to say Havoc playing above his tier. I think Havoc is playing above his tier.
I heard what map do we want? Are we getting Street Fighter?
I'm telling you, man. Let's see. AJ is tier 1.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing exactly what he should be at his tier.
Okay.
X-Ray playing above his tier.
Okay. Above.
Who's definitely playing way, way above his tier, I think, Electric's playing above his tier.
Okay.
That's why I'm going to just leave it right there for right now. Nexus hasn't really had much of a chance to show it yet.
But I think that was always
But that's just rotation and just how things worked out. So I think Nexus, I need to see more from today just because of rotations. Hasaj and Sin, hard to stand out when you have a team that's performing the way it is. So I would say right now they look good rookie-wise, but I haven't seen enough. to really make an evaluation yet. On the Shogun side, I don't have anything to say.
This is where, for me, the biggest difficulty is. Because, like, I'm looking and I think that the biggest takeaway for the Shoguns right now is that it is clear that for their Tier 1 and Tier 2, 1 game, 0-1 games is not enough to adapt to UEL's format. It doesn't matter where you come in. Again, the question is always pros.
So the time is up. We're going to have enough of Shogun's issue. They better not mess up setup on this because it's going to be
I don't think they messed up.
But here's my question, real quick. Is Chris G starting?
They let them set all the way up just to forfeit it. They let them set all the way up just to forfeit it. All the way up.
And we're not going to get to see it. I mean, we all expected it because he probably would just sweep all 5 of them without losing at all. But come on, man. I wanted to see it. I want to see the live action.
The fact they let
I'll
it
tell
get
you, there's
all
going to
the
be
way
teams
down.
that won't forfeit against them, though. We got Midnight Ghost Hunt coming up, a strategy game. We got the first Shogun win on the board. Congrats, Shogun. Now we got Midnight Ghost Hunt.
I'm super happy. I think that they're happy. This is kind of what they expected. It's why you bring Chris G in at the end of the day. He is a force that.
Oh man, we all expected it, but I didn't want it to happen.
Yeah, no, I wanted to see it. The moment I heard what map, and I'm like, I'm not even kidding. They waited until the time went out and went, oh yeah, we can't do that. Forfeit. Oh, we're just not gonna do that at all.
The whole building was like,
bro. And that's the. I'm sad because I just wanted to see it.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh man, that's rough. Hey, that's rough. But you know, that's the name of the game. It's kind of the same thing that happened to Marty McFly. He came in as a really good Street Fighter player, and then every team was like, forfeit. We're not gonna let you play.
Yeah.
But that's UEL, man. Once Chris G shows that he's good at other games and can play a lot more games, there will be teams that will play him. I think Hollywood will play him in Street Fighter.
No.
Just because Hollywood will just be like, let's do it.
No. If there's one team that will play him, it's going to be the Ravens.
What about Reapers?
Me and Kat will
I think Reapers will
argue.
play
I
him,
will
even
argue.
though I think they will want to not let him play. The bots, I think, might. I don't know.
The Reapers did not play. The example I'll give is the Reapers avoided fighting games all last season against a player.
The Ravens
that is
will
not
play him just because they're
confident.
They're confident when it comes to any fighting game.
Yeah. Like he still has to beat.
But yeah, I don't
3 or
think
4
anybody in the
solid
league can really challenge. I could see y'all playing him.
So this is a fun fact
because y'all are one of the better.
I'm gonna let you know.
teams.
This is a really fun fact, straight up fun fact. Before there was this when schedules were getting put together and everything. All of us got excited. We're like, wait, we get to play Chris G? Oh, this could be fun. We get to play
scrimmage.
No. See, that's where you get into a little bit of trouble. But that's the nature of I think fighting game players as well. The hard part is you as the coach, where your fighting game player is going to walk over and be like, "Hey, lockdown, let me play Chris G." You're like, "There's absolutely not. Absolutely, there's no."
Yeah, they're gonna be like, "Look, I think I want to see if I can take him and just." FF.
Yeah. And then they look at you like, why? I can win that. I can win. And I'm like, I can do it. No, not today.
And then that same person that comes in all confident will get perfect and be like,
hey,
oh, my buttons, man. My controller wasn't working.
And also, again, the league's been grinding. The league's gotten a lot better. But, again, Chris G is – the way I can explain it to people that don't know who and why Chris G is, he's played multiple fighting games to an incredibly high level, top-tier level, and is, world-class in terms of – you're talking about, he's able to compete with not just here, not just in the country, not just in the state, but literally in the world. He's considered on some characters to be the best player ever in his game on those characters. So there's a reason why you might duck this. Just maybe.
Meh.
Lockdown got him. Money match?
Nah, not at all. I just wanted to pull a Robert De Niro face for a minute.
I understand. I'm down for a money match. We can stream it after the game. Hey.
I just wanted to pull a Robert De Niro face.
Understand.
Yeah. So definitely. So if you had to pick a fighter that Chris G's in that LAxGods do play today, what do you think it would be? Like a Mortal Kombat, maybe?
No, he's a Mortal Kombat champion.
Okay. So in
Skullgirls,
other words, we want to
he's
see
a-
him face Chikitek.
Oh yeah, I think it would be a really fun game. I think that
Yeah,
would be an
that'd be
absolutely fun game to watch. But he has won Mortal Kombat before. His bread and butter is Marvel vs. Capcom, so something like Skullgirls is right up his alley.
Really? Okay.
A Blaze
Interesting.
Blue, maybe. A Blaze Blue, you might be able to catch him. It's a little bit different. I don't know how much time he's put in the Blaze Blue. You might be able to get him on the anime fighter side of things. I think that would be your best bet.
X-Ray doesn't have
Or-
Guilty Gear anymore.
Die by the Blade.
Die by the Blade, of course, because anybody can win in Die by the Blade. Die by the Blade is the most non-fighter that you've ever seen of a fighter. But I think it's awesome.
It's so fun.
I love it, dude. I love it.
For all the fighting game players, it's like, oh, okay, you're going to do this, you're going to do this. And then somebody's like, cool, I'm going to swing and cut your leg off. Anyway, you were like a step too close. Have fun. And I'm like, what? Please? No, not like this. Midnight Ghost Hunt, though, is a fun game. We saw this some yesterday.
It's such a weird game.
It's
but
a prop hunt game where both sides get to be the hunters. It starts off with the ghost hunters chasing down the ghost to try to kill all of them. If they kill all 4 ghosts,
Who you
the game
sending
ends.
in?
Oh, first and foremost, if I'm the LAxGods or Shogun, which one? Who? You can give me one, whichever one. All right.
LAxGods, you go.
LAxGods, you're sending in Havoc. Havoc has to have cooked in this game. I know that he's come up with some devious tech. And because it's a 4-person game and it will take you down to 1 person remaining, you also send an S-ray aspect. Your
I
other
thought.
strategy.
Oh, it is 4. Why did I think it was 2v2?
Nah, it is 4v4.
Okay, yeah. So obviously, yeah. So you're probably gonna anchor AJ.
So here we go. We see AJ looking around for the different perks. So
Oh, the AJ went in. Okay.
yes, here we
Maybe
go.
they anchored X-Ray or
So
Havoc.
it looks like it's AJ, Havoc, X-Ray, and
Is that Final
Massage.
Stand? Final
Yes.
Stand Ragnarok is next. Another strategy game, which I think favors the X-Gods again.
The ghosts are going to be, so on your screen we're going to be watching the LAxGods. Once again, that's AJ, Havoc, X-Ray, and Hasaj. On the Shogun side, in Hunter, we have Kenna, Chris, G, Mr. B, and Kartakaza coming in as your hunters. So how this game starts is you have a little bit of time to hide. Prop hunt, you get to turn into different items and hide around the map and to buy yourself time to be able to survive as long as possible. We can see AJ seems to be searching, looking for something, trying to find a spot where he wants to be. You have different abilities. So down in the corner, you can see he has the Phantom ability, which allows him to go semi-invisible. So here you go. He is actually hiding as a door. So that means if they come up to this door, he can open, he can close it. He might be able to like mess with them a little bit. So
That's a
there'll be
smart strategy.
You don't know if the door opened on its own because you can also make the door with different abilities open on its own. So do you know, did somebody do it? Are they the door? You have to really think and work your way through. But here you go. One of the big things that's really important, in the bottom right there, you see that big bar that says ectoplasm buildup. The way the hunters and the advantage that they can have is if the ghosts sit still for too long, different devices that the hunters have will start to build up ectoplasm for you to be
Like
able to
prop
find them.
hunt in Call of Duty,
Yes.
where it's after a certain amount of time you'll whistle.
Yes. Players can intentionally whistle or call, or there's a bunch of different sounds. You can intentionally do that to lower that bar as well. But you can see as they start to sit here a little bit longer, that bar just creeps up, and so it forces action. You can't just hide in one place, especially if players, it looks like one of the hunters is trying to get through, realizes that he's the door because the door won't open.
Oh, he's made way too much chaos and noise. He's
Nothing to see here.
He's a pie.
Nothing to see here. Please check. Please check. Please check.
Please.
There's no way he gets
no
away
way.
with it. There's no way.
There's no way.
They moved the
dude.
fridge. Do they see the pie?
Oh my God. Is he
Everybody likes pie.
I don't want to give anything away if I'm loud, but I want to see. Oh my gosh, no way.
And here we go. The game is continuing.
Who is? Oh wait a minute. So the hunters is actually
the
X-Gods.
Shogun?
So this
No,
is
the
what
Shogun. The Shogun are the hunters.
Hasaj and X-Ray were in there shooting.
So one of the abilities that is being used right now by AJ is called Perception, which lets you see the hunters through walls. So it allows you to kind of play a little bit more strategically. And so
But what I was saying is it was showing X-Gods names as the hunters.
they might just have lined up. There's a specific range that if you get it lined up just right. you
Okay,
don't
yeah, because
get
I think we're watching Havoc now.
So here we go. Havoc is now utilizing. Oh no, I think this is Karakazik. He is utilizing a freeze gun along with the ability to see ghost footprints. It helps you track a lot better and a lot easier. We can hear the call-outs coming out, and they're chasing them down. They have a minute and 34.
They have one person in a chair
They've
right
locked
here.
him
They're
down.
lighting him up. They took out one
But did he
right there,
swap?
I think.
He swapped items.
But they got one.
And that's-
X-ray is down.
That's one ghost down. So when you kill a ghost, they come back with significantly less HP, meaning that they're far easier to deal with later in the game, and you have the possibility of killing them. But they have a minute and 15 seconds to find 3 of the LAxGods who have expertly avoided them. We do see the meter here, so if the LAxGods aren't moving, they will be seen. But if you move, you have the opportunity to get seen. It's that game. Nothing is being picked up, but here we go. We continue to move through the halls. Who is going to be able to find who? Mr. B looking around as well. They're looking. 50 seconds left.
They found someone right here. They're going to shoot another one.
They go
it's
over,
a lamp,
they jump,
lantern.
and they are moving. This is one of the things, as these props exist and as they quickly jump between different places, it's really easy to lose sight of them, and I think he's gone. I don't think you know exactly.
Oh.
No. And here we go. I hear the call of they found him. They have him, but there's 30 seconds till midnight. Do they realize that they don't necessarily have the time to be able to try and chase him down? Where I think we're looking at Chris G's perspective right now. He's using this harpoon. It electrifies and traps Ghost to make it easier to play, but there's 15 seconds left. The hunters are about to become the hunted.
He's back into the lantern, dodging back and forth, resupply.
And a very
So
cool
now they're going to
swap here.
switch sides.
All right. And here we go. I believe this is – he swapped over, it looks like, to the 2-barrel shotgun. So the big thing about being a ghost, when the ghosts try to deal damage, the bigger the object, the more damage that they would deal. So you see here, you're taking a little bit of time. A ghost could be creeping up behind you and dealing damage. Luckily, his teammates are covering him. And it looks like they're just trying to swing on them. I need the LAxGods to get into some items, start threatening from multiple angles. It looks like maybe they figured it out. That's one of the LAxGods out of the game unless he can be revived by his team. They're kiting around. They try to do every aspect.
work.
That's 2 down. Is this a Hunter win? There's 1-1.
Oh,
It's
this
a
is
1v1.
Kenna. This is Kenna. This is Kenna popping off. That's what's happening.
And in a 1v1, Hassad
Kenna almost
clutched it
took out all of them.
But Hassad, the rookie, managing to come in clutch there and take out
But a good showing by
professional.
Kenna right there. He
Yes.
showed why he's a shooter. He almost got all of them. That's wild. But good showing right there for the LAxGods. It's another win. It's going to be 7-1 LAxGods lead going into Final Stand Ragnarok. It's kind of a wild, weird game. I would think the LAxGods have the advantage in this, but it's also one of those games you never know. You never know who's going to be really good at it. And we go for score. So score is, it's a pretty base skill-wise in this game.
It's a very
as far as buttons
Yeah.
and how to play.
Knowledge of the game really does have a huge impact when it comes to.
I don't think a lot of people are practicing it though. Because
That's
it's
the funny
kind of
part. And what's even bigger than that is a huge update came out literally last night.
wow.
A new character got added to the game. So I don't know how many people have experimented, maybe looked into him, seeing how he plays, what he can add to the team, and what they want to do. I can say, because I've been watching a decent number of streams from around the league, that one of the teams that has definitely been playing and practicing it is the Shogun. They've been hopping on the Midnight Ghost Hunts. They've been hopping on the Final Stand Ragnaroks as those niche games that people don't tend to practice as much as maybe they should, hoping to maybe find some wins. But again, every time a game like this comes up, it's a game where, again, you mentioned it, but like, if there's one player, 2 players, because I got to give respect where respect is due. There's 2 players in the league that I would say get the Let Him Cook award. It's Havoc to your face and Billy the Goat. You let them cook, and they'll come out with something that you never would have expected.
Oh yeah, on a technical level, it's wild.
But again, I think that this is still doable. Putting in that time and that practice, maybe the Shogun have figured something out.
So let me ask you this: if you're the Shoguns, who could have been in your lineup that could have made a difference in some of these games? Because you got Arbiter not playing today. They signed a player from the past. If you don't know, Raven is actually signed as a player on the Shoguns, but he's not playing today. But he's somebody that has the time now to practice and be involved, and he's back to being involved, and he's been practicing with the team a lot. So you got Raven and you got Arbiter who are not in lineup today. Do you think either one of them could have helped out in any of the games that we've seen so far?
I think Raven could have absolutely helped out some, mainly because of the fact that in a
He's a
situation,
decent fighter.
having a solid fighter puts you in a position where, like, Christie doesn't have to always be available for every fighter, and if you get a back-to-back role, you're kind of safe. And yeah, Mr. B, I think, performed amicably, but the expectations on something like Tekken are so high that you kind of want to have some baseline of fighters. There's a lot of talk in the league as well of things like Lethal League Blaze, as well as, I'm forgetting one other game, Checkmate Showdown, being very fighter skill reliant. And so I think that there's a good place where those games can absolutely show out. And
So
show
I
off.
asked, speaking of Checkmate, I asked Havoc. I said, "So who's going to handle the strategy in Checkmate Showdown?" And he said me or Sin. So apparently Sin is an avid chess player as well.
I just would warn people a bit: don't try to play too much chess in Checkmate Showdown.
Yeah, you got to be a good fighter. But, you do, though, because here's what you have to think. But you have to play it a little differently. You have to play to the strengths of your best fighters.
Yeah, I would normally agree, but I think you need to be able to, you need to be able to create situations where your fighters can excel. But I think sometimes it's very easy for even myself. Like, I looked at that game and I was like, okay, I can just play chess with people. And I lost to people who would probably be worse fighters than me because I took the chess part of the game so seriously.
Yeah, because you could mess up and give them to where they have assists and ultimates because you attacked them where they have people around. So you got to play a little bit different. You almost have to isolate them. You have to isolate their players to try to fight them one-on-one and have the advantage, which means you it's almost like you want to play a little different and have like less movement. But Final Stand Ragnarok is kind of
it's annoying to set up. I'm going to say annoying because you have to get somebody's exact name case sensitive to be able to invite everybody to the party. Which
so in other words, it's going to be another thing that the Shoguns are going to struggle at.
Well, luckily, this was a setup for the LAxGods, and they just had to burn a timeout on it. So
yeah,
that ends up working out.
The problem with Final Stand Ragnarok is it's such a new game and a unique game. We're not going to have, I think, too many strategy things to talk about. We kind of just have to feel it out and watch and see how these teams are going to adapt and what way they're going to play. You know, I think it's something that it's different.
My big question is going to be what compositions they go with.
Yeah.
Who are they playing? What characters? They all have their strengths and weaknesses, and that kind of tells me how you want to play the game. It also depends what map you get. Depending on the map, the objectives change a little bit, and you have to know how to deal with those different objectives. Calling out these teams really quickly, though, we have Nexus, X-Ray, Aspect, Havoc to Your Face, and Sin going in up against DZ, Karakazik, Just Dolo, and Mr. B.
This feels like a Karakazik game.
I can see
If
that.
I had to pick somebody in the Shoguns out, this would be his game. I would say Karakazik. But I feel like Mr. B, if he practices this, could be decent at it.
I do. I agree.
I
think
feel like this is the type of game he can get good at.
From some of my research and watching them, Karakazik seemed to be a pretty big voice. Him and Arbiter, I think, both had pretty big voices in the strategy game.
I think he could be a good strategy player in the league.
Yeah.
Once he has some practice and some work and gets some knowledge in the league and gets more reps, he's a decent shooter as well. But I think he could be a good strategy player for the Shoguns as their strategy guy.
Yes.
That's another thing that I think Raven could help bring to the table too.
All right, so I always love the you've been in coaching, you've been leading here. What are you thinking with 30 minutes left in the first half? What are you thinking if you are the Shogun right now? How are you planning for the rest of this game to maybe find a win, find a comeback?
The rest of this game or after this game?
After this game, if I'm being honest, if you're already there, I think that's a rough spot to be. I think you have to focus on what's directly in front of you and then recognize that's what VOD review for, that's what practice after this is for. Yeah. You got to try to find as many wins as you can.
It's only one match in. But if it was me, I'm looking and I'm saying everybody from last year's team is gone.
For the Shogun?
Yeah.
But that's Karakazik, that's Dolo.
I would keep Kaz.
So one thing that
I would keep Chris G, Kenna, Kaz, and because Ash is a rookie and got to see much yet, I would probably keep him as well. But Dolo, Mr. B would be gone for me, and I would make DZ a coach. That's my opinion. Take it with what you will.
So that's I think that that might be that might be a take for some of our shows. Actually, if you join the UEL during the week, on Mondays you can catch Inside the Wheel. And then on Wednesdays, the newly returned technical timeout with
Logan Summit. I think he sounds like Saul Goodman.
He's amazing. It is pure entertainment. When he's on, it looks like we're getting into game. I do think if I am the Shogun, my game plan for the rest of this game.
Look at the character choices. They all did also.
So
I think all 4 also. Maelstrom's next. Yes, I love Maelstrom, dude. I love it. So I found out from y'all's match yesterday was that Sam had some type of issue where his ship wouldn't turn. And it just went straight into the wall, and he blew up. But he said he couldn't turn, like something went wrong. I don't know if he just made a mistake, but you can press down to slow down. I don't know if that had something to do.
The dwarves are also a little bit.
He said that something happened, and he couldn't get it to turn.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened with that. So you kind of lost players very fast in the game, and then you were on your own. I will say you held your own and played very well.
Also, the rules are a little bit interesting. We'll get there when we get there. But coming into it looks like a lot of players are moving on over.
You're going to have to help me on this one because this is a newer game on the wheel, a newer game to me.
Right.
So they're playing together, but I think they can steal each other's minions.
It's a points-based game. So ultimately, in this game mode, there's going to be a bunch of objectives. For people that care about lore and story, you are assisting the Norse gods in dealing with Hel pulling up and trying to use her forces to take down a tower of civilians. Cool. Now that that's out the way, you have to protect them. You have different abilities. Some players have fire. Some players have ice. Some players have ghostly spirits they can summon. This guy we're watching right here is a big Norse Viking that can swing, that can fight, and is very good at kind of taking a lot of damage. Every character, their 3 ability also buffs the people around them, not just themselves. So in his case, he can increase the damage of his teammates.
Since they picked 3 of them, no, that's a different character. This is the one that's different.
The guy that you said his name, Alib.
Abdul.
He uses fire and is able to defend really well, except like being a very good tank, and again gives some more defensive and survivability to his team. Right now, though, the initial part of the game is going to be just killing enemies, and to get those points, damage is one of the things that marks off. Objectives is another thing that can add on to your overall.
Okay, so that enemy took a lot of hits to take down. Why was that? Was that a special like mini boss enemy, or?
So one of the big things about Final Stand Ragnarok is they can put hundreds of characters on screen, but they're not all the same. To your point, not all of these skeletons are the same. Some of them are much stronger. We'll see some other enemies pop up as the rounds go on. And as those enemies come out, they deal more damage and take more damage. It's going to require coordination. So here we go. As you can see here, Jalib has the ability to ignite his shield on fire and spit flames out of it, as while also using his sword. Again, a very strong character. I think he has a good use at dealing with large crowds.
A lot of buff pickups right there.
This is something that's really important. In-game, you have the ability to pick up these different things called buffs, boons. They can raise different stats. Some of them raise defense, some of them raise attack, some of them raise your abilities. And here we just see everybody kind of running around trying to get as strong as they can as quickly as possible, ultimately. I'm trying to see where we are going. Has the first objective started just yet? This first objective on this map is going to be defending this middle tower. As you can see, Chapter 2 starting up. It's Save the Fire Tower. So you're going to have to defend this middle tower. There's going to be a lot of enemies running in, sprinting in. You're going to have to do everything in your ability to stop anything from hitting this tower to be able to grow and play. Now we see it looks like the two teams have almost split up and are playing together. I see Havoc on the ninja character that does ice running off kind of by themselves, but they're not really defending the tower because everybody seems to be concerned with points. So I'm interested to see how long this game lasts. It is possible to lose if you do not fulfill the objective.
Yeah.
But for the most part, as long as you're aware of what the objective is, it's kind of hard.
Well, since they're playing in the same thing, I think they probably just go for score because they can just end the game faster. Yeah. So if you're the Shoguns, maybe the whole plan is let's just go for score so the towers drop and then it ends fast and we win with score.
maybe, just maybe. And now I see it looks like this might be Mr. B, I want to say, playing the new character, Carthathlon. There hasn't been much time to actually, literally it came out last night, so I don't know how much time he's had to actually learn the character. The character has a healing ability. He uses dual swords.
He probably hasn't even played the game, and he just hopped right on and play. This game does seem like, with some of the basic mechanics, that you can just hop on and just play.
Yes, and so you see here they're running between these different portals, or what they call the crystals. They are one of the side objectives, and they're different little secret and side objectives that teams are going to have to figure out where they exist on the map, because that's where you're going to find those point edges out over your opponents. Everybody here is now just going back to looking for kills. Every time a crystal pops up, somebody's moving for it. Havoc is really low. I hope he doesn't end up going down here. I do know that his character has the ability to go invisible, but apparently wasn't able to, is down. His team might have to go and pick him up, it looks like. And they're just trying to deal damage. You see the Shogun players aren't even worried about it. They're like, okay, one of them is down. Cool. That gives us more damage. That gives us more of an opportunity to make a play here, to be able to kill as many items and units as possible, to just continue to push our score higher and higher. It is a team-based score is what matters here. They add up everything, and so it's not just one player carrying this whole game unless they're so overwhelmingly, I guess, dominant. So Carthathlon is able to put up an ability that gives us C-made shields. He's able to heal. He's this very good support character that does a surprising amount of damage as well as he moves around. Let's see where we are going to next. Again, everybody likes to play out here in the field. It does look like maybe some players are back by the tower. Sin, I think, is a low as well. I see up there in the top left of the screen. But everybody is just doing their best to get as many kills as possible. As on a 23-kill streak here. Looks like it's about to run out, but I think they're realizing that this tower is incredibly low. It's at half health almost. Yes, the timer isn't completely run out, but if that tower dies, the game ends. Players may be realizing, whoa, 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 we pushed a little bit far out. Nobody was defending, but here we go. I think we're cutting over to possibly X-ray aspect here on a 215, 216-kill streak. These streaks end up mattering immensely with the amount of damage you're able to do, the points you're able to rack up. We saw it last night where I believe it was actually Magna ended up getting 10,000 more points because he had like an extra 2 million damage compared to his opponents.
Wow.
It ends up being, knowing the game is huge. Havoc's back up now, looking to deal some damage here. The ninja character can actually debuff enemies so they take more damage as well, allowing you to clear out mobs and groups a lot bigger. It looks like Havoc and maybe teams are starting to pair up and separate. They're just trying to clear this tower. They don't want the game to end just yet. There is a hard cap timer, though, on the game. I believe it is 14 or 15 minutes. No, 1 minute left. So this game is going to be done extremely shortly here.
So, yeah, so the tower doesn't matter then. You're just focusing on just points then.
Yeah, the game, this tower will end in a minute. So, yeah, you could absolutely, if you know what's going on.
Don't even worry about the tower. Just go for score.
Yeah, because if the game ends before then, okay, cool.
So a score only made by kills, or a score also made with other
objectives? So those I want to call them pylons because I'm thinking of StarCraft. The portals, will give them. We saw on the screen very briefly, I believe, like a treasure wraith appeared. Those are special enemy types. Those named enemies also, I believe, give more points, but they take more damage and more time for you to be able to kill and to eliminate. So it really comes down to, once again here, of being able to figure out exactly what you want to do. We see Havoc just getting into as big of a group of enemies as possible and just trying to deal as much damage as possible. Everyone's swinging, 10 seconds left. They're just trying to get that last little bit of damage.
That person has over 1,100 kills, 1,200 kills.
And they were on, hands up. Somebody's still swinging.
Still going.
Somebody is absolutely still swinging. I don't know if they heard time called. This is
it's delay.
A little bit of delay. Okay.
A little bit of delay on us. I'm about to say, almost like, oh, snap, somebody's in trouble.
I was like, we can see. Yeah, no, we saw that, everybody turned away the moment that call was actually there.
Yeah.
So here we go. Once everybody dies, we'll go to the score screen. Hopefully the PC being shown, we can go ahead and pop over here. Here, they hit continue and then head on over to the
Aspect, highest score, Havoc, don't have time to bleed, maximum carnage, Sin.
So Havoc took the most damage, but the most damage, two of the top players where it looks to be coming from them. So Aspect with the most points here, sitting at 18,000. I think that's going to do it. With Sin being in second place, Nexus being in third place, that puts them at roughly such a high score that I don't think it matters, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's. I think it's. Yeah, I think he won. I think he beat them all by himself.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be like, he's like, let's take a picture.
Not necessarily by
So that's
himself.
gonna
Because
be
again, Dolo,
an
shout out to
XGods
Dolo.
win.
Dolo got
Yeah.
6K, but I think that they just weren't able to pump out enough damage to be able to keep up with X-Ray. X-Ray was that player that we saw with like 1,100 kills. I think he just kept finding those groups of enemies, burning his way through, dealing as much damage. And funnily enough, that makes a lot of sense for me. We hear the cheers erupt from the arena because this game, Maelstrom, which is coming up, replaced the game on the wheel, League of Legends, which X-Ray is very, very well versed in.
So you see the lineups now. No X-Ray, no Havoc. I think they should have, if possible,
Left one out.
left Havoc out because you see how X-Ray did. Havoc was actually the least on the team. So maybe, unless that was on purpose, I think Havoc should have been left out because he's probably pretty good at Hails. He's decent. I've seen him play.
Absolutely agree. But he's probably a coach as well.
So Maelstrom right here, I think if you got 4 and 4, so you got to choose 3, you got to leave an anchor. I think if you're the Shoguns, you leave DZ to anchor because he's got probably the most experience coverage-wise on the team. And if you're talking 1v1s, only 1v1 games are going to be like, what? I don't think there really is any 1v1s anymore. So, like, you probably leave DZ for, like, sports games, like 2v2s and stuff. And then from the XGods standpoint, I'd probably do the same thing, and I would leave AJ as anchor.
AJ is anchor.
Then now, that is going to be tough.
Nexus.
That is going to be tough, actually, because this could be a game the XGods could lose here. I don't know how much Asajj and Electric have played or Nexus have played it. I don't think they've played it much. I don't think none of those 4 have played it much. So,
Well, there was the event, and I know so I can speak to. I know AJ's played it. I jumped in actually with Havoc and him, and I believe Sparrow for. They were playing early on in that event, so I know that AJ has some time on it. He was labbing, he was working, he's been working with Havoc pretty heavily. Now I want to see what ships people pick. There hasn't been a meta, and I think that issue with the last game with Ragnarok is we don't know where people are yet in Ragnarok, and even if you've been playing, maybe you feel really confident. But if you don't necessarily know, because like even last night, we had a situation where it's like, okay, well, how good are people? And like, oh wait, you did 10,000 extra damage. Maybe we didn't need to full send here. Now we only won by 3, but at the same time,
there we saw X-Ray basically can do it by himself. You just give him whoever with him on the team. He's got it.
It'll be interesting if teams figure out exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
So
Clearly, you see the difference. Like it looked to me like what X-Ray was doing is he was pulling the enemies, bunching them up, and then killing them in piles. Whereas some of the others were running around chasing enemies, chasing one enemy for one kill. That didn't seem smart. It seemed like the better strategy would be to funnel them into like a small group so you can get more kills.
I am still a player, so I'm not going to give everything away.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I'm going to tell people, as you alluded to it with Maelstrom and Final Stand, practice these games. Yeah. Touch them. It's actually really important. You need to know what's going on. And we do have a lineup. It does look like they're anchoring Nexus and they're anchoring DZ, so you were on the side. I was thinking
You're
Nexus.
right. I was right.
But I only think about Nexus because, like, Nexus, he plays racers. He plays sports. He plays shooters.
You talking to me?
I might be talking to you. All right. I do want to see what the ships are going to be here ultimately.
Yes, I want to see the choices.
I wonder if Havoc is willing to put somebody on his account.
But I got to say real quick before this starts, I need a boost after watching that Final Stand Ragnarok. It was good gameplay, but it was a domination by the XGods. So I need a boost, man.
I need you to understand, bro.
Yeah,
Sly,
I need a boost from Sly,
an official partner of the UEL. They are amazing, and the XGods are using their timeouts. Now, this is something that I want to highlight to you right now. Both teams have 2 or less timeouts before halftime.
That's tough. I mean, it's first game. That's going to happen.
And
but, I mean, this is pretty rough. I mean, the setups, XGods, most of their timeouts, I think, are probably more strategic stuff. They've had 1 or 2 that I think they had to use because of maybe a bad setup for some games like Ragnarok or something. But I think from what I'm seeing, it looks like they did it on purpose. I think they're having a strategy meeting because I don't see them at the PCs.
My guess is
so I think this one might have been a strategy.
You're having Havoc probably like, cool, this is what you want to do. This is how we're going to play it. This is how we're going to approach it. I say Havoc because he is one of the most played in the UEL currently
Yeah,
of the game.
we're talking to AJ. One of the first things he said was like, "Yeah, Havoc's basically been putting all the time in the new game, so he's got it covered."
Yeah. And so as long as I think he'll have a strategy that's like pretty general across the board, I want to see how the Shogun do, because something notable did happen during the Maelstrom Sync the UEL Pro event. The current reigning champions of the UEL, the Reapers, actually fell to a squad of Shogun players during
I
the
think
event.
Raven was playing.
And so I think that like maybe they've worked on this. Again, having listened in to their streams, they seem to really be looking at those games that in these early weeks, where can they find those wins of those games that teams aren't practicing maybe as heavily as they should be? Because, you know, I'll focus on focus on fighters, focus on shooters. But it's like Midnight Ghost Hunt, did you practice it? Ragnarok, did you practice it? Maelstrom, did you practice these games? Because they're a little bit different.
So I've seen quite a bit of the Shoguns practicing the new games like Maelstrom and stuff like that. I do think after watching today that Arbiter and Raven would have been a help. And my first thought was, oh yeah, maybe take out Dolo, but like Dolo's kind of been the only one that's been performing.
I think this is one of those hard situations where I don't think the Shogun have a lot of moving pieces they have to get together. And this is a tough first game because I think on the flip side here, you have 4 people that have played together, right, from New Moon. You have Havoc, who is one of the most slot-in players in the UEL. I think Havoc will be given a job and will do it to the T time and time again. And then you have 2 new rookies that you've had now a month to work with, integrate, figure out where their strengths lie, how to play them. Whereas I think the Shogun are still defining the Shogunate. What does that look like? What does the squad, what is their identity as a team? They have a lot of young players that are still learning what it means to be in UEL.
I feel like Shoguns are going more for a vibe in their players getting along with each other and going for a vibe, and not necessarily going for skill. Other than Chris G and GGO or Kenna. But the skills that they've had for those players, they haven't had a chance to utilize them. So that also comes down to coverage on the team, rotations, and if you have a great fighter or a great shooter, if your fighter's not available for Tekken, you lose Tekken.
Yeah.
If your shooter is not available for a shooter, you're going to lose it. Or if he's the only one that's good at the shooter, you're going to lose it. So I think what it is their coverage as a team overall is I think they have a lot of skill issues on the team
for right now.
And that's just being real. I mean, last season, a lot of those players were playing last season and couldn't win a game.
This is a young team that is only going to get better. And we've seen time and time again, the teams that have to play these tough matchups ultimately grow the most. But here we go, and we are jumping in right now. Let's look. So it looks as though the blue team will be the LAxGods, and we will be going up against the
Lethal
red
League
team.
Blaze.
Ooh, Lethal League Blaze, the sports game. That's definitely not
I
anything else.
don't even finally we get a sports game, but I don't know how that game's gonna go. I've watched zero tape on Lethal
it
League
is.
Blaze.
It
I
is
have
fun.
no idea what it is.
It is fun. So your teams, it'll be AJ, Hasaj, and Electric going up against GGO, Kenna, Ash, and NY Chris G. Chris G has actually played a surprising amount of this game. Most people were not paying attention, but it seemed like he was willing to put time and energy into ensuring he really knew the fundamentals and the core parts of this game. So looking at the dwarf ship here, I
see
we are
one
watching
person
Electric.
rushing all 3 of the Shoguns, and that's not a smart call. He does have a heavily armored ship, but
Here we go. It's time to start.
it was the warm up.
Yeah,
That
it
was the warm up. Yeah.
yes.
So battle begins now.
So immediately,
You got to stack those abilities, which means you got to take out those little mobs and the small ships, the NPC ships, because they're going to give you some abilities, some armor, some health, some gold, like treasure. Like you want to try to stack as much of that as possible, and you want to make sure. So you see what they did right here. They got Havoc at the lead, and then the whoever's playing the Havoc, and the other guys are following with the heavily armored ships. So it looks like they mostly went for heavily armored ships.
So this is something that's really big, and we saw red team there. We see the entirety of the Shogun right there around the corner.
You can't miss the
But
items.
what I want to highlight is all of the players coming out of the XGods are on the biggest ships. They're on those battleships. They're slower. They're more difficult to move. Mainly because I know what he's using, because he's probably on the PC I was on. He has a mate that gives him a shield that after he takes some amount of damage, he's able to get a shield that helps play off of the dwarf. Again, the mates are a little bit random, so people will have to have researched and figure out what they want to actually use here. But it looks like Electric is playing the Mines ship, looking for an opportunity to be able to get in and deal some damage. Is definitely going to want to set up a play
you
here.
got run into your own teammate. That's not good.
You got to keep an eye. It looks like are they chasing them down? Do they want to get into this fight?
Oh, who's the green right here? This is some is that an NPC boss,
Yes.
right?
Those are some of the NPCs that are in the game, but they're pulling up on GGO.
They're focusing on GGO instead. They're focusing on Kenna instead of worrying about the NPCs.
I don't know if GGO noticed, but it's finally pulling away a little bit more, getting a little bit of space, and here comes
Good
AJ.
ram. Good ram. Did they just take out? Yep, Electric just claimed Craven's bounty. That's another. I think that's another player. Or,
This is another
NPC.
game that is really important to watch because a lot of things go into your points. Your damage goes into your points, most notably. So being able to do that is huge. So I like the idea and the choice here to board. The dwarf ships are very tanky, but they're very weak to boarding.
they're trapping him in so he can't go anywhere, and they
Yes.
can just constantly do damage.
And especially here, I'm not sure how well you know the ability. I don't see the use of the mines here, which is really
So
interesting.
Kenna lost his side armor on both sides. So all they got to do, but he still has armor in the front. So all they got to do is hit his sides, and he's going to start melting.
You notice that's exactly where AJ's positioning him. And I hear AJ calling for that kill. He's looking for that opportunity. He's saying, yo, pursue. We have pressure.
Gotta
It's
take
our
him out,
turn.
yep.
And GGO has gone down, I can tell here. And now we've swapped over. It looks like the Chris G.
Chris G, that's a lot of items
And
from that
Mr.
NPC.
B has managed to claim a bounty as well. So whoever's on Mr. B's account, I'm guessing that has to be Chris G. He's able to get the opportunity to keep his team in the game and get a little bit of more damage.
Oh, this is the ram ship. I love the rammer.
Is
The,
he able to
the
get this
orc
kill
one
though
with the
before he
rammer in the
possibly
front. I
goes
like
down?
that. I just tried that ship, and I think that I might try to play that one for a little while.
It is a very good ship. Ash was able to claim
Ash
another
claimed
bounty,
the bounty.
as well.
Nice.
He's near the maelstrom. Hopefully he doesn't actually. We saw this last night. One accidental movement can cost you, and he's near the edge of the circle.
But
so
it's
he has-
also, the Maelstrom is great if you're one of those slower ships to use it to get an edge and speed to be able to vacate and get out of there. And so that is one thing. If you play it right and play the angle the right, he's going to go for the ram right there, pitting against the wall. Good move right there, putting the aggression on him. This is a way to take out one of those players, and that is one of the XGods players.
He is by the edge of the circle, and this is my worry. I learned about this and showed it firsthand. If you're near that edge, those sea monsters will instantaneously kill you. You have to be aware of where his zone is in this game.
And if you notice, Electric claimed another bounty.
So it looks like both teams, both players are absolutely finding their wins. They're finding their opportunities. They're both not really trying to fight each other directly. They're trying more than anything to find an opportunity.
So if you're going to choose those ships that have the, the omnidirection, you need to stop and turn. Instead of trying to turn while moving fast and running into things, sometimes you have to slow down and turn if you're going to do that. That's why some of these ships have that omnidirectional capability.
And it's really interesting because the dwarf ships also can go in reverse. A lot of people don't know that the dwarf ships don't just have to go forward. They're the only ships that in the game that do that. And it looks like people are starting to get set up. But it looks like the LAxGods are just taking the center position and just waiting for the Shogun to pull up and to go ahead and try and take a fight. And are just fighting from a distance. They're saying, you have to come to us. We don't have to push you.
So there's 3 XGods there, and then Ash is on the other side of the Maelstrom. Ash doing pretty well so far. So is Electric. I think those two have both stood out pretty well. Havoc is actually Hosage, I think, is Havoc right now, playing under Havoc's account. So it looks like Electric and Ash are both performing really well so far.
So that's my question. I wonder what is going on here. They're picking up a few more buffs, trying to get some more damage out here.
Got a nice shield right here. little shield bubble. Going to push him into the wall. Smart strategy. And they're going to be able to clean up the items, but you got to be careful. Electric's doing damage to his own
But
teammate.
luckily, even
and
with
now here comes Sarah, which is another player. I forget who's on the Sarah account, but it is somebody from the Shoguns. I'm pretty sure.
And here we go. They're
Or
swinging
LAxGods,
around.
actually. I'm sorry, that's LAxGods.
And let's see what we're doing. Havoc. So you said Sin was on Havoc's account. He seems to be kind of over there by himself, or Hasaj, excuse me. He's on Havoc's account. And they're just using these currents to kind of go back and forth and just hold position. Ash not wanting to approach without his team. And I think we see Mr. B coming up. And a big ram coming out of Ash for good damage. All of this damage is going to matter. Can he hold tight enough around this turn? He's just on the edge, and he manages to slip in without having to worry about possibly dying.
He's got Mr. B there to assist him. The problem is he's taking a lot of damage, and he needs to clean up some of the weaker NPCs to try to get some items to build back up because he has taken a lot of damage.
I like that. A nice score check just to make sure everything is okay.
Him and Mr. B are very tight and close to each other. They got to be careful. Take advantage of the smoke to be able to get out of there because you are at the edge of the storm in the zone.
It is 2v3.
They got to be able. It's 2v3, yes, but they do need to be able to. There's some items there. He needs to pick up some items. Okay, he's got the smoke. Here's a chance for him to escape and get out. He's got to make sure he doesn't leave Mr. B behind too far, though. So Mr. B hopefully is right behind him. This is where they need to go to the smoke over there. It's getting smaller. Oh, it's smaller now, so there's no escaping now. So you got to fight.
I hear some claps, but I think that's Mr. B possibly going down. Ash looking for an opportunity to get on Havoc. The issue with chasing the human battleship here is it's excellent at range, and you're running yourself into more and more fire.
So right now you see he's got the NPC that's fighting him as well. So you almost want to, in a sense, kind of take advantage of the NPC fighting Havoc and try to take advantage to get some kills. But it looks like the LAxGods have the edge here, and they're almost about to take out the last person, which should give them the edge.
And as we
give them the win.
We see them descending. The two Shoguns stand together looking to take a fight, but in this moment, the LAxGods are sitting in a tighter formation.
Now.
Yeah,
a lot of sails, a lot of crew.
Oh, I hear the call to ram Ash. They're trying to pin him in and take him down.
Ash is down. I think he just took. Yep, AJ just took out Ash.
And with not many shields left here, it looks like Chris G is trying his best to do a little.
Oh,
bit more
AJ
damage.
just hooked Chris G.
And this ultimately sets him up for his opponents to be able to do a bunch of damage. Chris G could be in a
Havoc coming in for the ram.
A big push.
Side armor is down. They got the side armor down, the knockback. They're going to be able to trap him, pin him in, and take advantage of that side. And a good hook on the side with no armor by Havoc.
He's able to move, though. He gets bumped. He's got to find a way out of here. I don't know if he can get as much damage as possible. And I think that's the game.
And he's
the
down.
game is not over yet, though. This goes
to
points.
Good showing by Chris G.
The game is not over. Because it goes to points, it really depends how well you do in the match. Even if you die early, if you manage to get enough damage and other points, you can absolutely find a win. It is not decided by which team survives the longest. It's decided more than anything by how well you're able to maximize your points in this game. And it looks like the LAxGods realize this. They're getting more and more.
And that's it. They took out the last NPC player in there. And victorious, the win goes to the LAxGods in the game. They got a tally score, but I'm pretty sure it's an LAxGods win. Yeah, they were.
So looking at damage, the damage is it's a
AJ had the most damage, but received the most on the team.
GGO unfortunately went out of the game pretty early, which I think ultimately ended up costing his team a good number of points to be able to keep up and compete. Because
LAxGods win.
And that's another LAxGods win for Maelstrom.
Woo!
Maelstrom, and I think that will take us into the halftime here very, very shortly.
We do have a setup timer going, so I wonder if that is accurate now, because the setup timer is moving, and I don't see the players going away. So I think we do have still some time left. So there is some time. The clock wasn't adjusted on the stream. So we are getting Lethal League Blaze. Finally a sports game, and who do you have available? Two of your sports guys, one on each team, Nexus and DZ.
I'm going to be very honest.
So I haven't seen Lethal League Blaze because that was added recently before the season started, I believe. So I have seen zero information on it.
So I'm going to tell you, the Shogun are sending in Chris G.
Okay.
Lethal League Blaze is a sports game. Requires reactions. It requires a lot of the same skills as a sports game, but also it is very much at its core fighting game mechanics.
What
and
is
ideas. Ping pong. To keep it as simple as possible, it's ping pong. There's going to be a ball in the middle that players have to hit. Your goal is to keep hitting it. It will speed up, and you hit your opponent, and you deal damage to them. And so it's about hitting different angles.
Kind of like Knockout City a little bit?
Yes. But characters have abilities. There's a bunch of different abilities. Characters do a lot of different things. And so this –
I love Knockout City, by the way.
This isn't 3D, though. It's 2D, just like a Street Fighter. And you're just going to see 4 people jumping around, hitting the ball from a bunch of different angles.
This is going to be wild. There's like some
and the ball can
stuff,
get you
man.
some ridiculous speeds. I'm letting you know right now. It starts moving if players know what they're doing.
So it's kind of like a rhythm game.
Yes. And I know it's a lot of fighting game players like really enjoy the game, and they have tended to play and lean in.
Yeah, because fighting game players have real precise,
it's like
fast
combos,
reactions. So I could see that being something Chris G is good at.
And you can, but yes, there's ways. Again, you can
maybe Kaz would be good at something like that too.
Maybe, just maybe. I want to see who they send in. My first thought is Chris G, but I'm interested to see if maybe they have something a little bit.
I feel like
different.
it's gonna be X-Ray or Havoc. Yeah, it's X-Ray. Yeah.
I think it fits
sounds
perfectly.
like a game X-Ray would play.
Yeah, X-Ray is way better at sports games than a lot of people realize. And something like Lethal League,
FC will be a good matchup if we get X-Ray and then we get DZ on the other side. FC Football Club could be a good matchup today.
It absolutely can. We got to go ahead and get people into game. I do think that this will probably take us to half, though. I have to believe it will.
Yeah, I think at this point the Shoguns need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what they got to change and what they got to fix. I know it's first game, and this LAxGod team does look pretty stacked.
I think that's the big thing to me is I think.
But every team had the chance to be stacked.
So while this 45 seconds is counting down, I think a lot of teams are coming in, and you have to figure out what your expectations are. I think there are a lot of teams that can challenge for the championship, but even more than that, every team can actually challenge for playoffs. It's a matter of figuring out your win condition. I think that's what the Shogun's priority needs to be. What is your win condition?
How do we win?
It can't just be like, we hope the fighters roll and Chris G's available for all of them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So that's why they need to make some changes. And if they're like, okay, if we're going to have Chris G, who's a dominant fighter, we should add another fighter. Guarantee one column on the wheel.
So
then find out what's our other strength. Are you going to go sports? Are you going to go shooter? Find another category that you can dominate in. Get 2 categories you can dominate in.
I'm putting you on the spot then.
Okay.
Are you trading for a fighter? And if
At
so,
this
who?
point, if I'm the Shoguns,
Who would you go after?
here's the first thing I would do.
Mm-hmm.
Sparrow's on the trading block. They should pick up Sparrow. That gives him another shooter to back up Kenna. He's also a player who will practice and has consistently practiced every game on the wheel.
Okay.
He's on the trade block. First thing I would do if I was them is offer something for Sparrow. I would look around and see what's on the trade block. If you're looking for a fighter, I'd look at a team like you guys who have a lot of fighters but had some struggles last night. So immediately they could reach out to y'all and say, hey, we're looking to add a fighter. You guys look like you might need a shooter or somebody. Like, what are you looking for? Are you looking for a pick? Are you looking for a player? Negotiate. Also, if you even want to go outside of that, if you're trying to beef up one category, there's still plenty of players that aren't signed. Doesn't mean they're going to be great, but at this point, you need to try everything you can. Try everything you can.
Okay.
Find a team that has a lot of players that's not going to be able to start them all. That has a bunch
Sounds
of
like
rookies.
Click, but that's yeah.
Click has so many players, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, find a team that has a lot of players that can't start them all. Try to search around, talk to everybody you can. I know it's only one half in, but it just feels like a lot of the same from last season with the Shoguns so far. Black Diamond's not playing. That's one addition. I think Black Diamond and Raven being in the lineup is going to help a lot. Arbiter's not the best player, but Arbiter does have skills and coverage. Arbiter should be in the lineup as well.
I think that is one thing that I hope the Shogun don't do this season, which I think teams in the UEL get into the habit of, is Band-Aid fixes. I think last season they found some stuff that worked, especially with Black Diamond coming in, and that was a Band-Aid fix. I want them to be willing to lose a few games. Okay, how can we make playoffs? but we can like build this roster to maybe be better. Yeah, switching pieces out. Try something different. I'm not saying to run every lineup the exact
I'm also
same.
not saying get rid of everybody. That's not what you want to do, but try things different. Try, like you said, mix it up, try different lineups, try different ideas. And if you can't find enough coverage for all categories, then you need to say, hey, for right now, okay, one player at a time. DZ, what can you work on to become a better player?
Yeah.
What category can you put the extra time in, more time in, and make it a winning category for your team?
So
I think that would be sports.
do you then think, going back to this tier conversation, that both GGO as Kenna as well as Chris G, do both of them need to be playing? I'm going to throw out 4 categories minimum.
No.
3 categories? What are their expectations?
I think right now with Chris G, fighters, and then whatever his second best category is, tell him to prioritize that category heavy. Just 2 categories to start.
Okay.
Because he's already going to lock up a lot of fighters. So now you just need him to be able to lock up other games. Now, shooters, it's a hard thing to win shooters with 1 or 2 people when it's a team collection. So what has less people games that you could win? You do have some shooters like 2v2 Halo. That's something you could prioritize and get good at that because you don't need as many players to be good. So that's a game that they could potentially get good at. You gotta find those games that are 2v2, 3v3. Apex, they've historically been pretty good at Apex. That's another shooter. So that's 2 shooters. Great. Take those 2 shooters, put those in the we can win column, put some extra time into that. Then I would say move to sports. We have some sports players, Mr. B, DZ, Dolo. We know he could play 2K. We know he could play Football Club. One thing, I think they should grind Football Club. I think they should grind 2K. They already have 2K players. Grind it more, though. Get the chemistry with those 2-3 players together. Okay, there's 2 more games they got. Doesn't mean they're going to win it all the time because there's great players in those categories. But you can't expect with a team that's struggling to win even 1 game, you can't worry about 5 categories right now. You need to lock down 1 or 2 categories, and that should be your focus. And already kind of had the mindset, we're building this team for the future, so we work on those categories. And then from there, we can branch out to see who we can add to beef up the other categories.
And here we are with Lethal League.
That's just my opinion.
Blaze. And it does look like we should be in a team mode, so it should be 2v2. Or are we playing? Ooh, this is interesting. Yep, I was like, teams gotta match colors. You gotta match Ooh. Ooh, yeah, I think we're gonna get a reset here. People got to make sure they're on the same color.
Lumina Rush, another new game next.
All of the new games are rolling.
Lumina Rush will be interesting because there's already been a couple people who are like leaderboards in that game that are really good that I didn't expect, like Silver is really good at the game. Like, it's an interesting game, but that also makes me think a guy like Chris G could be really good at a game like that.
What are we doing?
I think they're trying to. I think they're
making sure controllers. Yeah, controllers are all right.
Why? It's green. It's 2 blue and 2 green. Why would it go back?
We're game masters are figuring out exactly what's going on. Maybe
controller issues or something. I don't know. Now, being that it's played on PCs down at the Gauntlet, I think could be why it's a little challenging because that is something new without consoles. They went back and started over. Okay.
And as you can see every time they're hitting here with the speed, they ramp up the speed extremely quickly and manage to take both of them out extremely quickly. That's 1 life from both players. And here we go, immediately back in. You don't get a chance to breathe. You have to be ready to jump in and play once again.
So it's essentially dodgeball.
Yes.
Okay.
Ping pong dodgeball.
Whoever this is in the blue right here in the middle is doing a pretty well contending. I think that's Nexus.
And so this ability, the ability of the Nexus's character is able to eat the ball.
I think that first round went to Chris G.
So here we go. Chris G has 1 life left, so he has to be very careful. He has to find his opportunity. And here they're going back and forth, but we saw this last time. They have to find a moment to be able to catch him without what? And they managed to take him down.
It looks like this game might be a Shogun's game.
There it is, but Chris G has 1 life left. He can't make another mistake. If he goes down here, he might not be able to play. He's using his abilities to be able to misdirect the ball and to possibly catch the LAxGods off guard. But his teammate's gone down. He's by himself. He has one hit left. He has to find every one of these trades and ultimately ends up going down. So it's 1-on-1. This should be DZ left. Can DZ find this win? DZ, the ball's moving. This
Ooh,
ball's
that's a
going to
hit.
keep up speed.
Got hit again.
And manages to catch him. Unfortunately, that's the first game. Is it a best of, or is that just the game? And it looks like
That looks like it. I
using
think
the
that's
dust
an
and
LAxGods win
ashes.
again.
Using the dust and ashes, the LAxGods were able to go ahead and take Lethal League Blaze.
Okay, that's going to bring us to halftime, and when we come back from half, we're going to have some Lumina Rush, I believe. Let me double check the time on that, but I think we have like a minute or so left. So unless they try to rush Lumina Rush, I think we might be going to halftime.
Well,
but
I
we'll get
think
confirmation.
I think the
here in a second.
LAxGods will want to, but are the LAxGods willing to use their last timeout to force the issue?
They're up 10-1. They don't really care.
We've
It's a great start for the LAxGods in the first half.
Yes.
First half, first match of season 9. The only thing is I feel like they haven't really been tested yet. So they're doing well today, but it doesn't feel like they're getting tested really. So it should be interesting, but it looks like we are going to halftime. So we'll be back after halftime for some more season 9 matchups. Let's see if the Shoguns can start winning some games and close the gap.
Hey, logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got 'em. Falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server a tent. Know when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champs. Once we logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got 'em. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server a tent. Know when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champs. Beat 'em advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these moves while they still replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies. We win, we in it online on the grind, opposition and misery. League they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league 1,000,000 degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
And we are back to the second half of the second game of Season 9 of the Ultimate Endgamers League.
And we got some Endgamers here today. The LAxGods are performing, really showing out in that first half, going up 10-1 in the first half. We got a couple of fighters. That one game the Shoguns took was a FF for Street Fighter. They were not giving Christie a chance to shine. But now we're going into Lumina Rush. Lumina Rush is
another new game.
Is a new game. It's a 2D kind of what's the best word to explain it? It's one of them old school type games. I'm trying to think. It's like a rhythm game. It's like a rhythm game, but it's like a it reminds you of old like Mario style
platformer.
Yeah, platform. Okay, that's a term. Yeah. So it's an interesting game. It's a rhythm game. It's all about speed, precision. Something that you think a lot of fighters would be good at because they're used to like the quick inputs and quick thinking. So you would think a lot of fighters would be good at the game. But it'll be interesting to see how it goes with these teams. Who do you think they're going to put in?
I mean, if given the opportunity, I'm gonna go with the LAxGods here. Havoc is absolutely a game, somebody that I think is going to be really comfortable in this game. And then from there,
he's practiced it a lot.
Yes,
Guaranteed.
He's worked. He's made sure he's ready to go. And then I think maybe you have one of the rookies. This feels like a game that you could be like, hey, just to work on some fundamentals.
Is it 1v? No, it's
3v3. Yeah.
How does that work?
So
at the
there's
same
going
time,
to be
or is it going to be take turns?
There's going to be a collection of 6 levels,
okay,
and we're going to have races. And then we will average out all the times, and the team with the better time wins.
Okay. So
every player gets to race twice.
Okay. So I'm going to go Havoc, Sin. And then, Hosage. Go ahead and try the rookies, man. Yeah.
And I'm going to give you the most interesting thing about the game is RPS. RPS for this game is map, or you get to pick who goes in for the opposing team.
Ooh. Like who goes in for the game or who goes in for that map? Okay, all right. Okay, nice. So I do see Hosage, AJ, and Havoc on there. So that might be who's going in for them. Let's see if we got for Shoguns.
I think the Shoguns are still figuring it out.
So
this is the thing. I think the Shoguns are wounded, all right? They had a rough first half. The battle was a very tough one. But I think especially – this is one of those things. Normally I would be a little bit more wary. Both of these teams having one timeout means that we are a handful of mistakes away from, like, games starting to get forfeited really quickly. And so it's going to be, can they focus up? Yes, they're going to probably be looking for more of these fighters with Chris G available to start rolling, start burning some FFs. And then from there, I think that some sports games, let DZ get in there and shine a little bit.
I think FC is going to be competitive. Even I'm talking to the LAxGods, and they also agree. I think FC is going to be a good matchup. I think 2K and FC could be some good matchups for the sports category. Something to give the Shoguns a chance to compete. I think if we get a couple more fighters in here, could help with Chris G. I'd like to see more fighters come up to be able to get the Shoguns some numbers, or at least get them to show some competitiveness, because right now they're struggling. I think Apex would be a good one, because even though LAxGods are great shooters, historically Shoguns have been decent at Apex. I think they get Dolo, Kaz, and GGO. I think in Canada, I think they could be something Apex they could compete. Trying to think what else on the wheel they could be competitive in. DBZ is a fighter. I think that could go either way for any team, almost the way DBZ is. Yes. And if I look at these teams, I don't think anybody really stands out over others unless Chris G is just that dude.
I think
he could be with the way DBZ is. I'm sure if he's practiced it even like an hour, he could do it.
It's one of those games that like
forfeit Shoguns.
I think this makes sense. It's one of the games. Well, funnily enough, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense only because the game is really short. I think that we could absolutely find our opportunity to like just run through that game really quickly.
What do we got next, baby? Spin that wheel.
Give me a genre.
Spin that wheel. We already got it. So let's see. Is it going to be NCAA? Okay, we got a sports game, baby.
So the real question is going to be, because again, you got to remember.
Obviously, I think Dolo's gonna be Mr. B are gonna be like, yo, I got it. Let me go in, and then you're gonna get probably, dude, AJ and Nexus.
I'm saying,
but
would you not put DZ in for this? It looks like they put Karzak's and Dolo into Luna.
Okay, so yeah, we're probably going to get DZ and
Mr.
Mr. B versus AJ and Nexus. This is going to be a matchup right here. I'm
Wait,
excited for this.
I don't know if that's not updated. AJ just went in for Lumina, Rush started Havoc.
You're right. So AJ.
It'll be Nexus and probably.
So Nexus. Oh, Nexus and so maybe Sin because he plays 2K. It's not 2K, but it doesn't matter really because Nexus will just handle it. They'll just probably put in Hasaj or Sin and be like, hey, just do what I say. So Nexus can probably handle it. Electric's probably somebody that could just follow orders and something like that. He'll just because he's been in the league long enough. I know he's played it, so he could Madden, not NCAA.
It's not exactly the same, but it's close.
But it's similar. So yeah, I think maybe. But I would say since you got a rookie, I think you go Nexus in the rookie to put the rookie in a spot to like see what he has.
Yeah, and I think that. I'm really up for Nexus doing this because even as a T2, again, there was a lot of talk of Nexus getting a T1.
He needs to shine. He needs a chance to shine.
I think he was also in that position. He is luckily now in a position where when he came on the New Moon. This team was extremely explosive. They had a bunch of goated players. But he as an individual was that rookie trying to stand out. But now he gets to be the veteran trying to lead and guide the rookie towards success. So I think that's a great matchup to, put him in with.
So when it comes to Nexus today, so I'm sitting there talking about my tiers, go ahead and making my notes about who's what and what I think. Nexus right now is even keel. What I mean by that is he hasn't been bad. He's been good. But the way the team's performing, he hasn't had a chance to really step out. Individually, he's kind of just been with the team a lot of the games. A lot of that could just be rotations and how it's going. Because with the way the LAxGods teams is looking like, he's kind of falling into a rotation player right now. Meaning he's just kind of like the middle guy in the 5v5 shooters.
I think this is
the middle guy in the strategy games. You know what I mean? Where that's where you kind of can see some adjustments that He's definitely a tier 2 player. I think maybe a tier 1 player, no doubt. But the way the LAxGods are playing, it's like he hasn't really had to put much effort in.
I think that's the issue with this lineup now. The more I look at their 5 core players, and if I ignore their 5 core players and add in their rookies, they can really play as flexibly throughout the game as they want to. We got Michigan
State.
There's no way we're getting Middle Tennessee.
And we got Halo up next, and
GGO, I think GGO should be available.
GGO, if he didn't go in, he's available. GGO and Ash, Halo would be a shooter that Shoguns can compete because GGO and Ash can probably win that. That would be wild because Ash is a high-tier Halo player. So as long as he didn't put it, but it's one person available, so I'm sure at the very least Ash will be available no matter what. So Ash would be able. That could be a potential Shoguns win. Okay, so we'll see. We got Georgia over here. So this is where you see when the team picks a high-level team like Georgia, you have to pick a team that can compete like Alabama.
Yeah.
Alabama, yep. So Alabama versus Georgia. I'm guessing LAxGods are probably Alabama.
I'm also going to be honest with you. I think that we are going to see a lot of Alabama and Georgia this season.
Halo should be fun. Yeah, so we got Sin and Nexus. So that means we are going to have Electric going in for Halo. Oh, man, it's going to be exciting.
All right, here we go. Let's see what's going down. We in the SDC Bowl? No, so we can pick an event type here. Mm-hmm. Okay. And I'm joined on the mic by the man himself.
Who that?
Dad Hat Tony.
In that place to be, and I'm glad to be here. Second ever game for VWL Season 9. It's kind of not looking too great, but
rough game. Obviously.
It's a rough one.
But again, I think that there's a lot of experience.
Yes.
Over on the side of the LAxGods, and the Shogun are kind of they're building, right?
That's what I was explaining to a couple of people out in the arena. I was like, the experience that's on the God side, and then the fact that, yes, they have pros on the Shogun side, but they're not UEL pros. They've never played the UEL standard of being the UEL pro. So, yes, they might be good, but this is their eye-opener to be like, so this is what the UEL is, this is what I have to practice on. This is what I have to pick up. I can't just come in thinking, oh, I'm going to sweep everything, because I might not get my game, and then I look like I'm dog water.
And that's if they let you play your game, which we have seen today. Kind of like when he's out of rotation, they're like, oh, yeah, we'll play a fight of the moment.
Yeah,
Christie pulls up. They're like, let's go the other
way.
So right now we're going to be, hopefully, looks like, getting into some NCAA here shortly.
Which would be my only time that I say Shogun could really pull this one off. You got, if it's what I'm seeing in lineup being in lineup, you got DZ and Mr. B, which are two of if not their strongest sports players on their team. And then you got Nexus and Sin. I don't know how much of Sin, and I don't know how great Nexus will be in NCAA.
So this is the first time we're seeing NCAA, which is going to be really big. A lot of people have been comparing it to Madden, but I've been hearing that it is pretty different. We're starting off with a run and play, getting out to the edge here, isn't able to get the first down, but some good yardage at the end of the day. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the people that really have played this and aren't just going to play it like Madden, because from what I understand, if you play it like Madden, you could.
Yeah, you could, because it's wouldn't say a complete learning curve or difference, but it's to give that feel of what NCAA was back in the days.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Seeing some audibles here, shifting the play around, but we see another run play. Manages to beat that edge and get the first down. Okay. Oh, we got a little bit of movement.
Yes. Okay, so we see someone's been playing the NCAA. Now,
he got the little cut back, get a few more yards.
Now, is it Shogun's ball?
And it should be Alabama. Who has the ball? Oh, Georgia has the ball. So that would be the LAxGods.
So
they're making some good progress up the field.
Especially, and my question is that them playing the game, or is that just the veteran leadership of AJ, as you can see on the bottom, coaching right in the ear of Nexus?
So I think one of the scary things about the LAxGods is that, like, they have two high-quality sports players, Nexus being one of them.
Yes.
And I think that they're choosing, like, hey, rookie, just, like, follow along. We're going to tell you what to do and what you should do. But almost sack possession, showing you the Shogun are still fighting. The Shogun aren't going to let you walk around and just get away with nothing.
They're trying to find their groove. I feel like right now they're just trying to find their groove. Like you said, this is not, again, DZ and Mr. B, very skilled in sports games. But, again, this is a new sports game to the wheel. They might, like you said, they might be thinking of it as Madden.
Yeah. And again, I think a little bit of just some time, getting a little bit more comfortable, and they'll be able to, with no problem, lock it down. They managed to stop it. Yeah, a few first downs. But ultimately, we play these short quarters. That's amazing field position.
Yep, for the Shogun.
There's trash talk going on in the arena.
But I expect it. It is time to hype it up. As the Shogun, I feel like this will be that game that hopefully starts their little fire to get some more points on there, because they need something.
Yes, I think that, like, starting off the second half with a win, especially in something like this, it gives you that little bit of, the faith that the way to win, right? Sometimes you need the light to, like, get you back on that path.
Yes,
exactly.
You see the light, follow it.
First play, it's looking like he's going to run for it.
Good run.
Yep, a lot of distance. Once again, a good big play, and that creates the threat, which I think is the biggest thing. You now have to watch and be sure that he's not going to slip out to the edge again and just run on you, and you're always going to be looking to try to stop him from being able to do so.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's that skill of DZ. If I'm not mistaken, that's DZ playing quarterback. That's someone that can definitely throw. Well, that was a bad little.
No, it was. He realized he was in a bad spot and did not want to take that sack with like 40 yards. He's like, all right, cool. Let me just.
But DZ, someone who you can tell he knows how to play the game, so he knows controlling as a quarterback. I feel like is their best bet, because, like you said, he knows when he needs to run it, but he also knows when he needs to pass it.
That's good to know. Almost stopped and knocked into the backfield at a 4th and 9. I think you have to punt this away. So in this first quarter, neither team finding a score ends up being pretty big. Or is he willing to go for it?
DZ's a gambler. DZ's a gambler.
All right, let's see, because this could, if he hits this play, that's a big momentum swing in the favor of the Shogun.
Yes. And to see, not even in the favor of them, but the momentum of the spirits of them. Yes. They need something to boost them up.
making a few adjustments. Did he find the right adjustments? Throw
There it is.
into the catch, and that is a great first down.
Told you he's a gambler. DZ's that risk taker. He's going to take a few risks. And honestly, the Shogun are in a perfect position to take those risks. To be like, you know what? We're not punting it.
Yep.
What do we have to lose right now?
Exactly. That's the most dangerous spot, they say about.
Look at this run.
Good job.
Good run. Good run.
Cut up field to make sure he got that little bit of extra yardage and managed to push the change just a little bit. Every one of these plays. And it looks like they've kind of started to find a rhythm. We saw that on the LAxGods side, they kind of got stopped at a point and just
stood in that.
Get that put. That spirit, I like that. Like the spirit of the Shogun coming through right there. Like that one pass already, you can see. I was watching the cams.
Yes.
DG kind of relaxed a little bit more and was like, all right, cool. Yeah.
And then you could see his smile coming back. You know when DZ starts to joke around and play, that's when DZ starts to play his games.
Okay, yup. That's where he's dangerous. All right, they line up again.
There we go.
Looking for another run
Good.
play.
Oh, that was a great run through.
3rd and 2 is nice because you're in a position where you're able.
First down is right there, if anything.
And here we go. We're in the second quarter. Again, these quarters do move quick. Is he going to be able to get across the line? Look, you took a 4th and 9. I know you. Yup. I was like, he's not about to. He is not. And immediately, I think this puts pressure on a player like Nexus and AJ and the LAxGods. You might have been like, all right, I'm going to get the ball back. I kicked it to him. He's going to kick it back. He's like, I'm not giving you the ball.
No at all, bro.
Every single time.
Take it from me. Every single time y'all think it's the punt. Nope. Here we go. Come on, DZ, right there.
You see an option? And
there it is. I see it right there.
Whoa!
Cheek, juke. He say, you remember Juke used to be in the league?
Yep.
He just juked it on him. He said, juke. Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Man, somebody check his ankle. Just
they
make
broke.
Sure.
I think broke.
That might be what caused stick drift. You get cut up like that, just the controller don't even know what to do anymore.
This is what they needed. Now you can see you can see it coming from in the corner right there. You see the team, they're hyping it up. They see it. They feel it now. Now they understand.
I love to see that from teams. Like when things start to go right.
Look at that.
And he finds that first touchdown.
Fought through it.
And now they have control of this game.
Yes.
As long as they're playing solid defense, it is on the LAxGods to find that score.
Especially if they play the same defense they played last time, where they keep them at a point. It's going to be a problem. And it's converted. There
I like
you go.
the choice as well to take the field goal. He likes to gamble, but he also ain't going to turn down a free a free point. He's not going to walk away.
That's something that I could definitely say about DZ. Always, me and DZ have played a lot of games together. You guys can always watch that on our channel. But we've played a lot of games together. And when it comes to the safe route, DZ definitely will keep that always, forever. But when it comes to someone making a play that is unexpected to save a whole game, I'm looking at DZ. I'm looking at DZ for that. And especially on this team, yes, they're a team of pros and some seasoned players, but DZ is the one who's actually won a championship.
That's a statement right there. We can talk a lot about on one side, everybody's like the LAxGods. They have a lot of, known quantities, I feel like.
Yes.
But it's been talked about even in the offseason that, a lot of people were, sleeping on DZ as a player, what he was able to do, how he was able to perform. And these are moments we need to see from him to really
remember
show that.
This guy was one of the first. And then it's also, I've talking to him, he wants to be able to show you guys this season that you are like, hey, I'm still that guy.
He manages to get it away.
And this is what they're talking about. He's leading this.
Yeah.
You can tell in the way that the talking is going. B is listening, and he's telling him this and that. His defense is getting locked in. That, like you said, he tried to throw it. DZ tackled him. He couldn't get it off before the tackle. They're there. They're on them.
Looking for a play. He looks like he has an opportunity.
There it is. Oh, interception. There it is.
And yes, in case you're wondering at
That's
home,
DZ.
If you see blue on this screen,
I'm telling you guys, he's coming and he's showing y'all that he is. This was a statement that he said, and I don't know if it can be argued, but I'm gonna back DZ on this. He claims to be the best sports player in the league, just doesn't. He's too lazy.
That's a crazy, because he's sitting across from the sports belt champion right now, AJ.
He said he just doesn't want it. And then and to argue for this man, him being my friend and playing devil's advocate, if we look at the history of the fandoms and we look at the history of DZ, name a time that he was really in trouble. When it came to a sport
I cannot think of.
And then when we think about the Shoguns or the Phantoms, when they were initially known as the Phantoms, when DZ wasn't there, we didn't look like we can handle a lot of sports games.
Ooh, but
they get it back.
Is this going all the way back, though?
No.
Ends up stopping him. Now, one thing that I do got to say I love about NCAA is the stadium pulse meter. Because much like when we're in the UEL arena, you can literally see on the screen everything start to shake, start to rumble, the crowd getting loud.
They feel it.
But again, DZ still locked in. Mr. B still locked in. I think they realize, look, that's going to happen when you said, again, he takes some risks, but you have to, crack a few eggs to make an omelet at the end of the day.
And like I said, at this point in the game, yes, we got a flag on the field.
As we heard from the arena, you got to hike the ball. You got to play football to play football.
Yes.
All right, let's see what they're looking for here.
Let's go.
Setting up a play. Now, I'm wondering,
defense auto flips.
Are they going to bring anybody? I love watching both players kind of adjust coverage, trying to find exactly where they want to play.
There, yeah. Oh, my God.
Ooh.
This is punishment.
2 and 19? Second and 19.
Yeah, this is punishment.
And I think this is going to be one of those games where the sports players will absolutely be able to show out. Like, DZ is showing a lot of comfort. AJ very clearly is trying to guide Nexus and Sin and, like, what they need to be doing. But it's such a hard thing to be like, all right, cool, like, do this. All right, this is going to happen. And then something different you maybe didn't expect. A screen pass to try to get out. He makes it to the edge.
No. That was good. That was a
10
good
yards.
attempt. Good attempt.
10 yards ends up getting there. 3rd and 9, though, he's going to have to find a chance to get this first down. They need this first down because going down 2 possessions, especially with the half about to happen.
Another one.
But the screen happens again, and he doesn't end up going far enough. 4th and 7. This is probably going to end off the second half.
Yeah.
Or first half, excuse me, second quarter.
What do you think?
I hear a lot of laughs.
Yeah. It's looking like I told you, what I'm hearing from there, it sounding like the Shoguns are finally waking up. This is what they need to do. The Phantoms, the one advantage that the Phantoms had last season was, yes, they weren't technically the best team, but they knew how to get in their opponent's head. Yeah. They knew how to have a good time. They knew how to make sure that the spirits were risen and stood there all game. That's what I think they need to do.
That's Mr. B this time.
Yes. Jukes.
Brody.
2 interceptions.
And that was a risky play. It was a very tight route to try to get in there. But the way that DZ is setting up the defense here, he's always prepared for an opportunity to go ahead and take the ball out of the air. If you try to do almost what he tries to do with the risky plays, like, I'm looking for it. Mm-hmm. I know what you want to do.
Because I've seen it and I've done it. And that's why I say with DZ, a lot of people don't realize it or see it sometimes, but DZ plays.
He's going to run. He's going to run.
He's good run, too. Yep. Good run. DZ plays the game as if he's in that actual game. So that playbook that you're seeing, DZ's probably the team he picked, he already knows their playbook.
That's important. So, I can see just by how he is moving on the field. Like, he is now, again, he's sitting back.
He knows where where players need to put. And you see the way he picks his plays. He's not taking any time on looking or reading what play he's picking. He already knows what number, what set, what book. Boom, we're doing this one. And executing that.
Yeah, he just boom, boom, boom. And like, in that time, he at the same
they're
time.
They're already done. You see what I mean?
Yeah, he's leaning over, and he's like, cool, we're going to do this.
Yeah.
And what's important, that stop into the first quarter touchdown means they now have full control, because if they get this second touchdown, they're able to say, like, hey, you got to do it twice. You have to find this opportunity that you haven't before. Coming off the edge, he had a little bit of a spin move, still managed to get a little bit of.
You can see that DZ that wasn't there. That's not what they wanted. Yeah. But they just got to pick up from that. Just pick up from that. Don't let that be anything that takes
Looking
off.
to do it again.
There it is.
Finds the gap. Oh, almost gone, but a lot of good yardage.
Yes. Their run game is getting people excited because this looks like they can run it.
And now you mentioned that smile. See the two of them laughing, going back and forth.
Not only are we getting hyped, but as you can see, the stadium post. Every time they make one of those kind of runs, you look at the stadium post.
It just drops. I'm gonna change this. Not the stadium pulse. That right now is the pulse of the LAxGods.
Yes.
Falling. They
Yes.
gotta start worrying a little bit. As that
Because-
pulse, they're out here. I know that they're like, okay, we have this. They're on red alert right now, and DZ is the man to look for.
What?
Another first down with a flag on the play. We'll see what it is.
He already knows what the play was before they even called it.
Illegal
but that's on
blocking in the
them. That's
back.
not.
Yeah.
He's so they're good.
And that's one of those things
He
that I
feels
think
comfortable.
maybe just unfortunately how the play played out. One of the players getting a little bit too close.
Yeah.
Good showing right now
Yes,
for the Shoguns. They definitely need this. If they can pull out a win in this, and then after this, pull out a win in Halo, that could give them to close the gap a little bit in the second half here.
Look at another
Oh,
run.
we got
Full
another run. It's going.
Take it.
Oh,
So
at the
close to
one.
all the way. First and goal. The Shoguns, like I was explaining this trick, and for those who hear the beautiful voice, I am back, joined Dad Had Tony in lockdown.
That's right.
But
The best dynamic duo host in the league.
yeah, I know what it is. But like I was explaining this trick, the Shogun, this is the game that I feel can give them back their post.
Yeah.
We have a lot of sports games on the wheel. A lot of people, like I said, they sleep on DZ, but let's not forget that there's not been a time where DZ has played a sports game and actually been in trouble.
It's true. Even the ones he's lost has always been competitive.
They've been competitive.
I think FC will be a good one today. I think 2K will be a good one today. Barring lineup issues.
I mean, the way, yes, likewise. The way that NC looks, maybe seeing, I feel like any of the sports games, if lineup is good, there's something that the Shogun could actually take away and put some momentum, and hopefully that boosts the spirits to transfer over to some of their shooters. Maybe GGO starts to wake up a little after Halo. He gets to play his little game.
Exactly, and that's right now what the Shoguns need more than anything is momentum.
Yes.
And that's also why they didn't want to play Street Fighter, because they didn't want to give
them the momentum.
y'all the momentum. So the biggest thing that they're trying to, the biggest thing the Shogun's got to do is pull out a win in this right now. They're up 14-0. It's a very strong possibility they're winning this.
With a flag
Right
on
now,
the
if you're
field.
the LAxGods, you're just playing it out to get better and killing time.
Yeah.
But if they can win this, win Halo after, even if they lost the day, they need to try to get the momentum to get some wins back to know, hey, we got some games though.
And
we got some
that's
things
what I
to
was-
work on, but we got some games we can win.
I was explaining the tricks. To me, that's the biggest draw away from here. We have GGO, we have Ash whooping, and then we also have Chris G, all brand new to the league. They are pro players, yes, but they are not UEL pros. This is their eye opener to realize, oh, this is a different ball game. This is not what I'm used to. Now I understand what I'm expected of, what I'm expected to do, and I'm going to go out there and do it.
Oh, he threw it.
With another interception for the Shoguns. That is three. Three interceptions for the Shoguns.
I'm telling you right now, I can't wait to see when Raven's in the lineup, because Raven's gonna be amazing.
Yes, and then
He's a really good player.
he is. I've seen it. I've watched the practices. But he's definitely a good fighter, definitely a good player overall, and he's one of those who understands what it means to be an end gamer.
He's been a winner.
Exactly.
In UEL, in matches. He's won games.
So to have him in there with the Shoguns, to have him and DZ with the combination.
Oh, wide open.
Oh, run.
Again, wide open.
There, this is it. Out.
This is one of the categories that y'all need, that y'all have talent in, that you got to push heavily, is that sports category.
Yes.
Also, if rotations benefit you guys, you could possibly get like Dolo in there for 2K, and then maybe get them off rotation and try to pull out a win in 2K as well.
And even if you think about it, they pull off a 2K, and they say they only have Dolo in rotation. You still have DZ as a coach. You have DZ sitting in one of those guys' ears as they're playing a Kareem, or they're playing a Shaq, or they're playing a Yao Ming. You have DZ in the ear, then you have Dolo playing a Kevin Durant or something like that.
So we got single back right here. Like the ball is going to do another run. They're not going to do anything much besides run, because they got the lead. They're, the other team's throwing picks. At this point, they're just like, let's just run the clock and get it over.
That's all they're going to do at this point, because like I said, you'll see gamble moves and risk takes from DZ. but only when it's necessary. And as you can say, he's not. It's not
Ooh,
necessary.
the sack though. The sack though.
Okay.
Run the
They're gonna
clock down to 1 second.
They're gonna
field
punt
goal.
it to get this field goal. Ooh, what's wrong with that?
Nothing. It's just the way they do it. Gotta wait. Yeah, let the. I would have let the time run down first before I kicked it.
And it's good. There it is, 17 zip.
But I guess if you got the clock run off and stuff. All right, so got a kickoff right here. 17-0 lead by the Shoguns right now. DZ and Mr. B showing some skill.
Yes. And like I said, this could be a big showing for DZ, and at the same time, it shows the LAxGods what they need to pick up on. When it comes to sports, they might have thought having AJ was going to be all they needed, or all they needed to Nexus.
Well,
showing-
AJ went in for the last game, unfortunately, so he wasn't available for this because AJ obviously is their like football player. Like he's a Madden player, I guess now NCAA, but like AJ obviously sports belt champion. You know what I mean? Like him not being available, obviously Nexus is his second when it comes to the sports. So luckily they had Nexus, but this is kind of what they need to be aware of in the future as a team, the LAxGods, is you're not always going to have your perfect rotation. So yeah, you got AJ and Nexus, who are two of the best sports players in the league, but you got to make sure the other players on your team got the coverage, which is why it's good they got a rookie in there, try to get him learning early. Get them learning the game early in a competitive atmosphere to try to get some comfortable players on the team to be able to fill a role as a backup.
Yeah. And it's also good to see that the LAxGods have definitely shown that they did some good preparing for their rookies, because their rookies have shown out.
I think they have the smallest roster out of all the teams. They only have 9 players.
Wow. But it's only room for growth for there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only room for growth.
Yeah, but then again, they're kind of like, I think it's because AJ's running it, so he's kind of running it like New Moon, like, yeah, we're only going to get people we want, and then just trade the picks away. We don't care about the rest.
Hey, it's a proven winning recipe.
Yeah, I mean, except against the Reavers. Good defensive stop by Bama.
Yes.
That's what Alabama does. Crimson Tide.
Yes.
Crimson Tide.
DZ and them have been showing very dominant defense throughout this whole game, have gotten them to a point where the LAxGods haven't gone farther than.
Oh, fumble out of bounds. That's wild. I'm about to say, uh-oh. About to have another turnover. Now they're just throwing the out route passes to try to keep the time from going down too fast.
What you think about it? It's only 45 seconds left. It's not much.
They're just trying to stretch that 45 seconds as long as they can by running the game clock.
But let's see.
What's the challenge? Oh, the fumble? It's challenging a fumble that went out of bounds. Like, we don't care.
Well, Mr. B.
I mean, I like that Mr. B's having fun, but which is, I guess, is good to kind of get the energy back up for you guys. But he's also got to remember, like, you're down 10-1. You got to, have some fun, but let's win and have some fun.
Yeah.
We got a flag. He went too far. Run the clock. False start. Offense.
You gotta hike. You gotta, to play football. You
4th and 7,
the
10 seconds. Yep. So this is going to be probably the last play right here.
Right here. That's gonna be an easy win for the Shoguns.
And then up next, we got some Hailer. If it actually happens, because I don't know. I don't think the LAxGods are going to let y'all get a win on there. Oh, they literally had another pick on the last play, but he dropped it. Are they going to go for a deep ball touchdown for the last play? You might as well. You got to run it anyway.
Yeah.
Yep, might as well. Throw a deep shot, just
for the heck of it.
It's give you enough time to end it on this play.
No, it looks like they're gonna.
Oh, let's run the clock. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a W right there at NCAA
Big dubs
for the Shoguns. Okay. Now we're going to move on to Halo Infinite. And I guarantee you I already know it's going to be GGO and Ash, because Ash is a dominant Halo player, apparently. So I'm excited to see that. So they're going to be GGO and Ash, and I'm guessing they're probably going to go against, I think Electric has to go in, so it's probably going to be Electric. And then I would say AJ, because I know AJ is really good at Halo, unless one of their rookies Sin or Hasaj is really good, I would assume it's probably Electric and AJ going in for Halo.
Electric
If they play it. They might not play it.
I'm excited to see this, actually. I'm excited to see GGO do what he does.
Yeah, I think it's good momentum. I think GGO needs that for momentum. He needs to go out and win a shooter, and that'll get him back focused and head in the game like, hey, we got this, guys.
Definitely.
Chris G hasn't had a chance to shine at all, unfortunately, just the way things have kind of fallen. And then, he wasn't available for Tekken. And then Street Fighter, they weren't going to let him play. They were like, we'll just give you the win for free. I wanted to see him play UEL rules Street Fighter, man. I was so disappointed.
To see how dominant he can be in that standard.
But at the same time, there's plenty of teams out there that are gonna play him and want to see. You got a lot of guys like Pit Boy, Hollywood, probably Cutters from the Reapers. Like, you're gonna have a lot of guys that are gonna be like, hey, I want to see how good you are. I want to beat you. Yeah. Herb is not the biggest Street Fighter player though. He is not as good at Street Fighter as he is as the other fighters I noticed. But yeah, he's the guy who wants to play those. But they got KIC, so I mean, like KIC is definitely gonna be like, come on, Chris G, let me see what you got.
And it's good to see that finally put the standard of our pros versus those pros.
Yeah, because so far our pros have won. That's just how it is. So far our pros have always won. There's been yet to be a pro outside of here that's come to beat UEL. It hasn't happened yet.
You come to the UEL, you play the UEL way, all right? It's where we go pro.
That's right. Where gamers go pro. End gamers, baby.
Yes.
I'm retired, but I'm still an end gamer. I'm claiming the title because I'm retired, but I'm still an end gamer, baby.
Yeah.
I'm just an end gamer that plays story games.
Yes. There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't play competitive games no more. I'll be honest. Competitively, like UEL, competitive games, like, I feel like one of the biggest problems right now with gaming is they're putting too much priority on competitive games, man.
Yes,
and microtransactions.
I said that.
What happened to the good old-fashioned making fun games, man?
I miss the old GameCube, PlayStation 2, and
I've been getting bored.
Days. Yes.
I'm getting bored.
I miss story modes. I miss careers.
Focus on graphics and but then you'll play the game. And it'll be like, okay, the mechanics and the fighting and everything is pretty base. Like games like Wukong looks like a fun game.
It does.
You're gonna play it for 2 weeks and then you're gonna be done. You're never gonna play it again. Am I right? Am I right or am I right? You get a lot of those games. You're not getting a lot of replayable games except for like Call of Duty. Yes. But Call of Duty also, at the same sense, is gotten to a point to where it's like, it's same game over and over. Everything's the same over and over.
And that's what I feel like that's wrong with some of the games that are competitive in competitive scene is that they're just carbon copies. It's just copy and paste. Copy and paste of what's been successful.
That's why I like these new style games like Checkmate Showdown. Yeah, it's a mixture, something different, something new. Maelstrom. Something different, moves. Something new. Yes. It's not the same old thing over and over. Injected rivals as well. Something new. You got these games that are bringing new elements and forcing you to play a blend of categories in one game, and I think that's exciting. Yes. Die by the blade. Yes. It's a fighter, but it's kind of a For Honor style game. That's another thing. I think For Honor should come back on the wheel. It's another one of those games that kind of fits UEL style perfectly. It's its own entity. There's nothing like it.
Yep.
Those are the kind of games I think work great in UEL.
Yes, because we're our own entity. There's nothing like us.
So we got Halo coming up. We got 30 seconds remaining.
And we got Chris G.
I think we might be getting Electric and Hosage. I think that's who we might be getting.
That's what it says. I think that's what it is.
Okay, and then GGO and Ash. All right, I've heard the hype for Ash and Halo. I'm excited to see it, man.
That's what I'm saying.
I want to see. And they're friends, and him and GGO are friends who play and wanted to become UEL esports champions together and gamers together. So it's exciting to see them being able to play one of their games together, and I'm excited, man. Hopefully, they might dominate. They might come out here and dominate.
I'm ready to see it because this could be the Shogun's duo. This could be the duo that Shogun needed for 3 seasons.
After this, maybe you get another fighter or something, so you can keep that momentum rolling. Get Chris G hyped up and get his momentum rolling, and get him kind of like, okay, we can come back, we can win some games. Let's do this.
They talk. I don't. Even if it's not a win, even if they don't pull out the win, at least try and fight back to see what you can do against the caliber of this team.
Yeah, you definitely want to try to anything you can to boost the momentum of your team as high as you possibly can.
Yes, yes.
All right, so I think we have another timeout, or is it or we have a
is it
technical issue maybe?
Let's see. Take this time, take this perfectly great time to say, hey, if you're thirsty out there, go get yourself some slide.
Oh, especially when you're watching a long game like this and you're sitting there stretched for hours and hours and you're like, man, I need a boost. You just crack it open, baby, and just drink some slide.
And while you're drinking some slide, head on over to SurfThing, the official PCs of the UEL.
That's right. They've been performing excellent from day one since we've got them, man.
And now,
they've been awesome.
did you know if you get them from the UEL, you get 10% off? 10%?
I don't think so. But I don't know how that stuff
That's what
works.
Third was saying
Details.
yesterday.
I don't know. I don't get the details right there, but that's not what it is. But basically, just ultimately make sure that you check out SurfThing. They're really great PCs, good quality, great quality. They're something that it's been like a godsend for us.
Yes.
Like they've been amazing. And when you play 33 games like we do, you need so many games to be able to run so efficiently without any issues. And they've been tip top the whole time, which is great.
And we haven't been able to see any fighters like this game around, but yesterday we saw a lot of fighters, and the way some of the fighters ran on those PCs,
So smooth. That was great, man.
beautiful.
Now we're running them for like the gauntlet matchups. Now is all SurfThing PCs run as well, and you see the difference, the quality, the performance, the FP. Like it's all just been amazing. Like I love it.
Yes.
Like I my PC, I already have one for a couple of years, but it's starting to age out a little bit. So when I'm thinking about getting a new one here soon, I think I might have to go.
There's only one play. You want to play like the pros, you head on over to SurfThing and get yourself a PC.
So I think we're getting down time for this Halo. Hopefully get this going soon. I'm so excited about this. I wonder if LAxGods are going to pull it again. They're going to wait until it starts and be like,
Forfeit?
Watch, bro. Watch it happen.
But then even if that does happen, Shogun should see it as like, hey, look, that's another point on us. Let's not lose the momentum and keep going.
Take the momentum, even if you
Keep
can't play.
going,
Take the
yes.
momentum and run
Take
with
the momentum of a win.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, also be interesting to see. So I wonder who has game setup for this. It looks like LAxGods setups. They get to choose map.
Yes. Yes.
Or game mode, right? I think we're doing map and game mode for RPS choice. So I hear all good, all good. I think we're about to get into some Halo action. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
I've been excited for this one.
Gotta love these OG shooters, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's a newer version, but it's an OG shooter.
Yep. Most of all of us grew up on one form of Halo.
Yeah. I started the original Halo doing LAN parties with my friends on the original Xbox. And like literally linking up cables and TVs, and people would come over. We'd have, 3, 4, 5 TVs and be LAN linking up and stuff and playing multiplayer, because that was before you had online.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
And then Halo 2, Halo 3. Halo 3 was when I really started popping off in Halo and got really good. I got into a lot of clans and stuff like that, and I was going wild. I got really good at Team SWAT. Like we started doing Team SWAT custom games and came up with it way before it was an actual playlist with the clan that I was in.
Oh, they're going to start when they're ready.
Yeah, it was fun, man. I was great at Team SWAT. That was my game.
Yep, and we're getting ready to get started with some Halo, which is going to, if we're actually playing it, it's going to look like a very fun game. Don't seem to have a forfeit happening here, and we're going to see 2 of the rookies go against 2 rookies.
Well, not really, because GGO is kind of not a rookie, and Electric has been here for years, man. He's been years. He just hasn't been in the lineup for a while. But yeah, so it's basically one rookie versus one rookie, essentially.
But we're definitely gonna see what they can do. What's the strong point? If this is something that the Shogun I feel gotta pull out, because this is supposed to be one of your strongest games.
Yep, dude. After looking at the logo more, man, the logo's fire. Dude.
So sick.
It's so fire.
Sick.
I started picking up Ghost of Tsushima again because I never finished it, and so I re-downloaded it. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna start playing this again because I never finished it.
It's a great game.
And it's fun. I mean, it is, it's a little repetitive, sometimes. But like, I like those story games.
Yes,
man.
that's what I'm saying. It's the story. We're getting into this Halo.
All right, 2v2.
With a
What's the
wheel
next game on the
spin.
wheel? We got R-Dub and Ash. So now we know GGO's on R-Dub and Ash. And next we got Blaze Blue. Okay. Blaze Blue. That's another game. I don't know if that's one of Chris G's fighters, but that's another potential win right there if you guys can pull it out. Yeah. I do think that's a game X-Ray's probably going to be pretty good in.
And wants to play. So let's see.
All right, let's see. We got some moves here. I think we're watching Ash right here. No, we are watching. Oh, what is happening? I think we are watching Ash.
No, I think we're watching X-Ray. Or I mean, someone on a XGods.
No, I think I think it was Ash, and he got killed doing it. Oh wait, no, maybe not. Let's see.
No, that's what I'm saying. GGO.
Oh, we got capture the flag. Okay. Yes, that was GGO hyping up over there. I think that's one.
There it is
taking
again.
out Electric. Capture the flag is interesting because kills aren't going to matter as much. But now you got GGO getting another one.
We're watching GGO.
Now he's going to grab the flag. And 2v2 capture the flag is such a smart call because with only 2 players, you can kill them and move the flag so fast.
And there was that down for.
That's
we're
another
watching
kill
Ash
right there.
Now Ash is control.
Yeah.
Of the
So
flag.
I mean, as you can see, this
They're
is
doing what
definitely
they
one of the
do.
Shogun's games because they're already moving. And there you
far.
see he's got that expert flag movement. That is experienced flag play right there. GGO, Kenna. We got to start calling him Kenna.
Yes,
Kenna and Ash popping off right now. Already got a
Are
flag
they going
capture.
in there again? They got another one?
They're about to get another one. They're about to end this quick.
Another one?
They said this. See, this was XGods' attempt to try to throw Ash and Kenna off their game by choosing capture the flag. But experienced players are going to know how to flag run. And if you don't know how to flag run, look at this flag run. They can't catch him.
What?
It's all day.
It's two.
All day.
2.
We finally get to see Shoguns popping off in a shooter.
There it is, Ash. Ash playing it safe, waiting for GGO probably. I'm going to have GGO take that flag, and then here, look at it. Boom.
The
There
Shogun
he is.
said,
Boom.
we're going down swinging. You're not going to take us easy.
Yes. Took kill assist. That means that GGO got a kill with Ash getting the assist off that. Do they have the flag? Nope, they're going for the flag now. That's Ash heading on his way over to take the flag. Is this going to be over? Oh!
I love that he's using the Magnum, bro. Because it's like he's literally trolling right now using the Magnum. I love it.
It's over.
He's trolling with the Magnum. That's wild.
This is what they came here for. I told you this is the. Oh wait, they dropped the flag up there. They might have dropped the flag up there.
Oh, I think the flag run kind of messed up, and so it ended up kind of automatically staying up top.
So we got we're watching
He
Kenna.
hit it too early.
We have Kenna on the screen.
Woo! He punched him right in the face.
He's a demon. Oh.
Okay, Kenna's popping off right now.
His talk.
Kenna and Ash are popping off. They're about to get that third capture, I think, and that's going to end it right here.
3-0.
Woo! He said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and climb
and
up
he just
here, and I'm going to take it, and that is a dub
It's
for
a
the
dub from the
Shoguns.
Shoguns.
Great start to the second half for the Shoguns, closing the gap. When did XGods get 11? Lumina Rush. Lumina Rush. Okay. Hey, that's good. Shogun's getting some wins. They got to take advantage of that. Now they got Blaze Blue. If they can pull out a win in Blaze Blue, maybe they throw in, I'm guess, probably Chris G and Mr. B.
Yes. And then
look, I'm rhyming like you. Never, not even close.
Yeah.
I'm the greatest freestyle rapper in my own privacy with nobody hearing.
I've heard it. So I'm backing him. But
hey, you were impressive. I'm not gonna lie. I was impressed, dude.
Thank you very much.
You had good flow and good lyrics, man. You're impressive.
That. But there we go. GG. You said I see Chris. I see Mr. B. Maybe Dolo. The way Dolo used to play some what was it?
Guilty Gear.
Guilty Gear, and the way he played.
The problem is with X-Ray, the way he played DNF in Guilty Gear. I imagine X-Ray's probably really good at this game. Yeah. That's the concern.
I mean,
Havoc, I know Havoc probably picked it up and started practicing right away. Havoc is the type of guy that he's not the best fighter in the world, but what he does, he figures out a character, he figures out combos, he figures out a game plan, and gets that game plan going really fast.
Oh, it's a 5v5.
Oh, it is? Wait, what? Oh, that's right. I forgot. It's a 5v5. I forgot.
So,
that's right, because TLG was TL Sweeps last night. in Blaze Blue.
So
he annihilated that game last night. That was wow. So a 5v5, this actually could be pretty competitive, but this could be a potential game for Shoguns.
GGO, Mr. B, and either Kazi or Dolo.
I think you anchor DZ for coverage. I think you anchor DZ and play the other 5.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Because I imagine if like a F1 rolls, I figure DZ's probably the best option, or maybe Mr. B. But you need Mr. B for a fight.
Yeah, you do.
So
That's
you can't anchor Mr. B. You need him for this game, especially if you're trying to close the gap right now at the Shoguns. You need Mr. B. He's one of their best fighters in here. You saw it Tekken. He's the only one that basically stood a chance.
And then at the same time, like you said, anchoring DZ, we can save DZ for maybe a somewhat maybe a fighter, but we can save him for a shooter. We can save him for a sports game. At least we've seen DZ be dominant in Call of Duty. Last season, we've seen DZ do his thing in certain what was it DB.
Also, they could get Football Club next. You know,
yes,
2v2. Yeah, so like I think Kaz also, because I believe last season he wanted to play fighters, but he couldn't get his stick to work. And so I think that's part of the reason he struggled with that last season. And he didn't get to play a lot of matches because of personal stuff. So I'm actually curious to see how he would handle a fighter because we got to see, I think he was in Tekken, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But the X-Ray sweep that. So, I'm curious to see how he plays this one. This does seem kind of a reminder of, like, Guilty Gear, DNS style
that's what I'm saying. And
fighters.
That's not a game that I wouldn't say that the Shogun were dominant, but they have players who last season they showed understand the controls of that style of game.
This will be our first chance today to see Chris G in a fighter.
And I'm ready.
It's probably his worst fighter on the wheel, but it's a fighter. Finally, we get to see Chris G in a fighter.
Yes.
And even if it's not his best, when you're that high level of a fighter, you got to imagine he's going to be able to be competitive in it. Because even down to base fighter tech, like I'm sure if he, put it this way, if he's played it for 30 minutes, he probably can still beat mostly everybody.
And this is coming from insiders report of the Shogun Temple. He has practiced it, and I can say seeing Chris G live practice games the man really looks at it as a sport. He really goes into it with tech. He's having a monitor where he's playing the game and a monitor where it's showing him the tech that he needs to use.
I like that. See, that reminds me of like a TK. TK, he's so particular, takes notes.
Yes.
Very strategic about everything he does, learning and getting better. Also like Herb in Tekken. Herb knows like every single move. What's plus, what's negative. Like he knew everything on Tekken 7. Now Tekken 8 is like the same thing. When you get those high-level fighters, that's what they do. They don't just play the game at a high level. They analyze and break down and learn every little aspect of the game.
And that's one thing that me watching Chris G live.
We're here. Let's go. I want to know if he's going first, too.
That's the
I think,
question.
okay, it looks like we're getting Kenna up here first.
Yes, and that's going to be my time, guys. You have a great one. I'm going to hand it back to the wonderful Strix.
Oh, we got to have Strix back here because we got another fighter, and finally our first time getting to see Chris G in a fighter today. I am so hyped. Luckily, you probably have more information on this game than me. It looks really cool, but admittedly, I didn't feel like dropping the $40, $50 on it right now because I'm not playing much. But looks like we're getting Havoc first versus GGO, or Ken. I keep saying GGO. It's just Havoc, man. GGO just has such a good ring to it, man.
Yes.
So, but I think, he's just trying to change it up. But so Kenna, Halo kind of went how I expected it to.
Yeah, no, we heard them getting hype. I came back in the room and there was a lot of energy out. A lot of people ready to go and ready to play. It seems like that's what happens when people's games roll. People actually find a way to accomplish.
If DBZ rolls, we're doing the fusion. I'm just letting you know.
Hold on, we might fuse in something weird because I don't know if I remember the dance. But Blaze Blue is made by the same people that make Guilty Gear, actually. Fusion.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, okay, cool.
OG DBZ fan, you're welcome for that. You're all welcome. I know you've been wanting to see it.
What
would a me and Strix fusion look
I was
like?
literally thinking that. Oh, that's about to be.
Think of the
crazy.
loudest but also smart. Like, you get your intelligence, you get my loud obnoxious personality sometimes.
Undefeated. It'd be godlike.
Charming good looks.
That's on him. That's on him. But yeah, Blaze Blue is made by the same people that make Guilty Gear. It's actually the game that came before, like 2 Guilty Gears ago. It's an older game. There's a lot of really crazy stuff.
So
in this
X-Ray.
game.
So X-Ray and Havoc are probably going to be decent at the game. X-Ray's probably going to be really good. Havoc's probably going to be decent.
There is like a simple mode that's kind of like Street Fighter's modern Dragon Ball Z's auto combos that's in the game. We do have a technical time.
I know if the Shoguns need to add another fighter to the roster, they need to pick up AV to pimp because he's so dope at fighter. No.
Trust me, I heard he's been playing KOF. He's been playing Street Fighter, Tekken.
KOF, is that game that like the Cobras are really good at, but like didn't really get to play?
That's most of the
'Cause they
fighters.
got taken off the wheel.
That's most of the fighters, to be honest. Oh my God, I want KOF backs. But Blaze Blue, it's a very crazy game. There's a lot of things that, because it's an older fighting game, some of those little new things that I think some of the players in the league that might have gotten comfortable, like, oh, I played Street Fighter, I played Guilty Gear, you might not be comfortable.
Different mechanics.
I'll give an example because I do not want to see more blue combos. You have to manually tech. So when you get knocked down, the game will not stand up for you. You have to, as a player, press something, do something to stand back up.
So that's why on the stream, because I was rewatching, because TLG was sweeping it last night, and so I was rewatching, and I kept seeing somebody in the chat saying, "Tell him to stop laying on the floor," and I was like, "What does he mean?" I was like, because I got it, but I was like, "Is there something more to that,
Yes.
or is he just saying,
a lot
like,
of modern games
so
will
you have
stand
to
up for you?
actually get
Yes.
up?" Yeah.
A lot of modern games will auto tech.
I always stand up though. In every
Yeah, as
fighter,
long as
just
you-
instinctively, I always stand up, or I try to choose how I'm going to stand up. Because
Some
some
people-
fighters like
yeah.
Tekken, you have different ways.
A lot of people that are used to more modern fighters like, oh, like the game will do it for me. That's cool. All right, so let's see who we got. Oh, it's Christy.
Oh,
going
Christy's
first?
starting off. Christy's starting off. Who is who? Who is who?
I can tell you right now. I can already tell you. I can
I'm so
already tell
excited.
you that
So excited.
whoever picked Stylish here, so I'm assuming that's Havoc. Whoever picked Stylish, so Havoc should be on the left, Chris G's on the right.
Okay, stylish. Okay.
I can promise you. So
I don't know the
Stylish is-
characters. So I'm not-
Stylish is it's like the modern mode in the
Okay.
game. So that's where, like, when I see that seems like Havoc is willing to utilize. Havoc is not going to spend 100 hours on a fighting game learning everything about the fighting game. He's going to find the information he needs to win, and to
That's
use
what I
that.
was saying. That's what I was saying to Dad had earlier. Is like that's what Havoc does.
And he picked-
Havoc picks what he's going to be,
Yeah.
and that's what he works on. He learns that base. Like this is my strategy.
And here we go. So this should be a great example of very good Blaze Blue in terms of the craziness. The character Havoc is playing is a very strong character. Nice job using his burst to get out of it. And now Chris G's in the combo. Doesn't look like he tech because that was blue. And Chris G is getting run over possibly. Are we sure it's Chris G?
Yeah, it is. It's definitely him. But he's probably not one of his premier fighting games. So he's probably trying to figure it out. But the way this is going right now,
In the Super, I
Havoc is
think Havoc
cleaning
took him.
up.
I think Havoc can win here. Mai is a very strong character that you kind of have to know how to deal with the craziness. But here we go. Chris G is going to finally be able to play the game. And Havoc just running away, keeping the space. Mai has the ability to throw this spear. And
Is this a multiple? This is a multiple set. Though?
no,
Like,
one
no,
life.
They changed it.
One.
now?
I think this is one life.
That's tough. The Chris G fighter debut did not go as planned, but it kind of goes how UEL expects it to go. These pros step into UEL world and get checked.
I need you to understand. Shout out to my teammate. Love him, TK Bad Moon. This is it. Who Havoc is playing is his most hated fighting game character of all time. This character has some, as you can see, like when she gets started, she's playing games. You're not. But when she gets started, she absolutely can put on a ton of pressure and lock you down, and just you have to kind of know how to deal with it. I think Chris was hoping to, with the character he had, overwhelm Havoc ultimately. Like if that character also gets to press buttons, you kind of just have to sit there and hold a bunch of crazy.
It felt like he hasn't played this one too much. Like he was
Yeah.
probably trying to play reserve and figure out how the game.
You
is
got
gonna
one
run or
life.
how it's gonna work.
I'm sorry, you can't play reserve with one life.
Yeah, that's UEL for you. Havoc, but this is what Havoc does, like you talked about. He figures out what combo and what style is going to work, and it's so funny because this character's attacks is so similar to his DNF character in Vanguard.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's a lot of very long-reaching moves that do a lot of damage. Havoc now taking on another one
the
that's
character.
Dolo.
She looks good.
Yeah, mine. Ultimately, Havoc looks very comfortable, able to play, able to move through the game without too many problems. I think he's happily saying, like, okay, cool.
We might get that would be crazy if we get a sweep yesterday in Blaze Blue and then we get a sweep today in Blaze Blue. Because I'm telling you right now, the first thing I'm gonna tell everybody in the league, hey, y'all need to start practicing this game because if this is gonna be a sweep every time we see it, it's not gonna be a competitive and entertaining game.
There's a few people I know that will absolutely be trying to play the game. I just don't think most people are that worried about it.
Yeah.
So this isn't because it's an older game. You actually have to have your controller plugged in before you start the game. If you unplug your controller, it will not be red anymore. So it can create a situation where people might be wanting to use like one very specific type of controller, possibly for play. But overall, otherwise, we're going to. It's going to mean that I think teams are going to have to come in prepared and know, like, hey, we do a fight, we do everything. Everything should be saved. But then we have to go ahead and reset. We have to move stuff around. We have to kind of, like – and it gives you a chance to breathe, ultimately. I hope they, like, kind of recollect. I need somebody to please run out there. Please tech.
That's one of the downfalls of when it comes to – like the stick players and the hitbox players is that does make it tougher in like especially in a UEL scenario when you have something like that because it's almost always created an issue. You're one of the few people that has very minimal issues with the stick. I don't know if it's luck or just a lot of practice.
Let me give you the real tech with it.
Yeah.
Buy an officially licensed stick. A lot of people buy hitboxes.
Okay.
I have
Psycho.
I have a PS4 stick. And
Psycho
so what
makes
that means,
his own. That's why
as long as it is a PC or a PlayStation, it thinks it's a PlayStation controller.
Okay.
I don't have to worry about anything else. But, yeah, once you get into some of the custom hardware, it's very nice. I love that part of sticks.
But that should be like what you play with at home.
You're also hoping that your
like
converter works. I had somebody I was watching when I was out there. His little converter broke, and his controller stopped working mid-set, and he lost out of the tournament because of it. There's a lot of reasons where sometimes it's more expensive, but buying the official thing can absolutely be worth it.
I still think personally the best fighting controller is the PS4 controller.
I don't know if I agree with that, but I can happily say if people in the league or out of the league are getting into fighting games, it does not matter what you play on. You can absolutely
I just think it's the most comfortable.
I think for a lot of people, if you're playing games, a lot of people get started on a controller. I'm always pretty open about, like, oh, well, like, why do you like stick? I happened to start playing stick when I was in middle school. So it's like, oh, I have 20 years of using a stick now.
I think it has a lot of advantages over a controller. It's just it's such a different animal that if you're going to pick it up, the problem is a lot of people come into UEL and like, oh, I'm going to play a stick. It's like, well, hold on. Like, you're new to fighters and you're picking up a stick.
Yeah.
Just know you're going to suck for a while. Like, you're not going to pick it up right away. However, if you're looking to learn fast and quickly, then you want to do controller.
Is somebody playing it? Okay, we didn't get a control. No. It looks like, are we moving?
They probably just had to reconnect the last controller they were using, I'm guessing.
So I think this is really interesting because they probably didn't expect Chris maybe to lose this. This is one of those games as well. There's a lot of information.
If it's not his premier fighter, he should have went later so he can just I don't know. But then again, with one round, it doesn't really matter because you don't get a warm up. So
I think that this is where the person just has to be completely locked in.
Yeah.
You need to be watching what Havoc does, recognizing that hey, I'm probably gonna have to fight this person if you know your team isn't up to where they need to be, and then go from there.
Okay, I see Kenna changing some buttons. That's a good sign. That shows that he probably has played the game.
My thing here is that he seemed to be changing the same button. So, yeah, you just press it, boom. It's swapping. Everything is on default. He could have just clicked Restore Defaults, it looks like. But just checking his controls. I like this. After a lot of people and a lot of players don't necessarily always check their controls.
You know what it could be, too? If he's not using a controller he's used to, like an Xbox versus a PlayStation or something, he might be pressing it to verify that he's got the right button set to the right control. So that's probably why he's doing it that way, doing it the slow way to make sure it's going to be right.
All right, and then here we have S. S has a really interesting play pattern. She basically swings, and then she can make bigger versions of the swing to follow up.
Okay,
but again,
it looks like Kenna does have some skill in the game. He has played, so he's got some moves here. Okay.
He seems to know what he's doing. Nice job timing that second release to be able to catch and keep Havoc in stun. But now Havoc is getting started, and now you're blocking. You have to find your way out, and this is the issue. Once you get knocked down in BlazBlue, you need to know what you should be doing. Are you waking up blocking? Are you trying to roll away and avoid whatever's coming next? You need to have in your mind exactly what you're going to do.
Whew.
Because
he looked decent, but Havoc just this is what Havoc does, man. He learns a game, and he quickly learns a game. Like, it's just what he does, man. You know as well as I do, because we both played with them, worked with them, like coached them. Like, he's a smart. He literally will just find an expert of the game, like teach.
He's absolutely one of the best brains and like executioners in the league. I'll make this point to gamer. Yes, and you know what? I'm going to give it to – especially having played with Havoc. Havoc can absolutely play every single one of the genres and beat most people.
Don't let his tier fool you. He takes lower on purpose because he wants to help the team. Don't let his tier fool you. That is. I think he's a tier 1.
I think he could easily argue for tier 1, tier 2 on pretty much any team if he really wanted to.
Yeah.
And this is coming from someone that has worked with Havoc like freely. He learns the games and is willing to do whatever it means to win. Now, with that said, I would tell everybody in the league, watch this. If you can figure out how to beat it, Havoc's not going to, like, spend another 10 hours until he has to. So he's going to
do it until it don't work, and then he'll figure out the next thing.
Exactly. And so this is your chance to be like, cool, this won't happen to me in my next game.
But this is also where somebody like TLG who knows the game, he's going to get through that.
The unfortunate thing is TLG also. We saw TLG yesterday play knows the character, and so very much like
a lot more moving from him, a lot more mix-ups and stuff. But like that's also just TLG having fun. Cause that's what he does. He's like, he wants to do every type of super.
It's up, bro. My man had to. So I'm gonna drop the nuke to end the game. Like,
hey, but you know what though? As tough as it was for you guys yesterday, if you look at it with the discount, the forfeits and stuff, that was the one game that was a pure domination for your team. Yeah. So I mean, so I'll give him that. Because that was the one game that was like a Paladin's win.
The UEL is in a far different place now where I'm happy we don't see as many just like, oh, this is like a one-sided beatdown. We see them occasionally, but I'm fine with that, right? Like, oh, if Lockdown goes in and I'm trying to think, what was your best sports game?
I can play 2K. Here's the thing. I stopped playing Madden, but I used to be a really big Madden player, so like – even though I haven't played it in years, I can hop right in and beat most people at it because that was my game I played the most of.
It's like we saw that today, literally. GGO and Ash got to go in for Halo. They're getting hyped. They're getting energized. Having talked with some of the LAxGods guys, they were like, oh, no, this is one of the games we knew that if they had the line, we probably lose this. This is not going to be close.
You saw where not having AJ made a huge difference.
We got the My Mirror, the stylish
Mr. B seems like a guy who has practiced, and he's going to know the same thing Havoc knows. So this is going to be interesting to see. But Havoc's on a streak right now. He's warmed up. He's knocked out a couple, so he's going to be aggressive. But good showing by Mr. B so far.
Using the push block to go ahead and get a little bit more space, but now he's in the corner like the rest of his team, and he's already at half health. He's got to start teching. This life bar is being moved through. He's looking for an option. One more guess could be game, and that is almost it. He has it. Is he able to do it? He finds the super. Confirm he's got to keep this pressure up.
He's got to follow up, though.
Havoc looking for his opportunity.
He's one hit, but he's pushing. Can he get it? Mr. B showing up.
If he gets this round, he'll have another round, another full
life. Oh, my gosh.
Super.
Is he going to be able to do it?
Game.
Is he going to be able to do it?
Havoc jumps up. He finds the jab.
Oh, my gosh.
Drop.
Hey, look, I'm going to just say it. I know he lost, but Mr. B, that was that was almost a crazy reverse right there.
To people at home, Mr. B, yes, big praise to you. But if there's one skill, even over everything else we said about Havoc, that I want to highlight, it's his ability to stay calm. Like, even when he's, like, sweating a little bit, he's like, okay, cool.
Yeah, he just
and you can see him over there. He's smiling, having fun, enjoying himself. Everybody else is locking it. He's like, okay, cool.
I really want to play this game. I just don't want to spend money.
He's probably still chilling.
Like, I
He's
really
probably-
want to play it.
He's probably chilling, be like, yo, I already beat Christy. I beat Christy. I'm good.
He's
I
happy
did.
already. The second he did that first one, he was probably like, I'm happy no matter what happens.
Nice throw. He's going to go into a combo. Blue combo, you could have gotten out of that. Nice burst to reset the screen state. And here we go. Kartakazik looking for it. Gets tagged again. Is Havoc working on a perfect? Throw again. Once again, that's not real. No tech. One more guess. Oh! And it's a perfect. That's a perfect.
Oh, man. Havoc sweeps. Havoc sweeps.
Havoc has at least one fighting game sweep every season. Every single season. It's
true.
He just kills an entire team.
Well, that stopped their momentum. Havoc sweeps. All right, so next we got Dead by Daylight, and it is an XGods setup, but AJ's the only one available. So do they go by coaching with X-Ray and Havoc and play Killer, or do they do X-Ray's got the Survivor
I
strat
absolutely
down?
think they're going to be like, DZ can't play Survivor. I think that's what they're going to do. Or can't play Killer. DZ can't play Killer, and they're going to be like, go.
I just noticed it's only DZ.
Yeah.
Shoguns are FFing, dude.
But
if
you
they're
want-
playing Killer, yes, FF. Don't bother.
Well, it's the XGods choice. So the XGods technically, depending on what they want to do with the score, they could literally put AJ in, FF the game, get a full reset, mess up the lineup for the Shoguns, and play out the rest of the game.
That is,
See,
I mean, if they want to troll like that and they don't really care about records and stuff, and they just want, then they could.
I think that's from a game sense. If I was like, how do I win this game best as possible? But also, I think they kind of want to get out of here, so I think they're more than willing to play a few games, and you know, they want to, they feel comfortable. We heard some talk from the field, maybe picking some options, so we'll see.
Oh man, I'll be honest. Dead by Daylight's a cool game, but if you don't have top tier gameplay, it's hard to watch.
Yeah. I also want to see what this team looks like because we don't have two of their players that were most known for DBD last season in. Arbiter's not playing, and
Reb's not a player anymore.
Correct. And so now what was kind of one of those strong games you could reliably look at.
But not really, because if you remember last season, it was literally like Reb. It's like she had no help. We saw it multiple times. She had no help. It ended up being her the last one, like every time.
And so it's one of those things where I now want to see what Dead by Daylight looks. How much did y'all pay attention last season when she was trying to teach, trying to help you, like, get as good as possible at the game?
I don't think it's a game they've practiced. I don't even think they play it. I think whether they're Survivor or Killer, I think they FF no matter
Chris
what.
G has been trying to play the game, and he's gotten a lot better.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one of the funny – so this was something really funny that a lot of people don't know is because Chris G kind of has a background, he has a lot of people in his stream that can also assist him in figuring out some of the games that he's less familiar. So, like, somebody – apparently. Here's the issue. Yeah, here's the issue. My entire issue is I'm like, it's Chris G. If I tell Chris G how to play a fighting game, I'm wrong. There's not a world where I'm like telling somebody that he's like, all right, cool. So what have you accomplished? I haven't even won a local yet. So you're setting on top of the world. But with that, it looks like they're sending in GGO, Kartakazik, DZ, and Ash.
So AJ is going Killer.
And AJ is playing Vecna. I am so happy. This
Strange
is
at Things? Technically Dungeons.
Technically, yes.
All right, let's see what we get on the wheel, man. Can we get some 2K? Can we get some 2K? I want to see some 2K.
I've gotten most of my games. So, yeah, go ahead and give him 2K.
Or another fighter.
Roller chance.
Oh, FC. I want FC. FC. Come on, FC.
F1.
Oh, F1. I thought it was FC. It's F1.
The game was like, oh, we'll give it to you.
Oh, AJ went in. Oh, he had to go in. He's available. Never
full
mind.
reset. They
Never
got full
mind.
reset.
Yeah.
They have full reset.
Because I think, no, Havoc. I forgot. Havoc's going to go in, probably.
Well, they have. No, I'm saying
AJ or
the
Havoc.
LAxGods, because they took Killer, will have full reset.
Yeah.
So they can send Nexus and.
Yeah, they could say they have options, man. Yeah, AJ, Nexus, and
X-Ray?
Havoc. But I think they'll go Havoc though.
Yeah, maybe.
I think Havoc's probably the best.
All right, so here we go. Vecna is the D&D killer, pretty much, and he looks to be using a pretty standardish build. But what he does, he has 4 different powers. So you can see him switching there. This orb is going to fly around. If it runs into anybody, it will show you where. It will show him like their heartbeat. You cannot see that without a special item. And he can fly, as you can see. He's a killer that has a lot of different abilities. You just have to be ready and willing to play. He might be able to get a couple of hits here. Oh, is he using the Eerie?
Oh, he did like a little backwards like swap around. So not to cut you off, but one thing, I know I've harped on this multiple times, but I got to be honest, man. Just watching it right now and looking at it, these SurfThing PC quality is just nice.
Beautiful,
it's
man.
So much better, dude.
Every single time I was wondering.
So much better. Look.
I have to sometimes be like, does my game look like that good at home? I might need to get a SurfThing.
I know.
Really
I'm close to. I'm almost getting time to like where I'm gonna need to upgrade here soon. I'm kind of like, man, I might have to go SurfThing.
So I noticed a lot of them around here. This immediately puts my brain onto a possible hatch strat. If you're trying to get hit, you're trying to create a situation where like he downs people and puts them on the hook. A nice window job. It doesn't end up getting him hit, but maybe just maybe. I can't tell if they're like unorganized or what exactly is going on.
They're unorganized.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure which one. And that's
From what I saw
down.
last season, they worked on it a little bit, but as a cohesive unit, they didn't have much work on it.
DBD is a game where like you have to play individually and play as a team, and if either one is weak, you can kind of be exploited and.
So the arrow ability is that sending the wave thing that direction? Is that what that is?
So it makes a couple of skeletons. Because he has the reddish pink add-on he has to his ability, it lowers. Normally there are 4 or 5 skeletons. It makes it 2, but they're lower to the ground. Usually you can crouch under those skeletons, and we can see one of his abilities.
A palette mistake by somebody here. Who is that? He made a mistake on that one, and that was Ash. He made a mistake. He actually hit the palette too early.
Some of my D&D fans, that's actually Mage Hand. He's able to grab pallets and pick them back up or hold them up so you can't put them down. It's really funny to try to deal. He has so many things that if you don't know what this character does, it's really difficult to deal. So now flying around the map, chasing these other 2 players, they managed to get the other player off the hook. But, again, ultimately, he's not worried about the game.
Too. I like this killer, man. He's got some interesting tech. I like that.
A lot of versatility. It's ultimately, for me, what I love about him is, like, he has things for each situation. If you're smart and you learn what you're doing. Kara Kha'Zix is down. Ash is still on the hook. I think Kara Kha'Zix is going to get picked up. Yep. Zik is going to go ahead and get put on the hook here. So GGO and InGamer PC7, DZ are who we still have up on their feet. AJ getting a little bit of damage. Now here's the scary part. None of the generators have been done at this point. You have 2 people on the hook. You have another person that was just found. This is going to be a very difficult situation. You got somebody off the hook. You traded a health state for it.
He has to go for her because she's the one that's already been hooked.
Yep. And this is where you have to really communicate as a team, being like, hey, he's looking for me. Nice job dodging.
AJ is showing that he knows how to play killer, dude.
And taking down GGO is going to pick him up. And, okay, AJ having a little bit of fun. Moving his mouse back and forth. But we finally
showing why he's a true tier 1 in the UEL.
And we now saw a generator getting done. So there's some progress being made, ultimately. Slow progress, but progress nonetheless. And I think he's having a little bit of fun. Again,
I mean, wouldn't you if the score was 12-3 right now?
I think specifically in that case it has to do with the fact that it's GGO. GGO was talking was happy to be able to play Halo and like put a beat down, and I think AJ's kind of being like, all right, bro, you got your game. We let you play. Now what? What are you gonna do in these other games? You see, AJ's calm, cool, and collected. He's been here season after season. GM, coach, player. He's been there regardless, learned all this stuff, and he now feels confident to just be like, all right, cool, I'm just going to chill. So here we go, Flight of the Damned. These are the skeletons. He's going to send them through the rock. They're close to the ground, and a nice job dodging them. And ultimately, we see the player running away. This is GGO. This is going to be a second hook state. And here we go. Okay. Yeah, no, this is that's
like you said, he's playing having fun with them.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, maybe control. I'm like, nah, that's I know that. Every gamer knows that.
I mean, he's a Call of Duty player. He definitely teammate to the Call of Duty player, so that was definitely on purpose.
Yes, absolutely.
Call of Duty. Oh,
GGO
man.
has to know. As a Halo player,
yeah.
you got to know the teabag.
Yeah.
You got to know the teabag perfectly as a GGO player, as a Halo player. But now using and heading back to the other side of the map, looking to cover as many bases as possible. They have to get GGO off, but GGO does not have any more hooks left to go. He cannot be hooked again, and I wonder if they're going to shift over. If they're going to shift over, and if they are going to change their strategy, maybe start looking for the hatch. But I think AJ might have gotten enough points to where that might not even matter. They're going to have to at least get another generator or two done to have the opportunity to do that. I need to know some communication. I would love to see their perks after the fact. AJ's kind of just in a great spot, is waiting for this pull, immediately gets a hit on the DZ. They run in opposite directions, so a good job splitting up. But it looks like this might be
You're not going to hide from him.
I think that's your last scrimmage
that
race
was
that
a
you need, by the way.
great decision because he
we'll luck out
managed
after
to
this.
be able to DZ managed to take that down, which allows GGO to keep playing the game. It's really important
bingo.
to, like, as a
Lock
team,
on.
it seems like that they communicated well enough. Like, hey, I
lock
die
it in,
here, you
and
got to
at that
take this
point,
hook.
everything
That's
is all
DZ's
said
for
and
hook as well. But you can see every time he hooks somebody, he locks down the generators. You're not going to be able to continue to progress. And now he's going to check one side of the map while at the same time walking over here and seeing what exactly is happening. He doesn't see anybody. He's just checking while letting the orb kind of check this other area for him. He knows that, hey, they're probably not over in this one area, but there he goes. He is locked onto another target, and he flies away. He's not going to be able to get up. He's going to have to go all the way around. But if they're smart, did they drop off and keep moving? No, it looks like the player waited, maybe trying to bait out a chase here. He's not going to make this window, take a little bit of damage, but Zik is hoping to get an opportunity. He's watching, sends out. Good job dodging the skeletons. Mage hand up. He's not going to be able to play this, but ends up getting hit on the same window once again. AJ steps through. I believe this is Zik's second hook as well, if not his third. This could be the death of one of the players. We'll see here in a second. Yeah, that's just Zik out of the game. And as that player we were talking about with strategy, it's really unfortunate to see him being the person going down. They have gotten 2 gens. This game isn't out of reach, but every player that dies, every health state, is going to be huge. It makes it so much harder when you have less than 4 people.
Yeah. And this is it's a tough game. Like, Dead by Daylight is one of those games that if you're not proficient in it, you're not going to be able to pull out some lucky wins. Like, there's no lucky wins in this game. Like, you got to have the skill or you're not going to last. And that's why I think this could be one of those
there
games.
we
It's
see the
also-
mage hand hold the pallet
Yep.
up.
It's also one of those games that happens to take a lot of time. So if you're not good at the game, you just need to. Oh my gosh! And there it
okay.
goes again.
It's always GG. It's always GG. I need you to
So
understand
you
it's
need
always
to.
GG.
If you're not going to be able to get good at this game right now, you need to just not play it. You just don't play it. But Shoguns have been trying to. Clearly, they've been trying to see how they play every game because they've literally forfeit practically
and
nothing.
I think they look in an okay spot. Like, it tells me you still need to practice some DBD, but y'all are at least kind of you're able to get a couple of generators done. You understand some of the fundamentals of the game, but you got to just get that time in. Trying to catch. Nice job walking one way and using the skeleton to get a quick double down, and is gonna slug this last person as he goes to chase down DZ. DZ has one hit away. DZ's gonna have to find some way to escape. AJ looks, and AJ finds his target, and I think that's game. Now, there could be a
This is
perk that
probably
lets
it.
him get off of DZ's shoulder or AJ's shoulder. There could be a perk that lets him pull himself off the hook or pick himself up from down. So it is not technically over, but this is going to be a really, really close situation, a game just in general.
They are
closing
down to
out,
2
excuse me,
generators.
close to the
So
close.
while all this is happening, they did get some generators done.
It's something that's really important. Like, if I see you lose 5 gens, that means y'all probably were just running around and didn't know what you were doing. At least
it shows that they
3
know
gens,
and they're doing something.
you probably realize, like, hey, I'm in chase. Okay, cool, work on a generator. All right, cool, I got a generator done. And that is a win for AJ Lil Blue in Dead by Daylight.
And now up next, we got F1, and I'm going to take a wild guess that it's going to be Havoc. I'm going to say Havoc versus Mr. B.
You tricked
no,
me.
DZ.
I'm letting you know right now, you tricked me. I forgot it was F1 and was thinking FC, which is why I kept saying Nexus and AJ. I was like, oh, yeah, they got a full reset. What do you mean? Why is Havoc going into FC here? And you're like, no, it's Havoc. It's like, it's probably Havoc. I'm like,
Yeah, because F1, Havoc, like they got multiple people that can play F1.
Yes.
But yeah, Havoc is clearly their best.
On the other side of the road, I'm probably looking at Go Big DZ.
DZ or Mr. B.
I think we got to go
Oh, no,
big.
Mr. B. No, Mr. B has gone in many times, and he's wrecked almost every time, if not every time.
I think we go with DZ.
Go
Not-
with the
nothing
vet.
against
Go
Mr.
with
B.
the vet.
Nothing
When in
yet.
doubt, go with the vet.
I think in this situation, like, you're just willing to match up here, try to get another win. You're playing every game for the game. You're not at this point. You want to see what you can do.
You're not playing to win the whole thing.
Now,
You're
on the flip
playing
side,
to win any individual game.
You might look at Chris G and Baby like, hey, how do you do in racers? Let's see if we can't give you some opportunity to play the game. But again, like, Chris G's probably like, bro, I'm chilling.
Yeah, but a racer like F1, you'd have to practice it. You can't just sit down and play it. Unless you're literally telling him, hey, go wreck him. But if you try to do that on Havoc.
That's the issue. I was going to be like,
they're putting in X-Ray instead.
This is the thing. X-Ray, remember, he's been on the team with a lot of good racers over the years. It's consistently. X-Ray's a player that constantly is like.
I don't think I've ever seen him
he'll
race
learn.
F1, though.
He's
I don't
never
think I've
had
ever
to
seen
race
him.
F1. That's the thing. I think he's always been on a team with some of
True.
the top racers in the league.
Jury. And then before that,
Chicken
Chicken Tech.
Tech. And so
yeah,
he-
so that's a good point.
He's had people to work with. Mers was as well one of his teammates over on his time on the Ghost. And so he has these people that know how to play racer.
I'm so curious to see how Click looks.
Click.
So curious. They got a lot of good players. I want to see how they mesh, what kind of lineups they go with, because that's another thing. With all their players, I'm curious what their lineups are going to be.
But guess what the funniest part is? You know who they play next week?
Who?
The Bandits.
Ooh.
Fresh off of a big win.
Ooh.
We
hey, that'll be a good matchup.
And so the other thing is all three of the teams are in the division. The Paladins, the Bandits, and Click are all in the same division. So now we're really going to get a chance to see, like, was
so y'all lost a division game, first game. Ooh,
that's a whole. That's a
tough.
whole.
Especially with the way it is now, the way it's structured now. Like it's
Every
not like
game is gonna
last
matter,
season where
yes.
everybody's getting in. So it's only I think three
Six.
from each
Yeah,
conference, right?
3 teams.
So
each
that's tough.
every game matters. Every
LAxGods are
single game.
competing against what? Ravens and bots? Or no, Shoguns and
Shoguns?
Ravens and bots. You know, it's
No. So it should
it's
be
Shoguns and Ravens.
The Click replaced bots replaced the Click. So
Yeah.
it should be Cyclones, bots. Who's the third in that division? Blaze, because Blaze and Paladin swapped.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. LAxGods, Ravens, Shoguns.
Yes.
So it's probably right now the way this is looking, I can't wait to see the LAxGods play the Ravens. That's going to be good.
We always talked about seasons before that the Southern Conference felt weaker. I think both conferences. I think the North is still tougher, but both conferences have like very strong teams. Again, I think that I want to see this LAxGods team go up against the Ravens.
I mean, they
Or the bots.
they look good, and I want to see them against some teams, some of the better teams. But
And we
they
don't know
look
what the
good,
Blaze
man.
look like. We don't know what the Blaze are going to do.
I know because you got like some veterans, and then you got Hollywood, but like they're going with some rookies, and like you said, Hollywood is a pretty good evaluation of talent. He knows if somebody's good or not. He's pretty good at that,
And he also just knows how to, I think, like
so I'm excited to
grind
see.
and prepare and improve.
I'm excited to see those teams like them, who you're going to see a lot more rookies playing. Some of these teams, like you got some rookies today, but like yesterday we had only one rookie, and he actually performed very well. So we got to see some more rookies today. Sin and Hosaj, they mostly just kind of fit right
So
in.
X-Ray
They haven't
versus
done anything
Mr.
exceptionally
B,
great.
Your call on Mr. B was correct.
Yeah,
X-Ray versus Mr. B.
but I feel like he's wrecked every time he's raced.
I think that sometimes it's just players playing a little bit too aggressive.
Is that
They're
DBZ?
Dragon Ball Fighters.
You know we're doing it when it comes back, bro.
Oh my
We're
goodness.
doing it when it comes back, bro.
And here we go. I don't. Both players. I wonder. They both seem to be competing for spots.
So we got X-Ray on top right here with 11th place. Mr. B doing pretty well. But that's what I'm saying. Like I don't know if he's won any F1, but I feel like he's gone in a lot for them, which tells me he's clearly their choice. Ooh, he's going in aggressive on there. He does break down. He's able to break it down just in time. So we got a nice move right here. Ooh, nice.
Trying to slide around.
Good
the
moves. Good moves.
He's hanging in there, so he's keeping the pressure up on X-Ray. X-Ray can't get too comfortable. He has to kind of constantly be pushing.
Mr. B making moves. He's going to be right up behind Charles Leclerc. X-Ray right now. Mr. B is making. Oh no! He got hit by a. He recovered. He got hit by a NPC and still recovered. I gotta say, Mr. B is looking pretty good right now.
I like this. He's keeping the pace up and is managing to stay right on the heels of X-Ray. And I can tell X-Ray's not wanting to slow down much more.
It's
knowing
rare
he's
that we
right
get
there.
a competitive F1 game.
Yes.
So this is exciting.
And here we go. Let's see if he's able to do it. All right, coming up on another turn. X-Ray's going to have to brake hard. So does Mr. B. Comes around the corner. Is able to keep up. Goes a little bit
A
wide.
little wide, but it's okay. He didn't get a penalty.
X-Ray gets a little bit more space. He's got to be feeling a little bit happy and comfortable at that. That's one lap down.
If he's using Hamilton, he could catch up a little bit on this straightaway. Not a lot, but Hamilton does have a lot of speed, so he can kind of close the seconds gap a little bit. And then with the turn coming up, he's just got to be careful. Nice, good break. Good break. Well done, Mr. B, because this is one of those tracks.
He took it wide and hit the grass a little bit,
But that's because this is one of those tracks that has that deceiving speed bumps at the end of that straightaway turn that if you're not careful, you'll run right through the speed bumps and mess your car up. So you got to be real careful. So whoever chose this chose it with that in mind. Also, you got this turn there. Boom. Penalty.
that's such a difficult spot to be in because he has to start taking these risks. He doesn't want to let X-Ray get too far away from him.
But he is closing the gap now. And even with the penalty stuff like that, he can still pull it out. Also, he could potentially get X-Ray to wreck. But the problem is X-Ray has nobody around him but Mr. B. They don't have any other NPCs around them right now that he has to worry about. So you got to watch those bumpers. This is one of the few tracks that actually has those little speed bumps on it.
Oh, that's a really smart choice then by whoever setup it was. And X-Ray once again pulls away. Every time they start to get close to the pack, X-Ray's keeping just enough distance between the people in front of him and Mr. B behind him where he might have to deal with Mr. B for a turn or two, but it's on these sharp turns where he's able to take a really nice line through the turn and immediately just pick back up the speed, almost going
He almost went into the pit. That would have been bad. If he went into the pits, it would have been like, I'm just FF.
Oh, my goodness. I want to give these teams credit, though. We came into the second half with one timeout of
he overshot this one. At this point, he's got the corner cutting penalty. At this point, he needs to just be aggressive and try to catch him.
Yes. You don't have a whole lot
Hulkenberg
more
pulls in front of him.
opportunities. Two more people are passing.
Drops down 2 spots. Magnussen, Hulkenberg pass him.
And this is where I think, you're looking at probably wrecking now. You're not necessarily going to just keep running this.
Oof. See, he could have potentially ran like from the left side right through because there's speed bumps on that left side instead of taking a turn if he was trying to go for the wreck to get past these guys to get closer. But at this point, I think X-Ray is probably going to be able to pull this one out, barring something a drastic like accident or change.
And X-Ray still in this 11th place. He started there and he's finishing there. Really comfortable race from him. I never felt like there was any really danger. He took these turns very clean, very good lines. And I'm really impressed because we talked about it. Like, he's been on teams with good racers. He hasn't been in a position where he has to play this game. But going in and showing like, hey, I'm not necessarily trying to like win first. I found my spot that's comfortable and I'm able to run my race.
Yeah, and like you said, like his lines are really good. Like, he's staying on line very well. Mr. B is struggling a little bit, but I will say mostly impressive for how as far as F1 goes. There's a very few people in the league that can do at least the skill level Mr. B's doing. So, I mean, good job. He's clearly getting better at it, and he's got a skill for it. He needs to put some more work into it, but clearly he's another case for him being on the lineup.
And I also think that F1
So
is
at this
harder
point,
game
he's
to
so
play
far
than
behind right there. He should have went to the left of the bumps and just went straight through to try to catch up. He should have done it.
You're gonna get
because at this
penalties,
point,
yeah.
he's not going to catch him to win the race because of penalties and distance. He should have just went right through the left side to try to go for the wreck and get closer.
Yeah. Again, I think that to Mr. B's credit, I think F1 is a game that's a lot harder to play from behind than it is to play from ahead.
Yes.
Chasing a player down means you have to know exactly what you can and can't do and where to kind of steal like a second back at each corner, each straightaway. You just need to make up a little bit of distance here and there. And here we go. We spin around. I think we have one more lap after this.
Yep, barring any NPCs interfering, X-Ray should be able to clean this up.
Ooh, but
Look at
that's
those
always
turn
an
lines.
option.
Those turns are awesome.
He does have an
he is
NPC
crushing it
right
now.
behind him, though.
Yeah.
There's an NPC.
2 of them.
Okay, he's making some space now.
It's
they were right there.
Hulkenberg and Magnussen.
They're going to slow down. It's going to be how he comes
A little
out.
wide on the turn, still recovered pretty well, but they are getting right on top of him. Like you said, it's getting towards that last lap. He's got to be careful. You never know what come up on those turns. He could get bumped and taken out.
Especially if they're just looking.
If you're Mr. B right now, you're so far behind. All you're trying to do is finish the race and hope that he wrecks.
If I'm X-ray, I'm sliding over and letting them just pass me at this point. Like, I just know the only way I lose this race.
Oh no, he's got like 4 behind him now, so he can't. If that's a lot to let go.
It's super hard. It's super hard.
Nice turn.
But again,
right
I
there.
also appreciate. Again, this is the hustle that I like out of the Shogun. Like, they're not just like laying down. They're not saying, "Oh, this game is over." He's finishing out his race. He wants to prove, like, "Hey, I'm not just crashing out." You mentioned, like, he's had a lot of opportunities where he's played the game, crashed out. Now that he's able to show, like, "Hey, I have improved. I've been practicing. I can clearly gotten better and better at the game." And again, I think this adds to the scary depth of a team like the LAxGods here. You know, we have Havoc in the back. You know that there are obvious.
What happened?
Wrong setup.
Oh my gosh, LAxGods had wrong setup.
So this is something that I didn't want to.
So they waited, didn't call it out. So because of a wrong setup, Shoguns get the win. Hey, good job on Mr. B for just staying calm and finishing the race.
So I believe it's supposed to be 3 laps, and it was a 5-lap race. It's something really easy.
Well, last season it was 5, right?
I have to see. Look, there are amazing game masters out there that know the rules far better than I do.
Shoguns, you take what you can get, move on to the next game. The next game for us is going to be DBZ. Hold up.
Do you forfeit this? Oh.
Fusion.
Had to do it real quick for all the DBZ fans. I was like, what is going on? And I was like, oh, wait, we were supposed to do the thing. Oh, my God. Do the thing.
This could be a Chris G chance to redeem himself.
I want him just to get the chance to play. Like, because everybody's out there like, y'all.
He's in. Him, DZ, and Dolo.
Y'all been hyping
Dolo
up.
does play a little bit of
Y'all
DBZ.
been hyping up Chris G all day. Is he really that good? I'm like, look.
He's getting dogged if he don't at least get some fighter wins, man.
Look, if y'all
what's
got
happening by people.
Yo, LAxGods, play one.
I ain't looking at the chat, but I'm sure there's already some people in the chat, Hollywood, that are probably in the chat like, oh, he's trash. He ain't nothing.
I was talking actually to Karakazi. He was like, yo, you probably been roasting me on commentary. I'm like, bro, unless you do something that's really
he hasn't done
bad,
anything awful.
I just tell
They've
people,
been
unless
losing,
you do something that is clearly wrong, right? There's a lot of things that are questionable decisions that I'm going to be like, this was a bad decision because of this. There's some stuff that I'm like, all right, like, I'm going to be real with you. If I had to roast one thing right now, I'm like, Chris G, I get it. There's no reason you should be losing any fighting game to non-fighting game players. Again, it's still Havoc. I still have a lot of respect for Havoc. He's an end-gamer. But it's one of those things that, like, I think even Chris G was not tapping out
Havoc
of
basically
combos.
pulled the UEL cheese on him, essentially. The Blaze Blue version of it. But
And maybe he hasn't practiced the game, but that's the UEL. Like, the UEL, in a perfect world, guess what? In a perfect world, in every matchup, I get a bunch of fighters. I get StarCraft and strategy games, and we minimize, like, whatever games I don't want to see. But that's not how the UEL works, right?
yeah, so if I'm Shoguns, first thing I'm doing, Raven's going in the lineup.
Who you getting rid of? That's the hard part, I think, that it is with this lineup.
I guess it depends on who you're playing. Because, like, at the start of the match, I would have said Dolo. But Dolo's actually performed pretty well. I think Karakazik has a lot of potential, but I think he's not quite there yet. Ash has a couple of games he's good at, but also
I'm gonna ask you the question.
He's a rookie. He's new. I think he needs more
Then
time.
I'm asking the question with everything you just said.
Okay.
You bench DZ.
Would I bench Easy? Yeah.
I'm saying, is that the person you swap out?
Yeah.
It.
Here's why. DZ's has his good games,
Mm-hmm.
but he's been here long enough. Is he really going to improve anymore?
Ooh.
And it's nothing against him, but is he really going to improve anymore? And then when you think about it in that aspect, you're trying to build this team up. And if one or two games of DZ getting you the win is not getting you the win right now in the match, so you got to think about team development. So I think you
Yeah,
bench
'cause,
DZ
like,
and
if
have
we-
him coach.
If we talk about those 4, DZ got them NCAA.
Yeah.
That is where DC was able to perform. And
But that's
show.
one game.
Chris
Now,
G,
he has other games.
technically-
I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm not saying there's multiple
Yeah.
games he can win. But right now, the caliber they're playing with the team and struggling right now, 2 or 3 games is not going to get them the match wins right now.
I think this is also the thing that a lot of teams are going to struggle with is how do you slot in and rotate players in and out of spots? How do you find like the opportunity to play some of these players?
AJ Nexus and Sin versus DZ, Chris G, and Dolo.
So Nexus will be Super Saiyan Broly.
Who's Chris G? That's all I want to know.
Chris G is going to be on Roshi. Chris G is going to be on Roshi.
Roshi,
On the right side of the screen, right
okay.
side of
They
the
put him
screen.
anchors. They did the smart thing.
So-
they didn't put him in
yeah.
first. They put him anchor.
Team Gohan, this is going to be Sin on the left side for the LAxGods going up against
DZ, I don't know if
Dolo,
DZ knows
who is
much
bro.
about what he's doing. Or is that Dolo?
DZ, I believe Dolo played last season and had a pretty
this is Dolo.
good showing. I say that as Sin, once again, you mentioned him at the start of the match, shows off and is able to take a few kills. But once again, the pressure's now on DZ, and it looks like Chris G is going to have to do a lot of work. I need to see some 2H's there on those super dashes.
I was just about to say, nobody's doing 2H. I was noticing that when I was watching the people practice, too. I was like, let me give you some advice.
And Sin doing a good job of just keeping the pressure up. He's not trying to do too much, but finding these opportunities, and this is going to be an opportunity for Chris G to prove a point if
let's
he can.
see. Master
No
Roshi.
assist, but Master Roshi jumping in, locking in. Nice movement.
Okay.
Immediately
We got
finds
some
the sit.
moves. Let's see. This is what we needed to see.
The movement? All right, that's fine. He's looking
see,
for
look,
it.
He's like, yeah, you're not.
He's jumping, he's looking.
Okay.
Nice
We're
job.
seeing the moves now.
And now he's on opportunity for pressure. Nice vanish. And he looks
There's
at
a
we see
2H.
the first 2H we
First
see
one's done.
coming out of a player of the caliber of Chris G. And now here on the Vegito, jumping in, we got AJ the Little Blue. This is Tier 1 versus Tier 1.
The mix-ups.
And it looks like right now, we've been talking all day about this Tier 1 matchup, and it looks like Chris G is showing exactly why he earned this.
What he needed to have right now.
Putting as much power into this, and he finds the hit.
Hey,
here we go.
Hey, can we get him to put him in the bottle? Put him in the bottle.
But he's got the Rookie of the Year. He's got MVP level player Nexus out here, but it looks like Roshi throwing hands. Hit. That's crazy.
This is what they brought him in here for. This is what they've
Yes.
been waiting for.
DZ
That's the level
yeah.
1, right?
Yeah, I don't care what level it is.
Yeah, I'm writing W right now.
Chris G is on another level.
Hey, that's what they brought him in here for. That's what they brought him in here.
DBFZ is best of 3 now.
What?
DBFZ is best of 3 now. I forgot that DBFZ is a best of 3.
Yes. How could you possibly make it better? That's how.
Hold on, did they change all the fighting games to best
Nah,
of 1?
let's be real. I don't think they're playing it. They're letting Chris G take that. Come on, bro. You think they're gonna do that for 3 times? No.
They want to
that's
go
a
home.
that's a
I'm being
Chris
real
G
with you.
win.
I think
bro.
they want to go
That's
home.
a Chris G win.
They want to
not
go home.
doing it.
No, they want to go home. They want to go home.
Yeah, they're not playing that.
They're absolutely playing it. They don't want to play it.
Oh, they're playing it again? Okay.
Who disconnected? Oh, one of the players from the Shogun got to get back in here. Might have.
No, not Chris G because he's in. Okay. But just say because if he can't go back in, then it's like that's fine as long as Chris G's in there. That's all that matters.
Chris G doing a great job. I think we are looking for Dolo here. Dolo's going to have to get back into.
Yeah. Oh,
I hear Chris G out there saying, like, that's fine.
They're going to be down one character. Dolo backed out. He's not going to be able to go back in. But Chris G was
They
like,
won't be
it
able to
doesn't
start
matter.
it. I
It's
don't
fine.
believe they're able to start it without. I don't think you're able to do it with one person.
Or are they going down 2-2 maybe?
It would be hilarious if they did 1-1. Like, if hey, yo, I'll be like, yo, Havoc going right now. 1v1. You beat him in. He has to get back on. I'm like almost certain they can't play it.
Yeah, because they won't let him press A to go in.
Yeah.
That's all right. I mean, the way it works, he can get back in fairly quickly as long as he didn't alt F4.
I think he alt F4.
Come on,
I'm almost certain he alt F4.
I mean, it is a recent change to the rules. Like,
But that's one of those things that, like, no, again, I'm on a team with people that like fighting games, so a lot of us definitely paid attention to those rules. But again, I think it adds a little bit of a dynamic for something like Fighters, which was a little bit more swingy.
Yeah, because it's one set, and it was like one little mistake, and somebody who's not an experienced player accidentally hits the spark and then ruins the spark. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I say that though. Like Tekken is now not one round. Bro, Tekken is so hard. It's so hard for me to look at Tekken and be like, bro, you have 1 round. In Tekken 8, you're dead. You tried, but you died.
yeah, that's rough.
All right, as we wait here, we can talk a little bit about the game itself and talk about just overall. For people at home wondering what the 12 wins, my math might be a little bit off, but what the 12 wins for the LAxGods were: Need for Speed, Rainbow Six, Overwatch 2, Midnight Ghost Hunt, CTR, Final Stand Ragnarok, Maelstrom, Lethal League Blaze, StarCraft 2, Tekken 8, LR. What is LR?
Huh?
BBCS.
They had Lethal League Blaze, then Halftime, then Lumina Rush.
Then
Then NCAA, Halo, Blaze Blue, DBD, F1, and DBZ.
Yeah, and so the Shogun have managed to pull out these wins in Street Fighter. both
Goku
with a forfeit.
Black. Pit Boy, he's not here. He's watching from the crowd. So he is here, but he's.
Yeah. But if you play his character, then you'll become stronger. He actually, I believe, plays.
Oh, yeah, he's going first this time. Yeah, he realized after that last set, he's like, oh, just let me go in here and clean it up quick.
But some good blocks for a second there, but Nexus has been opened up, and he realizes he's going to be probably comboed for a good bit here.
If he
Nice
was paying
job.
attention to the combo from last round, he would know when the low is coming and
Yes.
know to do the load. He's doing it this time. But
And
yeah,
this is showing Chris G's prowess at tag fighters. He knows when to cause the assist. He knows when to keep himself safe. He's able to consistently, and I think he's so strong. We're losing the frame.
Well, that's also what happens, like you said. That's one thing, even the good DBZ players here a lot of times don't use the assist properly.
Correct. But here we go. Nexus managing to get a touch, is able to fight, and nice job.
He got a touch. It's one game, but it's what we need to see from Chris G.
Yep.
And hopefully he can do it for a lot of games. So
And
he
then-
went ahead and switched out and let his teammates so he can recover his health, which to play it safe, he's like, I'm gonna recover my health. Let you guys.
Are you going to
play
pull
for a
Chris
little
G
bit.
back in, or are you more worried about what's
I
going on?
think they're giving DZ a chance and Dolo to be able to play a little bit. So
2H. I need somebody to 2H beyond Chris G. Somebody, please. There we go. I love to see it.
Yep, keep the combo going. You can take him out.
Whoop. You should be able to get a kill here. Finish it up.
That's AJ.
Good job. All right, 2-2. Locking in.
As long as they don't
AJ
hit the
coming
spark
back
by
in.
accident, he'll
And
be fine.
AJ swinging. AJ came out swinging.
Oh, this is DZ. Okay, that was Dolo
Yes.
before.
DZ taking his fight. Whoop. Knocking him up.
AJ putting in
I don't.
work.
Once again, I think putting Chris G back into this position where he doesn't have any assist, we saw already what happens if he just has a few tools, and AJ finding a kill. So it once again is a tier 1 versus a tier 1. All that stands in the back is one rookie. Nice job using dragon legs to keep him in place. But once again, this is a lot of neutral. Chris G finding his opportunity, and now we watch the block. Good blocks by AJ. Nice job catching him, and a nice punish. What is AJ able to do here?
Oh, we got a little bit of delay
Boom.
right there.
AJ doing his best. It's going to come down to if AJ's able to confirm all of this into damage, a lot is happening. Drops down. He sparks. A good job to avoid the sparking and not be punished for it, and he's getting his damage in. This is it. I think he said, go
that might
G to
be it
blue.
for AJ.
I'm not
But
letting
good
you
showing
play the
by
game
AJ.
no more. Once again, you got to touch me. You got to put your hands on me once. Let me let you know you touched a goat. There we go. Drops down.
Yep, it's dropped to the knees.
And here we go, rookie. But maybe that's what you need. You need new blood, something different, something Chris hasn't seen. A UEL rookie here on the team Gohan, looking for his opportunity. The sparking is caught, but is still willing to fight. Chris G getting his damage in. We've seen this. That Kamehameha.
Kamehameha!
And here we go. Guess again for game. And he got touched. And this should be it. Into the jar.
But yes, he
My
put him in the
Puma.
jar. Thank you.
I just had a D on my page. DBFZ. Thank you. Appreciate it. For those at home that were like maybe wondering, that was the performance we expected out of Chris G and these fighters today. To be able to come out and to really show really quickly, ultimately, like why people would pick him up as a fighter on the team first and foremost.
Yeah.
He's able to kind of like, in a situation where he was by himself with no resources pretty much beyond a little bit of meter, he found his victory. But we have Wreckfest up next. And if you want to talk about Chris G in his comfort zone, UEL players in Wreckfest, name something more comfortable. This game.
It's the one game on the wheel you should not have to practice because it is the most basic of basic games. Pick the bus and hit people.
But
just don't hit them with the front.
Our season's different, though.
They added other maps, right?
All DLC is legal.
Oh, does that mean all the additional vehicles?
I don't know about the maps. I know the vehicles guaranteed. Maps, I think, are still the same.
We might see some different strats now, man. Because I feel like I've heard they added the rest of the maps. And if that's the case, the buses aren't always going to be OP anymore. It depends on what they pick. So if you're not careful and they pick a map you don't know and you choose a bus, you might be screwed.
That's what we're going to see. And I'm looking right now and I see Havoc to your face available. Havoc has played way too much Wreckfest, has labbed way too much Wreckfest.
He's the only person in the league that genuinely practiced Wreckfest.
I think people practice it, but Havoc just is looking to as devious as possible. Like, look, how do I break this game?
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like when the stream is over. Can I just see like if Pip-Boy's still in the house, like maybe some people challenge Chris G to Street Fighter because I want to just see him play.
I'm letting you know, by the way.
Bro.
I'm letting you know right now. He will absolutely do it if you money match him. He is from the era of fighting games where you can ask me for a match, but you better money match me.
Yeah.
5, 10, 100, 10,000. Money match me, and I'm down to play. That's all I'm saying. Anybody here, whenever Chris G comes out, feel free to pull up.
So who's our best Street Fighter player besides him, you think, and Marty? Who do you think? Maybe think LA, maybe? Or do you think like
that's really hard. I'm going to go actually with a really quiet pick. The Cyclones player, Sofo Sama, actually has
I haven't got to see him yet, but I'm excited.
Actually has some really good Street Fighter players. There's a lot of Street Fighter players that now have multiple, like, really high placements. And I think there's some people that have been a little bit quiet in the league. That I think Street Fighter is actually one of the more competitive games. But
I've seen a lot of people with rankings in Tekken and Street Fighter this season that I did not expect to have rankings as high as they do.
No, legitimately, I'm happy this season because it's one of those big motivations for me to be like, beyond obviously the game yesterday. That's a whole separate thing. But just being like, oh, yeah, I can grind rank. Because people be like, oh, like, you're this. And I'm like, I don't.
Hey, this is the first time in UEL history that I'm looking out at the way these fighters are set up. I'm like, hey, Lockdown might be able to step in here and put some whoopings in some fighting games the way this is set up, bro.
It's
like, hey, I got a decent Eddie, okay? I'll step in there and
hit
tech
that
it with this one round. I got a decent Eddie, and I don't do just the auto combos.
Okay.
I do actually know how to play.
You got a little bit of sauce.
I haven't played a little bit lately, but no, I got up pretty high rank-wise. I think I'm like yellow or something. Okay. I don't play too much, but a yellow or orange, something like that.
I think that's the really fun part.
I don't play it too much.
I think that, like, when I came in the league a couple of seasons ago, fighting games were still kind of like the super niche thing, but it feels like every team realizes, hey, I need a few fighters. I need to be able to compete in fighters. And the level of the league in general has gone up. So I'm super happy. It always means that, like, until Blaze Blue gets added on the wheel.
I think every category has risen skill-wise, except for racers. Because it still seems to me, and me and Havoc talked about this last season, the racing category is literally the freest category in the league.
I agree.
If people would actually practice and put the time in, they could be dominating these racers because so many of these racing games, like, people aren't putting enough time into them.
I say, like, last season, like, the thing I always tell people is, like, I played F1 in the league last season for the first time. I lost barely, but at the same time, I'm like, that's with, like, minimal me just touching the game a few times, running a few time trials, just enough so that I am comfortable. Yeah, Hollywood has said it every time he's won as well. Shout out to Hollywood, where he's like, take a week. Just take a week.
Yeah.
and just play them, and I guarantee you'll be like
even
top 10 in
even
the league.
CTR.
Yeah.
Practice it for a week, you'll be one of the best players in the league. Like that's F1 and CTR are the hard ones. All the rest of the racing games, they're all pretty easy. Just practice.
Need for Speed
can be a little tough because you're at a high speed trying to dodge traffic and stuff. So Need for Speed is a little challenging. But then you look at Wreckfest,
I'm so
Ejected
sad.
Rivals, like these other ones that are like you can all get good.
Ejected could be really fun depending on how people play that. But also, that's the one thing we haven't seen yet this season that I'm looking for. And I guess I'm going to have to see it in tomorrow's match, which is the Ghost, the new Georgia Ghost, the newly acquired Georgia Ghost
versus the Reapers.
But it's a grudge match, matches.
Yeah, the Ghosts have a couple of changes. They got their tier 1 spicy.
Another new moon player now.
I don't think we're going to get the Goon tomorrow, though. I don't think they're playing the Goon.
I would love to see the Goon.
I know. I want to see him too. I like the dude.
I think he's going to be here. I think he said even if he's not.
Oh, of course. He's going to rep.
Yeah. 100%.
You clearly see his dedication.
But what I was saying
gaming
is for Need for Speed, all classes of cars. I need somebody to pick some of those like hyper supercar and like be going 250 because it'll be beautiful.
I haven't seen Ejected Rivals yet because I guess we had some issues.
We have not actually played Ejected with any well, there's a lot of teams that don't want to play Ejected because Ejected is a little bit. I know a lot of racing players don't like Ejected because it's not that what they want in a racing game. But it's so different. It's part of the reason I like it. You can, with all the different abilities and different events. The best way I can explain it for people wondering what I'm talking about, Ejected Rivals is a new game on the racing wheel. It is crowns, little funny guys. It's a battle royale.
Gang Beasts.
Not Gang Beasts. We played it a couple of seasons ago.
Fall Guys?
Fall Guys meets a racer is how I can explain that. There's demolition derbies. There's different races of like.
So it's kind of like the Mario Party games.
Correct. So like it's not just like a.
There are Raving Rabbids.
There are traditional races, but there's not just traditional races, which is why.
It's rabbits, not rabbits, right?
Yeah, I think
or
so.
is it rabbits?
I think it's rabbits.
I thought it was rabbits.
It might be.
You know what I want to? You know what I would like to play?
What?
It's a retro game, but if we could get it on the PCs to play, it would be awesome. You remember the PlayStation snowboarding game? Yeah, bro. Tell me that would be so fire. Like that would be more fun than Tony Hawk.
Yes, absolutely.
That or another one which would be good would be like the like motocross. Or like the old, what was the old biker game where you had the chains and you would fight people on the bike?
You're unlocking memories that I didn't remember that I had.
It's called Old Age.
Season.
I don't know what that was. I don't know.
The more you know. But here we go, going in.
Now it's this, right? It's Disney.
Yo, Disney Channel. That's a classic. But going in for the LAxGods, we have AJ Low Blue, X-Ray Aspect, Electric, Havoc to Your Face, and Hosage. Oh, wow. I wonder what map we're playing. Yeah. I wonder what the
strategy. And they got the bus is what's next.
I wonder what
Hopefully
the strategy is going to be.
Die by the blade? Die by the blade.
There's no way we close out multiple games.
Die by the blade.
This is the second game to close out on Die by the Blade. This will be the second game to close out on Die by the Blade.
Dude, it's honestly, I think Die by the Blade is like one of the best games on the wheel.
It's really funny.
Because it's so competitive, because it's so easy, but it's also so hard at the same time.
I want to agree with you, but there's so much cheese in that game. It frustrates.
Ooh, Ash Whoopin came through and like hit somebody hard. I think that was Electric.
Looks like the top 3 spots are
Sin and Electric.
And AJ is in third. Like all of this is XGods. Are you going the other way? Oh,
he's going around. Kaz is about to be done already. No, one's gone.
All right, Zick. Why are we picking cars? All right, on this map of all maps, why are we picking cars? I'm saying this right. Look, I'm down for you to pick a car in this game occasionally. This is not the map to do it.
Yeah, you got to do like Deathloop or something.
Because this map, you have to deal with the bus. There's no way.
Well, not Deathloop. I'm sorry. What's the other one? The one with the ramps and the fire and all that. But I mean, there's so many options, maps. And
you have to pick something that's not just 2 circles in a middle area where you have to dodge 10 buses trying to kill you.
Yeah.
This is not the map to pick a car on at all. I see. Okay,
Nah, 'cause
Dolo
it's too
locked
easy
in.
to get hit by a bus on the straightaways.
Here we go. Are you gonna go for a hit? You just racing. That looks like he's going for a hit. He sees AJ.
Oh, AJ's low. Oh, this is the other
Oh,
team going.
GGO's also in a
Kenna,
car.
Kenna on the wall, another car. That right there is lack of strategic coaching. Right now, the LAxGods are dominating because they chose cars.
My issue is, again, it comes down to this is not where I'm looking at anybody but the coaching staff to say, y'all have been in the league long enough to know when this map is picked, you do not pick cars.
You got DZ, Poe, Black Diamond, Arvitor. All of those people are coaches, or assisting the team today.
And guess what? You know why I know this is the case? Because how often do we have a rookie or even an experienced player be like, nah, I can drive well enough.
I can race.
And within the first minute, 2 minutes of the race, you're dead because there's too many buses. It's not just even the opponents. Your own teammates create areas that you just can't exist.
I think DZ's the only one left, which would track. It's Endgamer's PC7.
Yeah.
LAxGods win.
I think he just went out. It was Dolo, actually. Dolo was the last person alive. Nice job on Dolo managing to stay alive to the very end. Want to give you credit.
Dolo?
Yeah, it was Dolo. It was Dolo.
Man, that's tough. But all right, well, moving on. We got Die by the Blade. Ha-ching. I've actually played that one, because it's another fighter that I can actually play. No, I mean, I wasn't practicing fighters enough to get good at them, but I played DNF and got pretty decent at it for the little bit I played.
I missed
When I actually started playing Tekken 8 for a little bit there, I was doing pretty well. I was playing consistently online, and I was winning like 8 out of 10 matches or something like that. Like I was on ranks because I don't play regular public online. There's no point. And so I was actually doing pretty good with Eddie. I was enjoying it. I think Street Fighter, if I put time in, I can get better. I think I'm okay.
A lot of what I have to say about the fighters comes down to it's just like it's a time thing, and I think with 33 games on the wheel, people pick and choose their time, and usually people will pick 1 or 2 fighters that they really like and enjoy that they'll put their time into. Like I know a lot of people in the league are sad that like Guilty Gear is not here because like they put time into and love the game.
So much time. So I used to have an opinion where like, fighters are harder to learn in the league and blah, blah, blah. But now the way they've changed fighters so much, it's like shooters are harder to learn.
I'm going to even be like
fighters, the way it is now, literally just learn a combo.
I'm going to keep it real with you. To
wild.
be a good fighter in the league is absolutely harder this season because you have no room for mistakes.
Yeah.
Before, it was kind of like, okay, I lost a round. Let me lock in. Let me finish it up.
Now you lose round, it's done.
You're done. You're gone.
Excuse me.
You are
I need
gone.
a boost.
Die by the blade. Then I need you to go ahead and grab you one of these slides. Go ahead, take a quick sip, boost yourself up. And while you're at it, drinking that slide, feeling good, I need you to use that boosted brain power to grab you a SurfThing PC, the official PC of the UEL.
I'll tell you what, new UEL, new building, new arena, new players, new teams, new brands, new tiers. First time ever we've had a complete shakeup of open free agency. First time ever. Probably the last time ever, too.
Yeah, I don't expect this to maybe when we go worldwide, truly worldwide.
Maybe. But this is going to be like the best UEL season we have ever had.
I also want to talk about that because people watching, they might not know. I say truly worldwide, and I'm wrong immediately. We just opened up a hub in Nigeria, I believe. So we are worldwide already. We're already international.
I know we've had this South America. I think they also have been over to the Middle East as well.
So we are.
Saudi
we're
Arabia,
out here growing
what is
rapidly.
Is it Saudi Arabia?
I thought it was Nigeria.
Somewhere. Oh yeah. And then I think didn't we have like a Texas hub open up?
We have hubs
New York,
all around the U.S. now.
Yeah.
So please be on the lookout. Keep an eye out. And again, you never know. The UEL might be near you quite soon.
I think it's a matter of time before we're going to have these interstate, traveling competition tournament style matchups, where you get maybe I think what it's going to turn into at some point is going to be like, okay, this is the Northeast finals winner going to face the finals winner of Southeast. You know what I mean? Like, doing it like that, where you compete in the tournament here, make it to the finals, you win the finals for this region, and then you go to like the nationals or whatever.
I think nationals, and then maybe eventually like a
and then world eventually. Yeah, because we've had more contact with other countries than we had states. I think it's been a while.
Hey, if you have a gaming hub in your city, please reach out to the UEO, start talking. Trust me, you do not want to miss out. It's an amazing, amazing league. The level of competition is so different. It's something you have never seen before. I promise you that. And if you're sitting at home wondering when can I check all of this out, first and foremost, you can check out UEL players all across streaming platforms, all different days of the week. But if you're looking for our official broadcast, Monday we have a show for you, Inside the Wheel, over on Inside the Wheel on Twitch. Wednesday we have on the UEL Esports channel Technical Time Out with Logan Summit, killing it. Then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I'm excited for that technical timeout this week, because that first one was just introductory. Now we have a week of matches, so I'm excited to see what's going to be. But you know what it sounds like, man? It sounds like you got a hole right there on Tuesday. I don't know. Maybe Lockdown might have to start streaming and talking some smack. I think I might have to do that. I might have to hop on there and give you my hot takes of the week.
Ooh.
Yeah, I want to go Stephen A. Smith on y'all, but like, you are horrible.
Here we go. I think Die by the Blaze is getting set up. Now, I'm also going to be very honest with you. We'll see if they want to play this out. I wouldn't be surprised if the teams were much like last night. Die by the Blade.
They're going to do the first set. They're going to be like, all right, can we go home?
Die by the Blade is a best of 3, and it is 5v5, and so it can take some time.
Is it though? Because they just changed the Tekken and Street Fighter. So is it though? Because they might have changed it because they just changed those two. Because they realized how much time it is.
Look, I'm saying, I love the league. I love the league. I love y'all.
Dragon Ball Fighters, I think, is better.
Higher ups, bring back 45-minute Tekken. 45-minute Tekken is mad fun.
Oh my god! You want to play 45-minute Madden too?
I mean, NCAA is still on the wheel, so it's gonna be 30 minutes anyway. So yeah, sure. If it give me 45-minute Tekken, yeah.
That was the longest game today. NCAA ended up being a Shoguns win.
Maybe that's what we need. Longer games.
How many games y'all win last night?
7, 6, 7. After everything settled.
All right.
Yeah.
Just want to see if you win one more than Shoguns.
One more than the Shoguns. Okay.
I want to see if you won more games than the Shoguns. That's all. I'm just keeping you. I'm not on track. I'm just keeping you focused. Right, so I'm just, I got takes. I'm gonna be on you, but
I'm letting you know right now. I have a rule. I'm not gonna get on here, and I'm not going to make an excuse. I could say 30 things. We'll see y'all when we see y'all in the next game. That'll be
who you play next.
Click September 22nd. We have a month before we play again.
Oh, man, really? So you got such an early bye. That's good, then. That means you get a chance to correct all of your mistakes. So we got some technical difficulties. We're going to return shortly for the final match or final game of the match. I would encourage you to stick around, though, because I know you want to see that post-game interview. You got some rookies. My pen just broke.
I was like, he looked down, and I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I was like, yo, what happened? You good?
And then he's spring and everything just shot and exploded.
All right, for those that have never seen Die by the Blade, I want you to think back to your favorite samurai movie. All right, and on your favorite samurai movie, they stare each other down in a showdown of various.
Most recently, they have the standoff in Ghosts of Tsushima. Yes. Where you do the standoff, and it's literally the same thing. It's this. You literally stand there, and you just – whoever attacks first and right gets the kill. Like it's –
So you pick your character.
They just basically made a game out of that.
Pick your character. You pick your weapon. Weapons have different ranges. They have all the classic.
So I use Nakamura.
Okay.
And I use I think it's something with a T, the double blade, the two swords.
Yeah.
That's my combo I use.
Okay, I see. Everybody plays a little bit different.
I have a little way that I do it too. And within a certain step and attack I do, and it seemed to work a lot of the time.
There's a lot of subtleties to this to the game. All right, we got katana, butterfly
Final
katana.
spin. If it's a good game, they'll end up quitting this and moving on. Nope, no ejected rivals, no checkmate showdown. Watch them be like, FF timeout. We want to play checkmate.
Yeah, there's nowhere we're playing this. I'm letting you know right now. There's nowhere we're playing this.
What, this game here?
We're no.
Chris
nowhere.
G's up first. He's like, hold on, let me get in here and try to win. I wonder if he's played
All right, cool.
this.
So similar to something like For Honor, you have different stances, high, medium, and low. There's some different sequences and combos. Ooh, a nice step up. Good job on the deflection.
Parry. The hardest thing to do in this game is block it.
Ooh, but with
Chris G.
with the
Was
finisher.
that Chris G or was that Nexus? That was Nexus. Bro. He was like, I'm hitting him with a combo finisher right off the jump.
All right, I'm going to be real with you. I got one request out of the whole thing. Shogun, if you watch this back in VOD review, I have one request. Y'all are the Shogun. The one game I need y'all to be good at is Die by the Blade.
I know.
Over everything else. I'm not even kidding. I need y'all to cook and Die by the Blade.
All right, next we got Dolo. Hey, he's got a fresh cut, man. It looks good.
I see you. And again, I was somebody in their shoes literally yesterday. This is a frustrating game. I trust me, things don't go right. There are games that you could have won that you lost. You're frustrated. Yeah. Channel that frustration in the practice and the grinding and the growing. Again, make sure it doesn't happen again. Nexus looks like he wants to make a lot of
So what
space.
he's doing is he's hitting the pre-attack move so he can get the combo move because you have to land all three to do it if you're fighting somebody up close, so it's risky. So what he's doing is he's hitting it there so he can try to get that launch in.
Ooh, a big deflection.
But he got parried. Dolo was like, I'm not falling for it. But then he missed 3 straight attacks. So he did a good job parrying it, but then he ended up – that's the problem with Nexus's move. Now that they saw it, they know just got to parry and wait for it.
Dolo is doing a really good job here. I like him just being patient and looking at the situation. Nice parry on Nexus's part. All right, let's see. Who's going to take it? Oh, nice parry.
Nice parry again. We got some action here.
All right, I need some combos. I need somebody to show me a combo. Let me know you know some sequences.
Oh, Dolo takes him out.
Oh, he said, give me that leg.
Butterfly.
That's my boy Tony Monk.
Now we got electric. See what you got, electric.
Dolo locked in. Focused up.
Let's see what Electric's got. He's also going with Tony Monk.
So I wonder why people are picking. I got to maybe do a little bit more research. I played the game a little bit. I have a decent understanding, but I haven't really.
Nakamura because he has a higher speed stat.
Oh, higher speed stat. Okay.
That's why I chose him. In this game, I figured.
He said, bro, I'm not going to let you play, bro. Bro, we ain't playing this like waiting, seeing, none of that. I'm just killing you.
Look at him. He's like, let me take off my overshirt.
Who this? GGO. Kenna.
It's so hard to not say GGO because he's already been talking so much smack. So everybody just knows him as GGO.
This is what I say to most people. I say this to most people. Ready? Give me the first 3 weeks. Give me 3 weeks. Once I see your name like in 3 games, I got you locked down because I got to associate the name and the face together. Mm-hmm. Before that, like we're so on the internet that like it's the same way that like you call me Strix, I'm like, yeah, what's up? If you call me by my like first name, I will also respond. I just got to get used to it.
And there he's trying to do the same move.
Yep. He's trying to
Nexus
get that space.
did. He's trying to do the same thing.
Oh! It didn't work. You see a little look from Electric looked over like, yeah, dead.
Well, you saw Kenna look over like, wait, what just happened? Like, I thought I won that.
Yeah, a lot of people, but here we go. Go Big Deezy.
Tony Monk.
3.
Dude, is it
on the Shogun.
Is he going to do the same thing again? Wakazashi, that's the one I use, Wakazashi.
Oh, no, he swapped over.
Okay, Naginata.
He swapped over.
Who? Oh, yeah.
Commander Zavala.
Another Tony Monk, man.
It must be something. It's the monk. It's the focus.
Oh, got the roll. Oh, hey, he knew. He was like, I'm just going to go in really fast, and they can't stop it.
So far, Nexus has just been like, or Electric has been like, I'm not playing with you. Like, I play the
He's
game.
making the right call because the reality is this game, you don't have to overthink it unless you're playing somebody really good. Don't overthink it. Just get in there and kill him. Get in there and kill him. Stop wasting. Stop wasting time and waiting. Just get in there and kill him.
All right, here we go. Ash, though. He's been on the commentary. He's seen people. He's seen things. Now he's a player in the UEL.
I want to know who's going to be the first person to like actually do a sweep in this game because that would be so hard to do. That's good. We're going to have to make sure we keep track of that.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. Electric's going to look for it. He's looking for it. Watch. Like he's feeling it out. Switching his stance.
Yep, he
and
did
said,
it again.
Done. He relied, like, the quick slashes on the katana really ended up playing well, and I think that's changed characters. And they got caught by the same thing. Mr. B still bringing the life and the energy to his team. So again,
you got a second chance.
And it looks like they're swapping up lineups, deciding maybe to like get a little bit more information this time as opposed to.
So
just
they're
going
probably
back
like, hey, let's all get a chance to play. And then
Never mind,
they're going back at the original with the Nexus. But that's all right. GGO's probably, or Kenna's probably like, you know what? Let me just get a little bit of payback. Tony Monk versus Butterfly. I had no idea they were going to go with that.
Really?
Yeah,
I've never
it's the
seen
first
it.
time.
Never
First
seen
time.
it. Completely.
There's
new.
other characters and weapons, y'all.
Oh, he picked a big sword.
Yeah. Shoot.
So
Nice parry.
I'm gonna give an immediate tip. If you pick a big weapon,
Done. Same move. Same
I'm
move.
just gonna say, if you pick a big weapon, dashing up might not be the play because you're giving up your range.
You gotta, play the range.
You especially against a katana. Like, yeah, he has that big dash move, but it's really televised. You can see the red flash.
Okay, now we got Dolo coming in.
Dolo's back.
Butterfly.
This will be our last game.
So he's doing Butterfly, but I think he chose to knock it out to. So we see we got here. All right, let's see if he can. He chose the longsword too. Let's see if he can turn this around.
Let's see. Boom. Swing. Yep, that's
He's-
fine.
look,
That's
he's trying
fine.
to do it
I like
again.
the little step. I like the little swing and the cancel. Okay, Nexus.
He's trying to get him to make a move so he can capitalize. And
I see
counter.
you, Nexus.
Look,
Ooh,
right there. Oh,
nice,
good
nice deflect.
parry.
Nice deflect. I like it. I like the. We seeing some gameplay now. They fighting. He's gonna look for it. He's gonna look for it. He was ready. He whiffed twice into the stab.
I bet you the LAxGods haven't even played this game before.
I feel like this is the exact
Chris
game
G.
all the non-fighting game players in the league want
Got to
to play.
redeem himself here, because right now the LAxGods are just sweeping.
He picked Nakamura with what weapon?
So you know the first thing I'm noticing compared to last season, less games being played.
I think that's the first weakness. I think like setups aren't.
I think
clean.
it's also. I think it's the way they did these fighters and stuff. It's a lot more time being burned. That's what it is.
I don't know what you mean.
I don't know. I like it that way. Don't change
No,
it.
what do you mean if there's a bunch of fighters that roll? What do you mean half the game is gone? But no, again, like they did with Tekken, I think they're going to be
He
very.
pressed again back against the wall. That was a good.
I think they're going to be very open with games.
Ooh!
Chris G said, hold on. I gave y'all one.
Off with his head.
I gave y'all one. I said I want to yell, but I got the mic on, so I can't. I'm like, yo, do it again.
All right, let's see if we can. Let's see if the Shoguns can redeem
Electric
themselves.
is
This, like you
back.
said, this is one of those games that, with their logo and their team, they should be good at this game.
Electric is back. All right, we saw Electric try to use some spacing traps, but I think now that Chris maybe has watched a little bit more, he has a much better insight.
Yep, good at that. Nose moves.
Ooh,
Yep.
I like this.
He's adapted now. He's adapted. He's figured it out.
Oh, no, that was an old-fashioned whiff punch. That was a Street Fighter whiff punch.
But that
right
goes
there.
to show, like
Oh,
a top
my.
fighter, if he had those download rounds, it could be a big difference.
He took that one step. He was like, "You're not touching me." In the like full-on anime, full-on old school black and white movie. Just don't do it. Don't swing. You see him. Done. But guess what? Butterfly's in now. We got Sin going in, it looks like. This is Sin, right? I'm still getting learning faces and names.
Yeah, this is Sin.
Ooh, nice deflection. Nice trade. Holding this up stance. So you can deflect by matching stance.
See, the LAxGods you see, I think they're getting coached because they're all just using the same character and setup. I think they're literally telling them, just press this combo and you win.
Chris G gets whiff punished and ends up dying there. A very good swing.
I got to be honest. This has Havoc strategy written all over it. I feel like he's sitting there just telling them exactly what to play, what to do. Or AJ, or X-Ray.
Yeah.
Like somebody's they're all using the same character and setup. So clearly they learn some move or something and they're just
they
keep
feel
doing
it's really
this.
effective, yes. But here we go.
DZ
once again likes the long range.
He likes the range.
Weapon. Yep. Here you go. You just got to be
Well,
careful.
the way it actually might be a good call because the way they keep hitting those initial moves from far away to push in, that might be why he's choosing the
he has to be
longer range
exceptionally
weapon.
careful, though, because he's burning through a lot of stamina as
Ooh,
compared.
nice pullback, man. He almost screwed himself if he would have stayed close. Slow attacks,
Oh.
man.
Oh! Deflected to deflect? Oh, we got those? Their bad call from the floor.
Is that DZ? Because I've never heard DZ hype up.
That would be so funny.
Ever.
That'd be the funniest thing. You see him.
You never hear DZ hype up. That's hilarious. Oh no, it's not. It's
Tony.
Mr. B.
Oh, that's
Mr. B,
Mr.
I
B?
think.
Okay. This is Shogun. The whole show, all the Shoguns is here.
Now look, now Havoc's gonna use something different. Havoc does something different. He went Nakamura with the Naginata.
So one thing that I haven't talked about too much is at the top of your screen, you see that bar. That is a stamina bar.
Yeah.
Everything you do in the game takes some amount of stamina, but you can see Nakamura has a lot more stamina than a lot of characters, which allows you to create a very heavy offense. Ooh! He said, next!
DZ's like, I'm a fighter now.
But now you got to remember, if they clear, we have one more game. It's first to 2.
Good. I like it. This is fun.
It's first to 2.
Hosage.
All right, what we got? What's your weapon? Naginata? You going in?
Nice.
I'm sorry. You got my boy. That's who you got? Who we got? Butterfly? We're going back to butterfly.
Butterfly does have
Float like a butterfly,
speed,
sting like a
actually.
bee. Oh.
I don't like the weapon choice though.
Is DZ? Did DZ play Monk before? Am I just blind?
He played a different outfit, Tony Monk.
Thank you. I was like, that look different. Why you switch up on me, DZ? What's going on? All right, here we go.
I think he played Nakamura the first set.
So maybe he just realized he wants something a little bit different here.
Or
it
it
creates a lot of
just an
space.
outfit. Now they're both using the same weapon. I don't think either side really
All right.
has a true strategy plan.
They're both
other than
spacing
the
each
one
other out.
character they were using.
So this is one of those situations where I like the up stance coming out of DZ. It tends to have a lot more range, where these low stances are really tricky because they can catch your feet if you're not careful about spacing. But DZ said, I don't care about the spacing. I care about your arm. Give it to me. We going again. One more time. I asked. Respect to the Shogun.
Look, he's changing going first. That's the right call. Change up the lineups right now.
Why you got momentum?
Because he's got momentum. He's in the mode, so let him stay there. Last night when they were playing, they didn't do that.
But they did it here.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Last night when they was playing, they all didn't do, whoever it was didn't do that. You got to keep that momentum because DZ's got the momentum. Let him keep rolling through.
All right, here we go. Havoc, though, say, hey, yo, you got me once. But not again.
Oh, he did it again!
Again. We are
That's
the Shogun.
4 in a row for DZ.
They live by the blade. They die by the blade.
That's right. He's trying to show it.
This is such a fun game.
I know.
Oh. Oh, the energy in the arena is
It's crazy how
immaculate.
you wouldn't think it was 14-5 the way they're both
But
teams
that's what's
hyping up out
fun.
there.
Bro. We got him. Said DZ, sit down.
That's
DZ,
one.
sit down.
All right, who's going now?
Ash wants a shot.
Ash
wants
is
a
like,
shot.
I got to redeem myself. I wasn't happy with that. Woo! This makes me want to play, bro.
No, this is
like I want to.
It's really funny because like it's the simplicity of the game that makes it so hype.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, oh, swing, whiff, oh. Whereas in Street Fighter, you're like, all right, cool, you're doing a block string into this and that.
So I think that's who's left on both sides right now.
Okay, bet. Yeah. All right, so here we go. We're looking at
What you got,
Sin.
Ash?
Sin versus Ash. Oh,
Ash is
look at
just-
the feet. Look at the footwork.
Careful, stop. You're gonna open, leave yourself open. Yep, see? You're hitting those combos too early. You gave him a wide open chance to counter. Like, you can't do that.
I think that some people like you. That's why your character choice I think really matters. Because if you want to, you have to play those characters with more stamina. If you want to maybe like bait people in a little bit more, or
You
be
have
really
to
careful.
learn what your weapon style is and what character matches up with your play style with that character and weapon.
And here we go. On to the next one. Who's sitting down now? We got the man, the myth, the legend, Dolo.
Dolo's actually played pretty decently well for his team.
Oh, do we get to see it for the first time? He swapped. I think Dolo.
Nakamura. Did he play a different weapon?
I think he's
using
doing
mine?
the.
I noticed Scarlet was using my weapon in character combo. Yes.
All right. So
That's
weapon
my
is-
character and weapon combo.
let's
let's
see.
see. I like this.
Now, my
That's
question
what
is,
I run.
I want to know if they know. This is the real question: is do they know? Ooh,
Oh, see, he
nice
missed the
deflect.
chance.
That's good.
Oh, he missed the chance. He almost did the move that I
Let's
did.
see. Come on.
Come on,
All
Dolo.
right, he creeps in. Look, I like the spacing back and forth, and a quick swing.
All right, 3-on-3.
I'm telling you right now, Dolo might be an actual Shogun. My man gets so focused and locked in right now.
He's played pretty well today.
Once again, there's a lot of stuff that it's the second game that I put a lot more, a lot more behind because it tells me, oof.
I love how hyped this game is right now.
Can I say that this is the funniest thing? Like Dolo against other people, very calm, cool. Electric's like, yo, are we gonna play this calm, cool? Punched you, got you.
So good.
But he's back. Let's see if he can close it out. There's
Chris
two
G's
left.
back. Nakamura, Wakazashi. That's what you got to do, bro. All right.
All right, here we go. Electric against Chris G. All right, cool. Let's see. Nah, he said don't roll up. Whoa, what you doing?
Hey, Electric was getting too cocky. He was like, I got this.
Yo, you see,
he rolled right into the
You see
death.
Chris laughing too. He like, I knew you was gonna do it, bro.
I got to say, I love that the Shoguns aren't letting this hurt their energy. Because that's huge. You don't want to get defeated. If you get defeated mentally and emotionally, you're going to lose when it comes down to the actual.
I think it's not just even this. Like going forward, you have to have those. You have to have the moments of like, cool. Ish happens.
Yeah.
Ish happens. You keep it moving. You keep it walking, and you don't worry.
Man, I love that this might come down to the last players on both sides. That's what I want to see.
That's why it's such a
Set
hype game. It's such like that 1v1 is such a hype moment. Okay.
Oh, it could come down
little bit
to
of footsies.
it could come down to Kenna as the last player available.
I'm telling you, this is
Tier
tier
1
one.
and Tier 2
Yep.
versus Rookie in Tier 2.
Oh, who's Sarge?
Oh, nice.
Neither one. They both
that
whiffed.
backdash was so smart.
They both with.
So smart because he almost got caught.
All right, here we go. All right, Chris is in range. He keeps moving to the up stance to maybe
Oh,
challenge from
he
range.
should have attacked right there. That was his opportunity.
The laughs out.
That backdash, he's so smart. So right there, he knows that they're going to try to counter him, so he does the backdash. That is smart fighting player technique. He's thinking, I know this attack is going to leave me exposed, so I'm going to let them think I'm exposed and then backdash out.
Yep. And here we go. Nexus.
Tier 2, Nexus versus
before.
Chris G.
That's crazy. I heard that this ain't Evo, Playboy. Call out. That's crazy. All right, let's see. He steps forward, back and forth. He looking for it. All right, who's going to commit? I want to see who commits first. I think the patience there. Nexus is like, hey, yo, we hitting the dance. I heard it out. Oh, he just said it's done.
And now it comes down to Tier 2 versus Tier 2.
So the question of the day, we've been talking about Tier 1s, Tier 2s, Tier 3s.
Versus Kenna.
Ooh.
Tier 2 versus Tier 2.
Let's see. This decides die by the blade. This fight, truly. Do the Shogun fall to the blade?
In their own game, because it's not their game,
crazy.
but it should be their game.
It absolutely is their game. I'm just letting you know. You can't die. Look.
Oh, look, same character, same weapon. Let's see what we got here.
So he's going to do it. He's going to do the cheese. Okay. We chilling.
All right, let's see what we got here.
We chilling. They step up. All right. Again, if you're looking for the right is Nexus. The left is Kenna. Kenna.
Nice parry.
Nice parry. He's swinging. He's looking for it.
Oh, parried again. He's going to say, another
He's
parry.
out of stamina. He's going to do it. The Shogun have fallen.
Wait a minute. Hold up. I think Kenna won.
I heard LAxGods
won.
LAxGods win. Put to death by the blade. Truly.
It was so hard to tell because with the characters, I couldn't tell which was which at the finish, but that was wild. What a great finish, Die by the Blade, man. Welcome to Die by the Blade. So, right here, I guess we get to see who we're going to get for the interview. You know what I'm thinking? All right, we're going to choose two people.
I think we got to get
I
the
think
captain.
we get the rookies.
Rookies?
Yeah, first time match.
Okay.
I think we let them talk.
Yeah, let them yap a little bit. Let them laugh.
Let's bring it in, LAxGods.
Bring it in. Hey.
I got to say, sitting here with the LAxGods after their win, feels familiar, you know. It's different, but it feels familiar being here. So we're going to choose two people to talk to, and you know what I think I want to hear from? I'm sorry. I want to hear from the rookies, man. I want to hear from the rookies, the debut rookies. Let's bring it on. First, we got Hosaj here. Hosaj, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. I feel like I played pretty well, but I feel like I played pretty well. I got absolutely dookied on in Halo and some of the other games, but I feel like we got a team here. So, yeah.
Awesome. Anything else you want to add?
Vote me Rookie of the Year. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, that's fun.
All right, let's see. We're going to bring it over here to Sin finally here as a rookie, man. So your first match finally. I mean, you got to play some Rainbow like you wanted. So
I did.
Where do you think the team goes from here? How do you feel about it?
They're definitely going up. I'm going to be honest. This team's going to be really good, not just because of me, but we got more good rookies. But I'm definitely bringing a lot this season. I think it showed today, especially my Overwatch gameplay. I'd like to say play of the game and top elims. So best Reinhardt main. No offense, Mr. Spicy. But you're washed. But, yeah, no, it was definitely a good first game, and I think it just shows that I am not a B-tier player. So,
All right, so we're going to wrap it up. Congratulations, LAxGods, first win of the season. Look forward to seeing many more. Good luck. That's right.
Thank y'all. And I think that will do it for us today. But tomorrow we have the Reapers versus the Ghosts, the grudge match of the UEL that has to happen, El Clasico.
That's awesome. I can't wait. Really excited about that. I can't wait to see Cordy with the Reapers, perform with the Reapers. You see Spicy with the Ghosts. It's going to be exciting, man. So we got some change-ups on both sides and some of the same as well. So that rivalry is going to be sparked up. It's going to be interesting. And make sure you come check us out tomorrow at 2 p.m. only at the Ultimate Endgamers League UEL Esports on Twitch.
Have a great night.